Wow, this place is incredible. I mean, look at these chandeliers and the way they've set the tables. Everything looks so elegant. I'm really glad we decided to come here for our anniversary instead of that other place we were considering.
I know, right? When I made the reservation, the woman on the phone told me it was their best table by the window, and she wasn't kidding. Look at that view of the city lights. It's absolutely beautiful. I've been wanting to try this restaurant for almost 2 years now.
2 years? Really? Why didn't you tell me earlier? We could have come here sooner. But I guess it makes tonight even more special. So, have you looked at the menu yet? Because I have to be honest, some of these dishes I've never even heard of before.
Yeah, I've been looking at it for the past few minutes. The descriptions are so fancy. Like this one says pan-seared duck breast with a cherry reduction and microgreens. I'm not even sure what microgreens are. Are they just tiny vegetables or something? But it sounds delicious anyway.
I think microgreens are just baby greens, like really small lettuce and herbs. At least that's what I've heard. You know what I'm thinking about getting? The beef tenderloin. It comes with truffle mashed potatoes and roasted asparagus. I love a good steak, and this place is supposed to be known for their meat dishes.
Ah, that does sound amazing. I'm torn between the salmon and the duck. The salmon has this lemon butter sauce with capers, and I love capers. But the duck sounds so unique and different from what I usually order. What do you think I should get?
Honestly, I think you should go with the duck. You can get salmon anywhere, but when are you going to get the chance to try duck prepared by a professional chef like this? Plus, it's our anniversary. We should try something special and maybe a little adventurous, you know?
You're absolutely right. Let's do it. I'll get the duck. And we should definitely order some appetizers, too. What about the oysters? I've never tried oysters before, but I've always been curious. They have them served with this mignonette sauce, whatever that is.
Oysters are great, but they're definitely an acquired taste. They're very briny and have this unique texture. Some people love them, some people can't stand them. But if you've never tried them, tonight's the perfect night. We can order half a dozen and share them.
Okay, let's do the oysters, and maybe we should also get the soup. They have French onion soup, and that's one of my favorites. It comes with melted Gruyere cheese on top. Oh my gosh, everything sounds so good. I don't know how I'm going to have room for dessert.
We'll make room for dessert, trust me. I already looked at the dessert menu while you were in the restroom earlier. They have this chocolate lava cake that looks insane, and they also have creme brulee. We could order both and share them. What do you say?
You already looked at the dessert menu? Of course you did. But yes, that sounds perfect. Let's just enjoy this whole experience. It's not every day we get to eat at a place like this. I'm so happy we're here together.
Okay, we're finally at the drive-thru. Thank God, because I am absolutely starving. I haven't eaten anything since breakfast, and it's already 3 in the afternoon. What do you want to order? We should figure it out now, before we get to the speaker.
I'm not really sure yet. I'm looking at the menu board right now, but there are so many options. Do they still have those spicy chicken sandwiches? I really liked those last time we were here. Or maybe I should just get a regular burger and fries. I don't know. What are you getting?
I'm definitely getting the double cheeseburger meal with a large fries and a Coke. No question about it. That's my go-to order here. And I might add some chicken nuggets on the side because I'm really that hungry. You should probably decide quickly, though, because there's only one car in front of us now.
Okay. I'll just get the chicken sandwich meal with a Diet Coke. And can we get some of those apple pies for dessert? I know they're not the healthiest thing, but they're so good when they're warm and crispy. Plus, we're already eating fast food, so we might as well go all the way, right?
Yes, definitely let's get the apple pies. Good call. Oh, wait, it's our turn now. Hi, yes, can we please get a double cheeseburger meal with a large fries and a Coke, and then a spicy chicken sandwich meal with a Diet Coke? Also, can we add a 6-piece chicken nugget and 2 apple pies?
Wait. Ask them if they have any sauce for the nuggets. I want barbecue sauce. And actually, can you make my fries a large, too? I just realized I'm really hungry, and a small fries isn't going to be enough.
Oh, sorry, can we also get some barbecue sauce for the nuggets? And can you make both fries large? Thanks. Okay, they said it'll be $18.45. Drive up to the first window. That was easier than I thought it would be.
$18? Wow, fast food is getting expensive these days. I remember when you could get a full meal for like $5 or $6, but I guess everything's more expensive now. At least we know it's going to taste good. I'm so excited to eat. My stomach is literally growling.
I know, same here. Okay, here's the first window. Do you have my wallet? I think I left it in your purse earlier when we were at the grocery store. I need to pay for this.
Yes, I have it right here. Here you go. Just give him your card. Oh, and make sure you get the receipt. We might want to do that survey thing on the back, where you can get a free burger or something. I always forget to do those, but they're actually worth it.
Good thinking. Okay, here's my card. Thanks. Okay, now we just drive to the second window and get our food. Man, I can already smell the fries from here. That smell is just the best. It makes me even hungrier.
I know exactly what you mean. There's just something about the smell of fast food fries that's so addictive. Oh, here's the second window. Finally, I'm so ready to eat. Let's just park somewhere and eat in the car because I don't think I can wait until we get home.
This place is so cute. I love the vibe here. Look at all these plants hanging from the ceiling and the artwork on the walls. It feels really cozy and welcoming. I'm glad Sarah recommended this place. She said their brunch is supposed to be amazing.
Yeah, it's really nice in here. And it smells incredible too, like coffee and fresh baked bread. I can see why people would want to come here on a Sunday morning. It's the perfect spot to relax and take your time with breakfast. Do you see any empty tables?
There's one over there by the window. Let's grab it before someone else does. I think we're lucky to get a table, actually. When Sarah told me about this place, she mentioned that sometimes there's a wait, especially on weekends. But it looks like we got here at the right time.
Perfect. Let's sit down and look at the menu. Oh, wow, they have so many options. Avocado toast, eggs Benedict, pancakes, waffles, omelets. Everything sounds so good. I can't decide what I want. What are you thinking of getting?
I'm looking at the Eggs Benedict right now. They have a classic version with Canadian bacon, but they also have one with smoked salmon and another one with avocado and tomato. The smoked salmon one sounds really interesting. I love salmon, and I've never had it with Eggs Benedict before.
Oh, that does sound good. I'm leaning toward the avocado toast, but not the basic kind. They have this special version with poached eggs, feta cheese, cherry tomatoes, and some kind of chili flakes. It looks amazing in the picture on the menu, and it comes with a side of roasted potatoes.
That sounds delicious, too. You know what? Since we're both having trouble deciding, why don't we order different things and then share a little bit of each? That way we can try more items. We could also order something sweet to share, like their Belgian waffles with berries and whipped cream.
Yes, I love that idea. Sharing is always the best strategy when everything looks so good. And the Belgian waffles sound perfect. I could definitely go for something sweet. Plus, they use real maple syrup here, not that fake stuff. I can see the bottle right there on the table.
Okay, so here's the plan. I'll order the smoked salmon eggs Benedict, you order the avocado toast, and we'll get one order of Belgian waffles to share. And we definitely need coffee. I need caffeine. I'm still waking up, to be honest. Sunday mornings are tough for me.
Coffee is a must. I'll get a cappuccino. What about you? Do you want regular coffee or something fancy like a latte? They have all different kinds here. Oh, and they also have fresh orange juice if you want that too.
I'll just do a regular coffee, black. I'm simple like that. But fresh orange juice sounds good too. You know what? Let's get a large orange juice to share. It'll be nice and refreshing. Okay, I think we're ready to order. Where's our server?
I think that's her over there taking another table's order. She should be here in a minute. Ah, this is going to be so nice. Just relaxing, having good food, drinking coffee, and not rushing anywhere. This is exactly what Sunday mornings should be like.
Hey, wait a second. Do you see that food truck over there? I've never seen that one before in this area. It looks pretty new. What kind of food do they serve? Can you read the sign from here?
Let me see. It's kind of far, but I think it says something about Korean fusion tacos. Wait, that's interesting. Korean tacos. I've never heard of that combination before. Should we check it out? I'm actually pretty hungry right now.
Korean fusion tacos? That sounds amazing and totally different. I love Korean food and I love tacos, so putting them together seems like a genius idea. Let's definitely go check it out. I'm curious about what they put in them. Come on, let's walk over there.
Okay, yeah, I'm down. I love trying new food trucks. Some of the best meals I've ever had have been from food trucks. They're always so creative with their combinations, and the people who run them are usually really passionate about their food.
Exactly. Okay, we're getting closer. I can see the menu board now. Oh, wow. They have bulgogi beef tacos, spicy pork tacos, and kimchi fries. Kimchi fries? That's insane. I have to try those. And look at the prices. Everything's pretty reasonable, too. This place looks legit.
Kimchi fries do sound crazy in the best way possible. And they also have bibimbap bowls and Korean fried chicken. Oh my gosh, Korean fried chicken is so good. It's crispier than regular fried chicken, and they usually have this sweet and spicy glaze on it. I'm so excited now.
Me too. You know what? Let's order a bunch of different things and share everything. We can get a couple of different tacos, the kimchi fries, and maybe some Korean fried chicken. That way we can try as much as possible. What do you think?
Yes, perfect plan. I love that we can sample a lot of different items. Let's get 2 bulgogi tacos, 2 spicy pork tacos, 1 order of kimchi fries, and 1 order of the Korean fried chicken. Does that sound good to you? And we should probably get some drinks too.
Sounds perfect to me. They have Korean sodas here too. Look, they have this melon-flavored soda and a yogurt drink called Yakult. Have you ever tried those before? They're really popular in Korea. The melon soda is surprisingly good.
No, I've never tried them, but I'm willing to try anything at this point. Let's get both and we can share them. Okay, let's go order. Excuse me. Hi. Can we please get 2 bulgogi tacos, 2 spicy pork tacos, 1 kimchi fries, and 1 Korean fried chicken, and also 1 melon soda and 1 Yakult?
Great. They said it'll be about 10 minutes. Let's just wait over here. I'm really glad we stumbled upon this place. This is going to be such a good lunch, and we should definitely come back here again. I want to try everything on their menu eventually.
Same here. I'm already thinking about what I want to order next. And we should tell our friends about this place. I bet they would love it. Everyone loves good food trucks. Oh, I think our order number just got called. Let's go grab our food.
Okay, so everyone's coming over at 7. That gives us about 3 hours to finish cooking everything and set up the dining room. I'm a little stressed, to be honest. I want everything to be perfect because it's been so long since we've hosted a dinner party. What still needs to be done?
Don't worry, we've got this. Let me think. The appetizers are already done. The cheese board is in the fridge, and we just need to take it out about 30 minutes before people arrive so it can come to room temperature. And the bruschetta is ready to go. We just need to toast the bread right before serving it.
Okay, good. So appetizers are handled. What about the main course? The chicken is marinating in the fridge, but I need to start cooking it soon. Should I put it in the oven now or wait a little bit? And we still need to make the side dishes, right? The roasted vegetables and the mashed potatoes.
I think you should start the chicken in about 30 minutes. It needs to cook for about an hour, so that timing should work out perfectly. I'll handle the side dishes. The vegetables just need to be chopped and tossed with olive oil and seasoning, and then they go in the oven. That's easy. And I can start on the mashed potatoes soon.
Perfect. And what about the salad? Are we doing that Caesar salad we talked about? I know you make really good Caesar dressing from scratch. Should we prepare that now or make it fresh right before we eat?
I'll make the dressing now and keep it in the fridge. Then, right before dinner, I'll toss it with the romaine lettuce and add the croutons and parmesan. That way, it'll be fresh and crispy. Oh, and we should also think about dessert. We have that chocolate cake from the bakery, but should we also make some vanilla ice cream to go with it?
Yes, ice cream is a must with chocolate cake. I'll take it out of the freezer closer to dessert time so it can soften a bit. That way it'll be easier to scoop. Okay, I think we're in pretty good shape. We just need to stay organized and work together. What about drinks? Did we get enough wine?
We have 3 bottles of red and 2 bottles of white. I think that should be enough for 6 people. We also have beer, sparkling water, and regular water. And I made that pitcher of sangria that's chilling in the fridge, so I think we're covered on drinks. People can choose whatever they want.
Sangria is a great touch. Everyone loves sangria. Okay, what about the table? Do we need to set it up now or can we wait? And should we use the nice china or just our regular plates? I don't want to be too formal, but I also want it to look nice.
Let's use the nice china. It's a special occasion, and we never use it anyway. I'll start setting the table right now while you finish prepping the chicken. We need 6 plates, silverware, wine glasses, water glasses, and napkins. Oh, and I'll put out some candles, too. Candles always make everything look more elegant.
Great idea with the candles. And maybe we should put on some background music. Something chill and not too loud, just to create a nice atmosphere. I'll set up a playlist on my phone. Jazz, maybe? Or some acoustic music.
Jazz would be perfect. Not too loud, just enough to fill any awkward silences. Okay, I think we're really in good shape now. We have a plan, we know what we're doing, and we still have plenty of time. Let's just focus and get everything done. This is going to be a great dinner party.
Oh no. Oh no, no, no. This is not good. This is really not good. The sauce is burning. I can smell it. How did I let this happen? I was only gone for like 2 minutes to check my phone. Now the whole bottom of the pan is black and stuck.
What? What happened? I thought you were watching the stove. Didn't you set a timer or something? Let me see. Oh, wow, yeah, that's definitely burned. That's not coming off easily. Maybe we can salvage it? Can we just scrape off the burned parts and use the rest?
I don't think so. It smells really bad, like actually burnt. I don't think we should serve this to anyone. This was supposed to be the main part of dinner, too. The pasta sauce. Now what are we gonna do? Everyone's coming over in like 45 minutes. I'm freaking out right now.
Okay, don't panic. Let's think about this logically. We have pasta, right? And we have some other ingredients in the fridge. What else do we have? Maybe we can make a different kind of sauce really quickly? Do we have cream or butter and garlic?
Let me check. Yes, we have cream, we have butter, we have garlic, we have some Parmesan cheese too. Oh, and there are some cherry tomatoes. Do you think we could make something with that? Like an improvised Alfredo sauce or something?
Yes, absolutely. We can make a really simple garlic cream sauce. It's actually super easy and it tastes delicious. We just need to melt butter in a pan, add minced garlic, pour in the cream, let it simmer for a few minutes, and then add Parmesan cheese. The cherry tomatoes can go in there too for some freshness.
Okay, that sounds doable, but wait, didn't we also burn the chicken? I mean, not burned, but it got a little too dark in the oven. I think I had the temperature too high. It's still edible, but it's not as nice looking as I wanted it to be.
Let me see the chicken. Okay, it's a bit darker than ideal, but honestly, it's fine. We can just cut it up into smaller pieces and people won't even notice. Or we could shred it and toss it with the pasta and the sauce. That way it'll all come together as one dish and no one will see that it got a little overdone.
You're a genius. Yes, let's do that. We'll make it into one cohesive pasta dish with shredded chicken, garlic cream sauce, and cherry tomatoes. We can even add some fresh basil on top if we have any. That'll make it look fancy and intentional, not like we totally messed up the original plan.
Exactly. And you know what? Sometimes the best dishes come from mistakes and improvisation. This might actually turn out better than what we originally planned. Now, let's move fast. You start making the cream sauce, and I'll shred the chicken and prep the tomatoes. We can do this.
Okay, you're right. We can do this. I'm feeling better now. Thank God we're a good team. I don't know what I would do without you in these stressful cooking situations. All right, let's get to work. We still have time to make this dinner amazing.
That's the spirit. And honestly, if anyone asks about the dish, we'll just say it's our special garlic cream pasta with chicken. They don't need to know about the burned sauce. That's our little secret. Now, come on, let's cook.
Is it just me, or has our server completely forgotten about us? We've been sitting here for like 20 minutes, and no one has even come to take our drink order. I can see you're over there chatting with the other servers. This is getting really frustrating.
No, it's not just you. I noticed it too. I tried to make eye contact with her a few times, but she keeps looking away. And look at that table over there. They came in after us, and they already have their food. What's going on? Should we say something?
I don't want to be rude or difficult, but yes, I think we should say something. We've been patient enough. Plus, I'm getting really hungry. I didn't eat lunch today because I thought we'd be eating earlier. Let me try to flag someone down. Excuse me? Hello? Can we please get some service over here?
Okay, she's finally coming over, but she doesn't look very happy about it. I hate confrontation like this. It makes me uncomfortable. But we shouldn't have to wait this long for basic service, right? We're paying customers. We deserve to be treated with some respect.
Hi, sorry, but we've been waiting for quite a while now and no one has come to take our order yet. We'd really like to order some drinks and food if that's possible. We're pretty hungry and we don't have a lot of time.
Yeah, and we've been watching other tables get served even though we arrived after us. Is there a problem or something we should know about? We're just a little confused about what's happening here.
Okay, so she just said she'll be right with us. That's it. No apology, no explanation, nothing. Just, I'll be right with you. I'm not impressed. And you know what? I'm starting to think we should just leave and go somewhere else. This place clearly doesn't value our business.
I agree, but we've already invested 20 minutes here. If we leave now, we'll have to start all over somewhere else, and who knows if anywhere else will have tables available. It's Friday night. Everywhere is probably busy. Let's just give them one more chance. If they mess up again, we're definitely leaving.
Fine, one more chance. But I'm telling you right now, this experience is going to affect how much I tip. I'm usually a very generous tipper, but this is just unacceptable. Bad service really ruins the whole dining experience, no matter how good the food is.
I completely agree, and honestly, we should probably leave a review online after this. Not to be mean, but to let other people know what to expect. If the management doesn't know there's a problem, they can't fix it, and maybe our feedback could actually help them improve.
That's a good point. We'll write an honest review. Okay, here she comes again, finally. Let's just order and hope that the rest of the evening goes more smoothly. I really hope the food is at least good, because this service has been terrible. Hi, yes, we're ready to order now. Okay, so the bill just came. That was such a good meal. I'm so full and happy right now. But wait, how are we going to split this? Should we just divide it evenly between the four of us? That's usually the easiest way, right?
Well, hold on a second. I'm not sure if splitting it evenly is totally fair in this case. I mean, I only had a salad and water, but you guys had steaks, appetizers, and cocktails. Those are all really expensive items. I don't think I should pay the same amount as everyone else when I spent way less.
Oh, that's a good point. I didn't really think about that. I guess I just assumed we'd split it evenly because that's what we usually do with big groups. But you're right, it's not really fair if people ordered very different things. So what should we do instead?
Maybe we should each just pay for what we ordered. I can calculate what I owe really quickly on my phone. My salad was $14 and water's free, so I owe $14 plus tax and tip. That seems more fair to me. What do you guys think?
I'm fine with that approach. Let me see what I ordered. I had the steak, which was $32, the appetizer that we shared, and two beers. So the appetizer was $16, split between four people. That's $4 for me. And the beers were $6 each, so that's $12. Plus the steak, that's $48 total before tax and tip.
Exactly. And then we just need to calculate tax and tip on top of our individual amounts. What do you guys usually tip? I normally do 20% for good service, and the service was pretty good tonight, so I think 20% is appropriate.
Yeah, 20% sounds right. So for me, $48 plus maybe $8 in tax, that's $56. And then 20% tip on that would be about $11. So my total is around $67. That sounds about right.
Okay, let me do mine. $14 plus tax is maybe $16, and then 20% tip is about $3. So I owe roughly $19 total. That's way less than if we had split the bill evenly. Thank you for being understanding about this.
Of course, no problem. I mean, it makes sense. I ordered expensive things, so I should pay more. You ordered less, so you should pay less. It's only fair. Let me ask the other two what they owe, and then we can put it all together and make sure we have enough to cover the whole bill.
Sounds good. I'll get my cash ready. Oh, wait, I don't have cash. Do you think the restaurant lets us split the bill multiple ways on different cards? Some places don't allow that, and it can get complicated. Maybe one person should put it on their card, and then the rest of us pay them back.
Yeah, that might be easier, actually. I'll put the whole thing on my card, and then you guys can just Venmo or Zelle me your portions. Is that okay with everyone? That way we don't have to deal with asking the server to split it 4 ways on separate cards. That always takes forever.
Yes, that works for me. I have Venmo on my phone. I'll send you my $19 right now. There, done. Thanks for putting it on your card. I really appreciate it. Splitting bills can get so awkward sometimes, but I think we handled it well. Good teamwork.
Okay, I have to be honest with you. I'm a little bit nervous about this. I've never had Ethiopian food before, and I don't really know what to expect. I mean, I'm excited to try it, but I'm also slightly worried that I won't like it or that I'll do something wrong. Do you eat it with your hands? Is that a thing?
Yes, you eat it with your hands, but you use this special bread called injera. It's like a spongy, sour flatbread, and you use it to scoop up the different stews and dishes. It's actually really fun once you get the hang of it. And don't worry, it's not like you can do it wrong. There's no right or wrong way. You just tear off a piece of bread and use it to pick up the food.
Okay, that makes me feel a bit better. And the bread is sour? That's interesting. I've never had sour bread before. What does it taste like exactly? And what about the food itself? What should I order? I'm looking at this menu, and honestly, I don't recognize most of these words. There's Dora Wat, Kitfo, Tibs. I have no idea what any of that is.
Don't worry, I'll help you. Doro Wat is a spicy chicken stew. It's one of the most popular Ethiopian dishes. Kitfo is raw minced beef, kind of like Ethiopian steak tartare. And Tibs is sautéed meat, usually beef or lamb with vegetables and spices. If you're not feeling too adventurous, I'd recommend starting with Tibs. It's delicious and not too intimidating.
Raw beef. No, thank you. I'll pass on that one. But the Tibs sound good. I like sautéed meat and vegetables. That seems safe. What are you going to order? And should we order a bunch of different things and share? That might be a good way to try a variety of dishes without committing to just one thing.
Yes, definitely let's share. That's actually the traditional way to eat Ethiopian food anyway. People usually order a combination platter with several different dishes, all served on one big piece of injera. Then everyone eats from the same platter together. It's very communal and social. That's part of what makes it special.
Oh, I like that concept. Food is always better when you share it with other people. Okay, so what should we get on our combination platter? Give me some recommendations, and please include things that aren't too spicy. I know Ethiopian food is known for being spicy, but I have a pretty low tolerance for heat.
No problem. There are plenty of non-spicy options, too. We can get the tibs, like you mentioned, some misir wat, which is red lentils with spices, but not too spicy, and gomen, which is collard greens cooked with garlic and ginger. And we should also get some ayib, which is Ethiopian cottage cheese. It's really mild and creamy, and it helps cool down your mouth if anything is too spicy.
Okay, that all sounds pretty good. I'm feeling more confident now. And you said the lentils aren't too spicy? I actually love lentils, so that sounds great. All right, let's do it. Let's order the combination platter with all those things. This is going to be an adventure. I'm glad I'm trying something new. Who knows, maybe Ethiopian food will become one of my new favorites.
I hope so. I think you're really going to enjoy it. Ethiopian food has such unique flavors and spices. It's nothing like anything else. And the whole experience of eating with your hands and sharing from the same platter is just really fun and different. Okay, here comes our server. Let's order.
I can't believe this bakery is still open. It's almost 11 at night. Do people really buy pastries this late? I mean, I'm not complaining because I'm definitely craving something sweet right now, but it just seems unusual. Most bakeries close in the early evening, right?
Yeah, this place is pretty special. I found out about it from a coworker. Apparently, they're open until midnight every night because they do a lot of business with people coming from bars and restaurants. Late night sweet cravings are a real thing. And look at all these options. Croissants, donuts, cakes, cookies, tarts. Everything looks amazing.
Oh, wow, you're right. Look at that chocolate croissant in the display case. It looks so flaky and buttery. And those donuts with the colorful icing. I want one of everything, but I should probably show some restraint. Maybe I'll just get one or two things. What are you getting?
I'm definitely getting one of those almond croissants. They're my absolute weakness. And maybe a slice of that lemon tart. I love anything with lemon. It's so refreshing and not too sweet. What about you? Are you going for the chocolate croissant?
I think so, yeah. And maybe I'll also get a cinnamon roll. That one over there looks incredible. It's huge and covered in cream cheese frosting. I probably shouldn't eat all of that tonight, but I can save half of it for breakfast tomorrow. That's my justification.
That's a solid plan. Cinnamon rolls are great for breakfast. You can heat it up a little bit, and it'll taste fresh baked. Oh, and we should get some coffee, too. Do you want coffee? I know it's late, but there's something about coffee and pastries that just go together perfectly, even at night.
Coffee at 11 p.m.? I don't know if that's a good idea. Won't we have trouble sleeping? I'm already a pretty light sleeper as it is. Maybe I'll just get some water or milk. Actually, do they have milk here? That would be perfect with these sweet pastries.
I think they have milk, yeah. And don't worry about me. Caffeine doesn't really affect my sleep that much. I've had coffee at midnight before and still fallen asleep just fine. I'm weird like that. Okay, let's go order. Excuse me. Hi, can we please get one chocolate croissant, one cinnamon roll, one almond croissant, and one slice of lemon tart?
And can I also get a small milk, please? Thanks. How much is that going to be? Oh, and are these pastries made fresh today? They look really fresh, but I just want to make sure. Nothing's worse than a stale pastry.
Good question. The person behind the counter just said everything is made fresh every day. They actually bake throughout the day, so things are constantly coming out hot and fresh. That's probably another reason why they stay open so late. The quality is always good no matter what time you come.
That's impressive. I love that. Okay, here are our pastries. Oh my gosh, they look even better up close. I'm so excited to eat this chocolate croissant. Look at all the chocolate oozing out of it. This is going to be so good. Should we eat here or take it to go?
Let's eat here. There are some tables over there, and it's kind of nice to just sit and enjoy our pastries without rushing. Plus, it's late, and I'm not in a hurry to get home. This is a nice way to end the night, just relaxing with good food and good company. This diner has such a classic American feel to it. Look at the red leather booths, the black and white checkered floor, and that old jukebox in the corner. Does it actually work? I love places like this. They remind me of diners from old movies. There's something so nostalgic and comforting about it. I know, right? I passed by this place so many times, but never came in until now. I'm so glad we decided to stop here. And look at the menu. They have everything. Burgers, sandwiches, breakfast all day, milkshakes, pie. It's like the ultimate comfort food paradise. I don't even know where to start. Breakfast all day? That's my kind of place. I'm always craving breakfast foods at weird times. Like, sometimes I want pancakes for dinner, you know? And they have those really fluffy-looking pancakes in the picture here with fresh strawberries and whipped cream. That looks incredible. Should I get that? If you want pancakes for dinner, you absolutely should get pancakes for dinner. Life's too short not to eat what you're craving. I'm thinking about getting a classic cheeseburger with fries and a chocolate milkshake. I haven't had a good diner burger in forever, and their milkshakes are supposed to be really thick and creamy. A chocolate milkshake sounds perfect. Actually, you know what? Let's get two milkshakes and share them. You get chocolate and I'll get strawberry. That way we can try both flavors. I love strawberry milkshakes. They taste like summer even though it's the middle of winter right now. Yes, I'm totally on board with that plan. Two milkshakes it is. And let's also get some mozzarella sticks or onion rings as an appetizer. I'm really hungry and I want to make this a proper feast. This is going to be such a satisfying meal. Sometimes you just need greasy diner food, you know? Oh, absolutely. There's a time and place for healthy salads and grilled chicken, but tonight is not that time. Tonight is for indulgence. Mozzarella sticks sound perfect. Let's get those. Oh, and look at their pie selection on that board over there. They have apple pie, cherry pie, key lime pie, and chocolate cream pie. We have to get pie for dessert. We absolutely have to get pie. That's non-negotiable. I'm thinking apple pie with a scoop of vanilla ice cream. That's classic, and you can never go wrong with it. Warm apple pie with cold ice cream melting on top. That's perfection. What kind do you want? I want the key lime pie. I love how tangy and sweet it is at the same time. Plus, it's so refreshing after a big, heavy meal. Okay, I think we've made all our decisions. Let's get our server's attention and place our order. I'm so excited for this meal. This diner is going to become one of our regular spots, I can already tell. Same here. I love finding hidden gems like this. Places that aren't fancy or trendy, but just serve really good, honest food in a comfortable setting. This is exactly what I needed tonight. Good food, good atmosphere, and good company. What more could you ask for?
All right, so we're really doing this. We're going to meal prep for the entire week. I've been saying we should do this for months, and we finally have a Sunday where we're both free and motivated. Do we have everything we need? The containers, the ingredients, the recipes? I want to make sure we're organized before we start.
Yes, I think we have everything. I went to the grocery store yesterday and bought all the ingredients on our list. We're making grilled chicken with brown rice and broccoli for lunch, and then for dinner we're doing turkey meatballs with whole wheat pasta and marinara. Both recipes are supposed to be pretty simple and healthy.
Perfect. That sounds good, and it covers our protein, carbs, and vegetables. How many meals are we making exactly? 5 lunches and 5 dinners? Because I'll need to eat out a couple days this week for work meetings, so maybe we should just do 4 of each to be safe.
4 of each sounds reasonable. So that's 4 lunch containers and 4 dinner containers. We bought these glass containers with divided sections so we can keep the different components separate. That way the food doesn't get soggy or mixed together. I hate when everything gets mushy.
Good thinking. Okay, so let's make a plan for how we're going to approach this. Should we cook everything at once, or should we do the lunches first and then move on to the dinners? I want to be efficient about this so we're not in the kitchen all day.
Let's multitask as much as possible. We can put the rice in the rice cooker right now because that takes a while and it basically cooks itself. While that's going, we can start grilling the chicken, and we can also get the water boiling for the pasta at the same time. If we do multiple things at once, we'll save a ton of time.
Smart. I like that strategy. Okay, I'll start the rice cooker. How much rice should we cook? We need enough for 4 servings, plus maybe a little extra in case we want seconds or something. Maybe 3 cups of uncooked rice?
Yeah, 3 cups should be perfect. That'll give us plenty. Now let me start seasoning the chicken. I'm going to use olive oil, garlic powder, paprika, salt, and pepper. Nothing too fancy, just basic flavors. And then I'll heat up the grill pan and start cooking these chicken breasts. And it'll probably take about 7 or 8 minutes on each side.
Sounds good. While you do that, I'll start preparing the broccoli. Should I steam it or roast it? Roasting might give it more flavor, but steaming is faster. What do you think? We're trying to be efficient here.
Let's roast it. It's worth the extra time because roasted broccoli tastes so much better than steamed. Just toss it with olive oil, salt, pepper, and maybe some lemon juice. Then spread it on a baking sheet and put it in the oven at 400 degrees for about 20 minutes. It'll come out crispy and delicious.
Okay, roasted broccoli it is. I'll get that started right now. And then we need to make the turkey meatballs for dinner, right? Do you want me to start on that while you're watching the chicken, or should we wait until the chicken is done?
You can start on the meatballs now. We're multitasking, remember? The recipe's on my phone. It's ground turkey, breadcrumbs, egg, Parmesan cheese, garlic, and Italian seasoning. Just mix everything together in a big bowl and then roll them into balls. Then we'll bake them in the oven.
Got it. This is actually kind of fun. I like cooking when we do it together like this. It doesn't feel like a chore. Okay, meatballs are shaped and ready to go in the oven. Everything is coming along nicely. I think in about an hour, we'll have all our meals for the week prepped and portioned out. Future us is going to be so grateful for this.
Absolutely. Imagine coming home from work and not having to think about what to make for dinner. Just heat up one of these containers and boom, you have a healthy homemade meal ready to go. We should definitely make this a regular Sunday thing. Meal prep Sundays.
Okay, I'm really nervous right now. Like, my hands are actually sweating. Is that weird? I haven't been on a first date in so long, I forgot how stressful this is. What if I say something stupid? What if there's an awkward silence and we just sit there staring at each other? I'm totally overthinking this, aren't I?
Yes, you're definitely overthinking it, but that's completely normal. I'm nervous too, to be honest. First dates are always a bit awkward at the beginning. But just remember, I already like you. We've been texting for weeks now, and we have great conversations. This is just the in-person version of what we've already been doing. You're going to be fine.
You're right. We do have good conversations over text. It's just different when you're face to face, you know? There's more pressure. I want to make a good impression. I want you to like the real me and not just the version of me that you see through messages. What if I'm different in person?
I'm sure you're not that different. People don't usually change completely between texting and real life. And honestly, I'm more interested in getting to know the real you anyway, the authentic version. So just be yourself. Don't try to act a certain way or say what you think I want to hear. That never works in the long run anyway.
Okay, I'll try. Just be myself. I can do that. So, should we order some drinks first? Maybe that'll help me relax a little bit? Not that I need alcohol to talk to you or anything. I just think it might take the edge off. What do you want to drink?
I'll just have a glass of white wine. Nothing too strong because I don't want to get tipsy on a first date. That would be embarrassing. And you should get whatever you want. Don't worry about me judging you. Although if you order something really weird like milk with dinner, I might have some questions. I'm kidding, mostly.
Milk with a dinner? Who does that? That's actually hilarious. Okay, I'll get a beer. A nice craft beer. That sounds good. And now I'm already feeling a bit more relaxed just talking to you. See? This isn't so bad. You were right. I was overthinking it. Let's just enjoy this evening and see where it goes.
Exactly. No pressure. We're just two people having dinner and getting to know each other better. If it goes well, great. If it doesn't, at least we tried. But I have a feeling it's going to go really well. I've been looking forward to this all week. You seem like a really interesting person, and I want to learn more about you.
I've been looking forward to this too. More than I probably should admit on a first date, but whatever. I'm being honest. That's what you said you wanted, right? Authenticity? So here it is. I'm excited to be here with you. I think you're smart and funny and beautiful. And now I'm rambling. This is what happens when I'm nervous.
You're cute when you ramble. It's endearing. And thank you for the compliments. You're pretty great yourself. Now, come on, let's look at the menu and decide what we're going to eat. I'm starving, and I heard the food here is amazing. What looks good to you?
Okay, we're almost at your parents' house, and I'm starting to panic a little bit. What if they don't like me? What if I say the wrong thing? What if your dad asks me about my job and thinks it's not impressive enough? I want them to approve of me because I know how important they are to you.
Stop worrying so much. They're going to love you. I've already told them so much about you, and they're excited to finally meet you in person. My mom keeps asking me when you're coming over, and my dad is pretty laid back. He's not going to grill you about your job or anything like that. Just be yourself, and everything will be fine.
But what should I talk about? Should I bring up certain topics or avoid certain topics? Like, is politics okay? Religion? I don't want to accidentally say something controversial and make things awkward. Maybe I should just smile and nod a lot and let you do most of the talking.
No, please don't just smile and nod. That would be weirder than anything you could possibly say. Just have normal conversations. Ask them questions about themselves. People love talking about themselves. Ask my dad about his garden. He's obsessed with his tomatoes. And ask my mom about her book club. She loves reading and discussing books. Those are safe, easy topics.
Okay, garden and book club. I can do that. And I brought flowers for your mom and a bottle of wine. That's appropriate, right? I Googled what to bring when meeting your girlfriend's parents for the first time, and the internet said flowers and wine are classic choices. I hope I got the right kind of wine. I don't know much about wine.
That's so thoughtful of you. Yes, flowers and wine are perfect. My mama loved the flowers. She always has fresh flowers in the house. And don't worry about the wine. It's the thought that counts. They're not wine snobs or anything. They'll appreciate the gesture. You're putting in so much effort, and that's what matters.
I just really want to make a good impression because this relationship is important to me. You're important to me, and your family is a big part of your life, so I want to fit in and be accepted. I want them to see why you chose to be with me.
They will see that. Trust me. They're going to see how kind and thoughtful you are. They're going to see how you make me happy. That's all they really care about, honestly. As long as you treat me well and make me smile, they're going to approve. Now, take a deep breath. We're pulling into the driveway. You've got this.
Okay, deep breath. I've got this. Let's do this. Oh God, your dad is already coming out to greet us. He looks friendly. That's good. Okay, smile, be charming. You can do this. Hi, it's so nice to finally meet you. Thank you so much for having me over. Our anniversary is in 2 weeks, and I want to do something really special this year. Last year, we just went out to dinner, which was nice, but I feel like we should do something more memorable this time. Do you have any ideas? Or have you already been planning something? Because if you have, I don't want to step on your plans.
I've been thinking about it, but I haven't made any concrete plans yet. I was actually hoping we could plan something together this year instead of surprising each other. That way we can both be involved and make sure it's something we'll both enjoy. What do you think? Would you be disappointed if there's no surprise?
Actually, planning it together sounds better. Surprises are nice, but sometimes they don't go as planned. Remember when I tried to surprise you with that cooking class for your birthday and it turned out you don't really like cooking in public? That was awkward. So yeah, let's plan this one together and make sure it's perfect.
Yes, that cooking class was a bit of a disaster, wasn't it? But I appreciated the thought. Okay, so what kind of anniversary celebration are we envisioning? Do we want to go somewhere, stay local, have a quiet night in, or do something adventurous? We need to narrow down the options first.
I think we should go somewhere, like a weekend getaway. We could drive to that beach town about 3 hours away, the one with the cute bed and breakfast we saw online a while ago. We could spend the weekend walking on the beach, eating at nice restaurants, just relaxing together, away from the stress of everyday life.
Oh, I love that idea. A beach weekend sounds perfect and romantic, and 2 weeks should be enough time to book a room at that bed and breakfast if they have availability. Let me check their website right now. Okay, yes, they have a room available. It's a little pricey, but it's our anniversary, so it's worth it. Should I book it?
Yes, definitely book it. We can split the cost. This is our gift to each other. And we should also plan some activities for while we're there. Maybe we could rent bikes and ride along the coast, or go kayaking if the weather is nice. I want to make the most of our time there.
Kayaking sounds fun. I've never done that before. And we should definitely plan at least one fancy dinner. Maybe that seafood restaurant right on the water. I've seen pictures and it looks beautiful, especially at sunset. We could make a reservation for Saturday night. Dress up nice, drink some wine, watch the sun go down.
That sounds incredibly romantic. I'm getting excited just thinking about it. And we should take lots of photos too. I want to remember this trip. Sometimes I feel like we don't document our life together enough. We're always so busy living in the moment that we forget to capture it. This time, let's make sure we take pictures.
Yes, good point. We'll take lots of pictures. Maybe we could even bring a nice camera instead of just using our phones. Make it a bit more special. Oh, this is going to be such a great anniversary. I can't wait. 2 weeks feels so far away now.
I don't understand why you're so upset about this. I already apologized. I said I was sorry for forgetting about our plans. It wasn't intentional. I just got caught up at work and lost track of time. Can't you just accept my apology and move on? Why do we have to keep talking about this?
Because this isn't just about you forgetting one time. This is part of a pattern. You've been canceling plans or showing up late more and more often lately, and every time I bring it up, you act like I'm being unreasonable for being upset. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I just want you to understand how this affects me. I feel like I'm not a priority in your life anymore.
That's not fair. You are a priority. You're one of the most important people in my life. But I also have other responsibilities. I have a demanding job, I have family obligations, I have friends. I can't be available every single moment. Sometimes things come up and plans have to change. I thought you understood that.
I do understand that. I'm not asking you to be available every single moment. I'm asking you to value my time and follow through on commitments when you make them. If you know you're going to be busy with work, then don't make plans with me in the first place. Or at least give me more notice when you need to cancel, so I'm not sitting around waiting for you.
You're right. I should have given you more notice. That was inconsiderate of me. I just didn't realize how late it had gotten until my coworker mentioned what time it was, and by then, it was too late to call you. I'm sorry. I really am. I don't want you to feel like you're not important to me, because you absolutely are.
I appreciate you saying that, and I'm not trying to make you feel guilty. I just need you to see things from my perspective sometimes. When you cancel on me last minute, it makes me feel like you don't value our time together, like everything else is more important than me, and that hurts.
I never meant to make you feel that way. That's the last thing I want. You're incredibly important to me, and I need to do a better job of showing you that. From now on, I'll be more mindful of the plans we make, and if something comes up and I need to cancel, I'll give you as much notice as possible. and I'll try not to let it happen as often. Is that okay?
Yes, that's all I'm asking for. I don't expect perfection. I know life happens and things come up. I just want to feel like I matter, like our relationship matters. And I want us to be able to communicate about these things without it turning into a huge fight every time. We need to be better at talking through issues calmly.
You're absolutely right. I tend to get defensive when you bring up problems, and that's not helpful. I should listen more and react less. We're a team, and we need to work together to solve problems instead of arguing about who's right and who's wrong. I love you, and I want this relationship to work. So let's keep communicating and trying to do better.
I love you too, and I want this to work too. We're going to be okay. Every couple has arguments and disagreements. What matters is how we handle them and whether we learn from them. I think we just learned something important about each other. Now come here and give me a hug. I'm tired of being upset.
Can I ask you something kind of serious? It's been on my mind lately, and I think we should talk about it. Where do you see this relationship going? Like, long term? Are we on the same page about what we want for the future? Because I'm starting to think about things like marriage and kids, and I want to know if that's something you want too.
Wow, okay, that is serious. But I'm glad you're bringing it up because these are important things to discuss. Honestly, yes, I do see a future with you. I can picture us getting married someday. I'm not saying it has to happen right now or even in the next year, but eventually, yes, that's the direction I see us heading. What about you? What are you thinking?
I'm thinking the same thing. I can see us getting married too. Maybe in the next couple of years. I don't want to rush into anything, but I also don't want to wait forever. I feel like when you know, you know. And I know I want to spend my life with you. Does that sound crazy? Is it too soon to be talking about this?
No, it's not too soon. We've been together for over a year and a half. It's completely reasonable to be having these conversations at this point. I think it's actually really healthy that we're discussing this stuff now instead of avoiding it and then finding out later that we want different things. That would be much worse. So let's keep talking. What about kids? Do you want kids?
I do want kids, yeah. Maybe 2 or 3. I've always imagined myself being a parent. I think it would be challenging, but also incredibly rewarding. What about you? Is that something you see in your future? And if so, when? Like, are we talking about having kids in our 30s or waiting until our 40s? I want to understand your timeline.
I definitely want kids too. I'm thinking probably in our early 30s would be ideal. That gives us time to be married for a few years first, just the two of us, and then we can start a family. I want to be financially stable before we have children. I want to make sure we can provide for them and give them a good life. Does that timeline work for you?
Yeah, that sounds perfect, actually. Early 30s gives us plenty of time to establish our careers and save money, and I like the idea of having some time as a married couple before kids come into the picture. I think that's important. So it sounds like we're aligned on the big stuff: marriage, kids, timeline. That's really comforting to know.
It is comforting, isn't it? I feel like a weight has been lifted. I've been wanting to have this conversation, but I was nervous about bringing it up. I didn't want to scare you off or make you feel pressured. But now that we've talked about it, I feel so much more confident about our relationship. We're building something real here.
We really are, and I'm so glad we had this talk. It makes me even more certain that you're the person I want to be with. I love you so much, and I'm excited for our future together, whatever it brings. Marriage, kids, growing old together, all of it. I'm in this for the long haul.
I'm in it for the long haul, too. I love you, and I can't wait to see what the future holds for us. We're going to have such a great life together. I just know it.
I still can't believe you're moving across the country for this job. I mean, I'm happy for you because it's an amazing opportunity, but I'm also devastated. How are we going to make this work? Long distance relationships are so hard. What if we grow apart? What if the distance is too much for us to handle?
I know. I'm scared, too. I don't want to lose you because of this, but we can make it work if we both commit to it. Lots of couples do long distance successfully. We'll have to be intentional about staying connected. Video calls, texting throughout the day, planning visits. It's not going to be easy, but I think we can do it. I believe in us.
I want to believe in us too, but I'm just being realistic. We won't be able to see each other as often. We won't be able to just spontaneously meet up for dinner or spend lazy Sundays together. Everything will have to be planned and scheduled. That's going to be a big adjustment. I'm used to seeing you almost every day.
I know, and I'm going to miss that too. I'm going to miss everything about being near you. But we have to remember why we're doing this. This job is going to set me up for a great career, and it's only temporary. 2 years, maybe 3 at most. Then I can transfer back or find a job here again. It's not forever. We just have to get through this rough patch.
2 or 3 years feels like forever, though. That's so long. But you're right, it's not actually forever. And I want you to take this job. I would never ask you to give up an opportunity like this for me. That wouldn't be fair. So we'll figure it out. We'll make the most of our visits and we'll communicate as much as possible in between. We'll create a schedule so we always have something to look forward to.
Yes, exactly. We should plan visits every 2 months or so. That way, we're never going more than 8 weeks without seeing each other in person. And with technology these days, we can stay connected so easily. We can watch movies together online, have virtual dinner dates, play online games together. There are so many ways to maintain intimacy, even from a distance.
I like those ideas. Virtual dates could actually be fun. We'll have to be creative about it. And I appreciate that you're already thinking about ways to make this work. It makes me feel like you're as committed to this relationship as I am. Because honestly, there's a part of me that's worried you're going to meet someone new in your new city and forget about me.
That's never going to happen. I'm not going to forget about you. You're the person I want to be with. Distance doesn't change that. Yes, I'll be in a new city and I'll meet new people, but none of them are going to compare to you. You're my person, and I need you to trust that. Can you trust me?
Yes, I trust you. I'm sorry for doubting. I'm just anxious about the whole situation. But you're right. We need to trust each other. That's the foundation of any relationship, especially a long-distance one. Okay, I'm feeling a bit better about this now. We're going to be okay. We'll make it work because we love each other and we're both willing to put in the effort.
That's the spirit. We're gonna be okay. And who knows, maybe the distance will actually make our relationship stronger. They say absence makes the heart grow fonder. We'll appreciate our time together even more when we do get to see each other. Every visit will feel special. It might not be the ideal situation, but we'll make the best of it.
We need to plan a proper date night, like a really special one. We've been so busy with work and life lately that I feel like we haven't had quality time together in weeks. We're always tired and just end up ordering takeout and watching TV. That's not enough. I want to romance you. I want to put effort into this.
I would love that. You're right, we've been in a bit of a rut lately. Everything has felt so routine and predictable. A special date night sounds perfect. What did you have in mind? Should we try that new Italian restaurant downtown, or maybe do something more adventurous, like rock climbing or an escape room?
Hmm, I was thinking something romantic rather than adventurous. Maybe we could start with a nice dinner at that Italian place you mentioned and then go for a walk by the river. There's supposed to be a full moon this weekend, and I think it would be really beautiful to walk along the water at night. Very romantic.
That sounds absolutely lovely. Dinner and a moonlit walk by the river. Very classic and romantic. I'm already excited. What should I wear? Should I dress up fancy or keep it casual? And what time should we make the reservation? I want to make sure we're not rushing through dinner. I want to take our time and really enjoy the evening.
Definitely dress up. Let's make it a proper occasion. Wear that dress you wore to your friend's wedding, the blue one. You looked stunning in that. And I'll wear a nice shirt and slacks. We'll look good together. As for timing, how about we make a reservation for 7? That gives us time to enjoy a leisurely dinner, and then we'll still have time for our walk afterwards.
7 sounds perfect, and I'll wear the blue dress. I'm glad you liked it. I wasn't sure if it was too much for a wedding, but you've given me confidence to wear it again. Okay, so dinner and a walk, but should we do something before dinner, like maybe start the date earlier with drinks somewhere, or would that be overkill?
Oh, starting with drinks could be nice, actually. We could meet at that wine bar near the restaurant around 6, have a glass of wine and some appetizers, just relax and talk and reconnect before dinner. Then we walk over to the restaurant for our 7 o'clock reservation. That way, we're extending the date and spending even more quality time together.
I love that plan. This is going to be such a wonderful date. I can already tell. You know what else we should do? We should put our phones away for the entire evening. No checking work emails, no scrolling through social media, no distractions. Just us, fully present with each other. What do you think?
Yes, absolutely. Phones off, or at least on silent in our pockets for emergencies only. I want to give you my full attention. I want to look into your eyes while we talk and hold your hand while we walk. I want to remember why I fell in love with you in the first place. This date is about us reconnecting and appreciating each other.
You're going to make me cry. That's so sweet. I love you so much, and I love that you're putting so much thought into this date. It means a lot to me. You're right, we need this. We need to remember what's important. And what's important is our relationship and the love we have for each other. Everything else is just noise.
Can we talk about something? I've been feeling a bit uncomfortable lately, and I need to be honest with you about it. I noticed you've been spending a lot of time with your coworker Alex, going to lunch together, texting after work, and I know I shouldn't feel this way, but I'm feeling a little jealous. I trust you completely, but I just wanted to talk about it.
Oh, I had no idea you were feeling that way. I'm really glad you brought it up instead of just sitting with those feelings. Alex is just a friend and coworker. There's nothing romantic going on at all. We work on a lot of projects together during the day, so we naturally spend time together. But if it's making you uncomfortable, I want to address that. Your feelings are valid.
Thank you for understanding. I know it's probably just insecurity on my part. Alex seems like a nice person, and I'm not trying to control who you're friends with. I just sometimes worry that maybe I'm not enough, or that you might develop feelings for someone else. I know that's irrational, but I can't help feeling that way sometimes.
Your feelings aren't irrational. Jealousy is a normal human emotion. But I want to assure you that you are absolutely enough, more than enough. I'm not interested in Alex or anyone else. You're the person I chose to be with, and that's not going to change. Is there something specific that triggered these feelings? Was it a particular conversation or interaction you witnessed?
Not really one specific thing. It's more of an accumulation. Like, you mentioned Alex in conversation a lot lately. And last week, when I suggested we have lunch together, you said you already had plans with Alex. It just felt like Alex was becoming a bigger part of your life, and maybe I was becoming a smaller part. Again, I know that's probably not true, but that's how it felt.
I can totally see how that would feel that way from your perspective. I've been talking about Alex a lot because we've been working on this huge project and it's been really stressful. But that doesn't mean you're becoming less important to me. You're still my number one priority. How about this? Let's make a conscious effort to have more one-on-one time together. More lunch dates, more evenings without work talk, just us.
That would be really nice. I think part of the problem is we've both been so busy with work that we haven't been connecting as much as we usually do. So when you're spending time with Alex, it feels like Alex is getting the attention that I'm not getting. But if we make more time for each other, I don't think I'll feel as jealous. Does that make sense?
That makes perfect sense, and you're absolutely right. We have been neglecting our relationship lately because of work. We need to be more intentional about carving out time for us. Work will always be there, but our relationship needs nurturing. How about we implement a weekly date night? No excuses, no cancellations, just a standing appointment that's sacred.
I love that idea. A weekly date night that we both commit to. That would definitely help. And I also want you to know that I'm going to work on my jealousy issues. It's not fair to you for me to feel insecure when you haven't done anything wrong. Maybe I need to build my self-confidence a bit. You're with me for a reason, right? I need to trust in that.
Yes, you absolutely need to trust in that. I'm with you because I love you and because you're an amazing person. There's no competition. You don't need to worry about losing me to someone else. But I'm glad we had this conversation. Communication is so important. If you ever feel this way again, please tell me right away. Don't let it build up. We can always talk things through.
This conversation has been a long time coming, and I think we both know it. Things haven't been right between us for a while now. We've been trying to make it work, but it feels like we're just going through the motions. I don't think we're happy anymore. I think maybe it's time to admit that this relationship isn't working.
I've been feeling the same way, but I've been too scared to say it out loud. I kept hoping things would get better on their own, but they haven't. We used to be so good together. We used to laugh all the time and enjoy each other's company. But lately, every conversation feels forced and every interaction feels uncomfortable. What happened to us?
I don't know exactly. I think we just grew apart. People change, and sometimes they change in different directions. That doesn't make either of us bad people. It just means we're not compatible anymore. We want different things now. We have different goals and different priorities. And that's okay. It's sad, but it's okay. We gave it our best shot.
You're right. We did give it our best shot. And I'll always appreciate the time we spent together. We had some really good times, some great memories. But I think continuing to stay together when we're not happy is just delaying the inevitable. We both deserve to be with people who make us feel excited and fulfilled. And we're not doing that for each other anymore.
Exactly. I still care about you a lot. I still want good things for you, but I don't think I'm in love with you anymore. And I don't think you're in love with me either. That spark is gone. The passion is gone. We're more like roommates than romantic partners at this point. That's not fair to either of us. We both deserve more than that.
I agree completely. So, I guess this is it then. We're breaking up. It feels so strange to say that out loud. After everything we've been through together, it's just over. How do we even do this? How do we transition from being a couple to being separate people again? There's so much logistical stuff to figure out.
We'll figure it out step by step. First, we need to separate our living situation since we've been living together. One of us should probably move out. I can start looking for a new apartment if you want to keep this place, or we could both move out and find new places, whatever makes the most sense. And then we'll divide up our stuff. The furniture, the shared belongings. We'll be mature about it.
Thank you for being so reasonable about this. A lot of breakups get messy and ugly, but I don't want that for us. I want us to handle this with grace and respect. We loved each other once, and that should mean something, even if the romantic relationship is over. I hope we can still be kind to each other during this process. Can we try to end things on good terms?
Yes, absolutely. I want that too. I don't want any drama or bitterness. We're both adults, and we can handle this maturely. We'll split things fairly, and we'll move on with our lives. And who knows, maybe someday down the line we can even be friends. Not right away, because that would be too hard, but eventually, maybe. For now, let's just focus on making this transition as smooth as possible.
Agreed. Clean break, no drama, mutual respect. I think that's the best way to do this. So when should we start the moving process? Should we give ourselves a deadline or just take it as it comes? I don't want to drag this out longer than necessary. The sooner we rip off the Band-Aid, the sooner we can both start healing and moving forward.
Let's say 1 month. That gives us time to find new living arrangements and pack up our things without feeling rushed. We can coexist here for 1 more month while we transition. After that, we go our separate ways. Does that work for you? And during this month, let's try to keep things as normal and peaceful as possible. No need to make things more difficult than they already are.
1 month sounds fair. And yes, let's keep things peaceful. This is hard enough without adding extra tension. Thank you for having this conversation with me. It's not easy to end a relationship, but I think we're doing it the right way. I wish you all the best. I really do. I hope you find happiness, even if it's not with me.
I know we said we needed space, and I've been trying to give you that, but it's been 3 months, and I can't stop thinking about you. I miss you. I miss us. I know we had our problems, and that's why we broke up, but I think we gave up too easily. I think we could make it work if we tried again. What do you think?
I've been thinking about you too, constantly. I've been wondering if breaking up was a mistake. I thought I would feel better after some time apart, but I don't. I just feel empty, like something important is missing from my life. And what's missing is you. But I'm scared. What if we get back together and the same problems come up again? What if we're just repeating the same cycle?
I understand that fear. I have the same worry. But I've been doing a lot of thinking and self reflection during our time apart. I've been trying to understand what went wrong and what I could have done differently. I think our main problem was communication. We didn't talk about issues when they came up. We let things build until they exploded. If we get back together, we need to promise to communicate better.
You're absolutely right. Communication was a huge problem for us. We both have a tendency to avoid confrontation, and that's not healthy. We need to be able to talk about difficult things without it turning into a fight. And we need to really listen to each other, not just wait for our turn to talk. Do you think we're capable of making that change, or are we just going to fall back into old patterns?
I think we're capable of change if we both commit to it. And I'm willing to commit. I'm willing to put in the work because I believe our relationship is worth fighting for. These past 3 months have made me realize how much you mean to me. I don't want to be with anyone else. I want to be with you, but only if you want that too. I need to know if you're willing to try again.
I do want to try again. I've dated a couple other people during our break, and none of them compared to you. You're the one I want to be with. But if we're going to do this, we need to do it right. Maybe we should even consider couples therapy or relationship counseling. Having a neutral third party help us navigate our communication issues might be really beneficial. Would you be open to that?
Yes, I'm totally open to therapy. That's actually a great idea. I've never done couples therapy before, but I've heard it can be really helpful. If that's what it takes to make our relationship healthy and strong, I'm all in. We can find a good therapist and start working through our issues together with professional guidance this time.
Okay, so we're really doing this. We're getting back together. This is exciting and terrifying at the same time, but I think it's the right decision. I think we're better together than apart. And now that we've had time to miss each other and reflect on what went wrong, we're in a better position to make it work this time.
I agree completely. This time is going to be different because we're going into it with our eyes open. We know our weaknesses now and we're prepared to work on them. We're not just diving back in blindly. We're being intentional and thoughtful about rebuilding our relationship. That has to count for something. I'm so happy right now. I've missed you so much.
I've missed you too so much. Come here. I need to hug you. I need to hold you and remember what it feels like to be close to you. God, I've missed this. I've missed us. Let's never break up again, okay? Let's figure out our problems together instead of running away from them. We're a team. We're stronger together.
I'm so nervous right now. My hands are literally shaking. Do you notice? I hope you don't notice. I've been planning this for months, and now that the moment is finally here, I'm terrified. What if I mess up the words? What if I drop the ring? What if you say no? Okay, that last one is probably not going to happen, but still, this is nerve-wracking.
Wait, what are you talking about? What moment? Why are you so nervous? Is everything okay? You're acting really strange, and you're making me nervous now, too. What's going on? Should I be worried about something? Talk to me. You're freaking me out a little bit.
No, don't be worried. Nothing's wrong. Everything is actually perfect. More than perfect. That's kind of what I wanted to talk to you about. We've been together for 3 years now, and they've been the best 3 years of my life. You've made me happier than I ever thought possible. You've challenged me to be a better person. You've supported me through difficult times. You're my best friend and my partner and the love of my life. And I can't imagine spending the rest of my life with anyone else.
Okay, this is sounding very serious and very sweet. Are you... Wait, are you about to do what I think you're about to do? Oh my God, is this happening right now? I can't believe this is happening. My heart is racing. I think I might actually pass out. Am I dreaming? Someone pinch me. This doesn't feel real.
It's real. This is very real. And yes, this is exactly what you think it is. I wanted to do this here, at this restaurant, because this is where we had our first date. Remember? We sat at that table over there by the window. You ordered the salmon, and I got the steak. We talked for 3 hours, and I knew that night that you were someone special. I knew you were going to change my life. And you have. You've changed everything. So now I want to make it official. I want to spend forever with you.
I remember that night so clearly. I was so nervous and excited. I wore my favorite dress, and I changed my outfit like 5 times before settling on that one. And you were so charming and funny. I laughed so much that night. I went home that night and called my best friend and told her I had just met the person I was going to marry. And here we are. This is actually happening. I can't believe it.
Well, believe it, because I'm about to do the thing. Okay, here goes. I'm getting down on one knee now. Don't laugh at me if I look ridiculous. This is a big moment. Okay, deep breath. Here we go. Will you marry me? Will you spend the rest of your life with me? Will you let me love you and cherish you and be your partner through everything life throws at us? Say yes. Please say yes. I need you to say yes because I can't imagine my life without you in it.
Yes, of course, yes. 1,000 times yes. I love you so much. I can't believe you did this. I mean, I was hoping you would someday, but I didn't know when. And now it's happening, and I'm so happy I could cry. Actually, I am crying. Look at me, I'm a mess. But I'm a happy mess, the happiest I've ever been. Put the ring on my finger. I want to see it. I want to make this official. We're engaged. Oh my God, we're getting married.
We're getting married. I can't stop smiling. Look at this ring. Do you like it? I spent so long picking it out. I wanted it to be perfect for you. I worked with the jeweler to design something unique that matched your style. I really hope you love it because if you don't, we can totally exchange it for something else. I won't be offended. I just want you to be happy.
Are you kidding? It's absolutely perfect. It's exactly what I would have chosen for myself. You know me so well. Everything about this is perfect. The location, the timing, the ring, the words you said. You did such an amazing job. I'm going to remember this moment for the rest of my life. Thank you for loving me and for asking me to be your wife. I'm the luckiest person in the world.
No, I'm the lucky one. And now we get to start planning our wedding and our future together. We get to build a life together as husband and wife. We get to grow old together and make a million more memories. This is just the beginning of our forever. I love you so much. Now, let's celebrate. I already ordered champagne. I told the waiter to bring it out after you said yes. I was confident, but not that confident. I'm so glad you said yes.
Of course I said yes. There was never any doubt. You're my person. You're my forever. Now let's drink that champagne and celebrate the fact that we're engaged. I can't wait to call everyone and tell them the news. But first, let me just sit here and stare at my ring for a few minutes. It's so beautiful. I'm engaged. I'm actually engaged. Best day of my life.
I think we've been to every furniture store in the city at this point. My feet are killing me, and I still haven't found a couch that I like. Why is finding the perfect couch so difficult? You'd think with all the options out there, something would speak to me. But everything is either too expensive, too ugly, or too uncomfortable. I'm starting to lose hope here.
I know what you mean. We've been shopping for 3 weekends in a row now. But we can't just settle for something we don't love. We're going to be sitting on this couch every single day for years. It needs to be perfect. Comfortable, stylish, the right size for our living room, and within our budget. Those are our criteria, and we need to stick to them.
You're right, we shouldn't settle. But I'm getting tired of looking, and every time I think I found something good, you point out a flaw that I didn't notice. Like that gray sectional at the last store. I thought it was nice, but you said it was too modern for our style. Now I'm second-guessing my own taste. Maybe I don't even know what I like anymore.
I'm sorry if I've been too critical. I'm not trying to shoot down all your ideas. I just want to make sure we're making the right choice. That gray sectional was nice, but it didn't really fit with the rest of our furniture. We have a lot of warm, traditional pieces, and that couch was very sleek and contemporary. It would have looked out of place. But if you really loved it, we could have made it work.
No, you were right about it not fitting our style. I see that now. I think I'm just getting desperate at this point. I want to find something so badly that I'm willing to compromise on things that matter. But you're keeping us on track, so thank you for that. Let's try one more store today, and if we don't find anything, we'll take a break and come back to it next weekend with fresh eyes.
That sounds like a good plan. And actually, I've been reading reviews online, and there's this one store across town that's supposed to have really high quality furniture at reasonable prices. A lot of people say they found their perfect couch there. Should we drive over and check it out? I know it's a bit far, but it might be worth it if they have better options than what we've been seeing.
Across town? How far are we talking? Because I'm pretty exhausted already. But if you really think this place might have what we're looking for, I'm willing to make the drive. Just promise me that if we don't find anything there, we're going home and ordering pizza. I need food and rest. I can't shop anymore after this.
Deal. If we don't find anything at this store, we go home and order pizza. And I'll even let you pick the toppings. Now, come on, let's get in the car. I have a good feeling about this place. I think this is where we're going to find our perfect couch. And then we can finally stop talking about furniture and move on with our lives.
I really hope you're right, because if I have to look at one more couch, I might lose my mind. Okay, let's go. Final store. This is it. We're finding a couch today. I'm manifesting it. Universe, please send us the perfect couch. Are you manifesting too? We need all the positive energy we can get right now.
Yes, I'm manifesting. Perfect couch, come to us. We are ready for you. See, we're on the same wavelength now. This is going to work out. Now let's get in the car before I change my mind about driving across town. And put on some good music. We need something upbeat to keep our energy up for this final shopping adventure.
Why is there water all over the bathroom floor? Did you leave the sink running or something? Oh my God, it's everywhere. It's soaking into the hallway carpet now. What happened? This is a disaster. We need to do something right now before the whole apartment floods. Quick, grab some towels.
I didn't leave anything running. I don't know where this water's coming from. Is it coming from under the sink? Let me check. Oh no. Oh no. I think a pipe burst or something. There's water spraying out from under there. I can't even see where exactly it's coming from. Everything is just wet and chaotic under there. We need to turn off the water main. Where's the water main?
I have no idea where the water main is. Isn't it usually in the basement or something? But we live in an apartment building. Do we even have access to the water main? Maybe it's in the utility closet? Or should we call the landlord? Actually, we should definitely call the landlord right now. This is an emergency. They need to send someone here immediately to fix this.
Yes, call the landlord. I'll try to stop the water temporarily. Maybe if I wrap this pipe with duct tape? Do we have duct tape? Never mind, that's probably not going to work. There's just too much water. It's spraying everywhere. I'm getting completely soaked. This is insane. How did this even happen? We didn't do anything unusual. Pipes just don't burst randomly, do they?
I'm calling the landlord now. It's ringing. Come on, pick up, pick up, pick up. Oh, great. It's going to voicemail. Hi, this is an emergency. A pipe burst in our bathroom and there's water everywhere. We need someone here immediately to fix this. Please call me back as soon as you get this. Okay, message left. Now what do we do? Just wait? We can't just stand here watching our apartment flood.
Let me try the building super. He lives on the first floor. Maybe he can come up and help us, or at least tell us where the water shutoff valve is. I'm calling him now. Hello? Yes, hi. This is apartment 3B. We have a major plumbing emergency. A pipe burst and water is flooding our bathroom. Can you come up right away? Oh, thank God. Yes, we'll meet you at the door. He's coming up now. He's bringing tools.
Okay, good. At least someone is coming to help. In the meantime, let's try to minimize the damage. I'll start soaking up towels with towels. Can you move our stuff away from the water? Like, grab anything important from the bathroom cabinets before it gets ruined. Medicine, toiletries, whatever you can save. And we should probably move the bathroom rug, too, although it's probably already ruined at this point.
On it. I'm grabbing everything I can. Oh no, the water is reaching our bedroom now. It's spreading so fast. We need to put towels along the doorway to create a barrier, like a little dam. Maybe that'll slow it down. This is such a nightmare. We just cleaned this apartment yesterday. And now look at it. It's destroyed. How long does it take to fix a burst pipe anyway?
I have no idea, but I hope it's quick. And I hope the landlord doesn't try to blame this on us somehow. We didn't do anything wrong. This is clearly a building maintenance issue, old pipes or something. We should take pictures for documentation, just in case we need to prove that this wasn't our fault. Get your phone and start taking photos of everything: the water, the damage, the pipe, everything.
Good thinking. I'm taking pictures now. Oh, I hear knocking. That must be the super. Finally! Let him in quick. We need professional help here. This is way beyond what we can handle on our own. I've never felt more grateful to have a building super in my entire life. Please let him be able to fix this quickly. I can't deal with this much longer.
All right, we've been talking about doing a deep clean of this place for months. Today is the day. No more excuses. We're going to tackle every room, every closet, every cabinet. We're going to declutter, organize, scrub, and make this place sparkle. I even made a checklist so we don't forget anything. Are you ready for this? Because it's going to be a long day.
I'm as ready as I'll ever be. I can't believe we're actually doing this. Usually when we say we're going to deep clean, we end up just doing the bare minimum and calling it a day. But you seem really serious this time. You made a checklist and everything. Okay, show me this list. What's on it? And please tell me we're taking breaks. I don't want to work nonstop for 8 hours straight.
Of course we're taking breaks. I'm not a monster. We'll work for an hour, then take a 15-minute break. That's the plan. Now, here's the list. We're starting with the kitchen because that's the most disgusting room in the house. We need to clean out the fridge, scrub the oven, organize the pantry, wipe down all the cabinets, and mop the floor. Then we move on to the bathrooms, which also desperately need attention.
The kitchen makes sense as a starting point. I'll be honest, I'm kind of scared to clean out the fridge. I know there are things in there that have been sitting for way too long. I saw a container of leftovers from like 3 weeks ago. It's probably growing some interesting science experiments at this point. Maybe we should just throw away anything that looks even remotely suspicious. Better safe than sorry, right?
Oh, definitely throw away anything questionable. When in doubt, throw it out. That's my motto for today. We're being ruthless with clutter and old food. If we haven't used it or eaten it in the past month, it's gone. We need to make space and start fresh. So let's put on some music, get our cleaning supplies ready, and dive in. And maybe we should open some windows. It's going to get smelly when we start sorting through the fridge.
Good call on the windows. Fresh air is definitely needed. I'll open them now. And I'll pick the music. We need something upbeat and energetic to keep us motivated. Maybe some 80s pop? That always gets me in a good mood. Okay, music is on, windows are open, I have my rubber gloves, let's do this. Where do we start in the kitchen? Should I tackle the fridge while you work on the oven?
Yes, let's divide and conquer. You take the fridge, I'll take the oven. And let's set a timer for 1 hour so we know when to take our first break. I really want to stay on schedule today. Oh, and we should probably order some food for later because I doubt we're going to want to cook after cleaning all day. Maybe we can order Thai food as a reward for all our hard work. Something to look forward to?
Thai food sounds perfect. That'll be our motivation. Finish cleaning, earn Thai food. I can work with that. Okay, I'm opening the fridge now. Wish me luck. Oh wow, this is worse than I thought. There's something green and fuzzy in the back. I don't even know what it used to be. Just throwing that straight in the trash. Not even going to investigate. Some mysteries are better left unsolved.
Smart choice. Don't investigate the fuzzy things. Just get rid of them. I'm starting on the oven now, and wow, I forgot how dirty this thing gets. There's baked-on grease everywhere. This is going to take some serious elbow grease. Maybe I should let the oven cleaner sit for a while before scrubbing. This is going to be tough, but we're committed now. No turning back. Spring cleaning mode activated.
We've got this. By the end of today, this place is going to look amazing. And more importantly, we'll feel so accomplished. There's something really satisfying about a clean, organized home. It's like you can breathe easier or something. Okay, I've removed everything from the fridge. Now I need to wipe down all the shelves and drawers. Hand me that spray bottle and some paper towels. Let's make this fridge shine.
I'm so excited to decorate for the holidays this year. I went out and bought so many new decorations. We're going to make this place look absolutely magical. I got a wreath for the door, lights for the windows, candles for the mantle, and this beautiful centerpiece for the dining table. Oh, and I found the cutest little village set with tiny houses and snow. It's going to look amazing on the bookcase.
Wow, you really went all out. That's a lot of decorations. Are we putting all of this up? Because I love the holidays as much as the next person, but I don't want our place to look like a Christmas store exploded in here. Can we maybe be a little selective about what we put up? Focus on the best pieces and save the rest for next year or something?
I guess I see your point. We don't have a huge apartment, and it could start to feel cluttered if we put everything up. Okay, compromise. We put up the wreath, the window lights, the mantle candles, and the dining table centerpiece. Those are the main focal points anyway. But I'm also putting up the little village because I love it and it doesn't take up much space. The rest we can save for next year. Does that work?
Yes, that works. Thank you for being willing to compromise. I know you're excited about decorating, and I don't want to rain on your parade. I just want our place to still feel like our place, not like a holiday department store. So let's start putting up what we agreed on. Where should we start? The wreath on the front door?
Yes, let's start with the wreath. That's the easiest one. And then we can work our way inside. You know what? Now that we're actually doing this, I'm even more excited. I love this time of year. Everything feels so cozy and festive, and our place is going to look beautiful. Even with these select decorations, it's going to have that holiday spirit. Thank you for helping me with this.
Of course, I'm happy to help. And you're right, even with a smaller selection of decorations, it's going to look great. Sometimes less is more. Now, hand me that wreath and let's get started. Do we need a hammer and nail for this, or does it have one of those over-the-door hooks? I hope it's a hook because I don't want to put holes in our door. The landlord probably wouldn't appreciate that.
It has a hook. No holes necessary. See, I thought about that. I'm being responsible with my decorating choices. Okay, let me hang this up. How does it look? Is it straight? It feels a little crooked to me. Can you stand back and tell me if it needs to be adjusted? I want it to be perfect. First impressions matter, and this is the first thing people see when they come to our door.
It looks good. Maybe move it slightly to the left, just a tiny bit. There, perfect. It's straight now and it looks really nice. Very welcoming. Okay, what's next on the list? The window lights? Let's do those while we still have daylight. I want to make sure they're positioned well before it gets dark outside. Then we can see how they look when they're lit up tonight. This is actually kind of fun. I'm getting into the holiday spirit now.
Warm, maternal, patient, smiles during stories, slow, comfortable pace, kind older sister vibe. Matt. Friendly, casual, gentle humor, uses thinking sounds, chuckles softly, slow pace, patient friend over coffee. Sound like discovering ideas together in real time, not reading script. Okay, don't panic. We'll figure this out. We have a week to prepare. First, let's think about sleeping arrangements. We could get an air mattress for them, a nice, high-quality one that's actually comfortable. We can set it up in the living room and give them some privacy with a room divider or curtain. It's not perfect, but it's better than the couch. What do you think?
An air mattress could work. My parents are pretty easygoing, so they probably won't complain. But we also need to make sure the apartment is spotless before they arrive. My mom is very observant, and she will notice every little thing that's dirty or out of place. We need to deep clean everything. And we should stock up on groceries because they'll expect us to cook for them or at least have food available.
You're right about the cleaning. We should probably dedicate this weekend to making the apartment guest-ready. And we definitely need to go grocery shopping. What kind of food do your parents like? Should we plan out meals for the 3 days they're here, like breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Or are we eating out for some meals? We need a food plan so we're not scrambling every day.
Let's plan to cook breakfast at home each morning. My parents love a good breakfast, and it's cheaper than going out. Then for lunches and dinners, we can mix it up. Some meals at home, some meals at restaurants. That way we're not cooking constantly, but we're also not spending a fortune eating out. Does that sound reasonable? And we should probably also stock up on snacks and drinks. My dad likes his coffee, and my mom loves tea.
That sounds like a good plan. I'll make a shopping list. Coffee, tea, breakfast food, snacks. Got it. What about activities? Have you thought about what we're going to do with your parents for 3 days? We should have ideas so we're not just sitting around the apartment staring at each other. Maybe we could take them to that museum they've been wanting to see, or go for a walk in the park.
The museum's a great idea. My mom loves art, so she would really enjoy that. And the park is good for my dad because he likes being outdoors. We could also take them to that nice restaurant downtown one night, the one with the great views. They'd like that. It'll be fine. We just need to be organized and prepared. Oh, God, I just realized we also need to clear out some closet space for their clothes. Where are we going to put their suitcases?
We can put their suitcases in our bedroom, and we can move some of our clothes temporarily to make room in the main closet for their things. It's only 3 days. We can make it work. Listen, I know you're stressed, but your parents are going to be happy just spending time with us. They're not expecting perfection. They just want to see their kid and spend quality time together. So let's not overthink this. We'll clean, we'll shop, we'll prepare the air mattress, and everything will be fine.
You're right. I'm overthinking. My parents are pretty low maintenance, and they'll just be happy to see us. I'm just nervous because I want them to be comfortable and have a good time, but we'll make it work. Okay, let's make a to-do list. Cleaning, grocery shopping, setting up the air mattress, clearing closet space. What else? Should we get fresh flowers for the apartment? My mom loves fresh flowers. That would be a nice touch.
Fresh flowers would be perfect. Your mom will love that. See, you're already thinking of thoughtful details. This is going to be a great visit. Your parents are going to have a wonderful time. Now let's start tackling this to-do list. We have a week and we are going to use it wisely. By the time they arrive, this place will be spotless and guest ready. We've got this.
Are you hearing this? It's 1 in the morning, and the neighbors upstairs are having another party. The music is so loud I can feel the bass vibrating through the ceiling. How are we supposed to sleep with this noise? This is the 3rd time this month. I'm so tired of this. We need to do something. Should we go up there and ask them to keep it down?
I'm hearing it. It's incredibly loud and inconsiderate. But I don't think we should go up there in the middle of their party. Who knows how drunk they are, how they'll react? What if they get aggressive? I think we should call the building manager instead. That's what they're there for. They can handle noise complaints professionally. Let me find the emergency number. I know I have it somewhere.
You're probably right. Going up there ourselves could make things worse. But will the building manager even answer at this hour? It's so late. And even if they do answer, how long will it take them to respond? We could be lying here awake for hours. Maybe we should just put in earplugs and try to sleep. Although I'm not sure even earplugs would block out this noise. It's ridiculously loud.
I found the number. I'm calling now. Let's see if anyone picks up. Oh, someone answered. Hi, yes, I'm calling from apartment 4C. The tenants in 5C are having an extremely loud party, and it's past 1 a.m. The noise is making it impossible for us to sleep. Can someone come and address this? Okay, thank you. They said they're sending someone over within 30 minutes, so hopefully this will be resolved soon.
30 minutes? That's not that bad, I guess. But what if the building manager comes and they turn the music down, but then as soon as the manager leaves, they turn it back up again? That's happened before. We need a more permanent solution to this problem. Maybe we should have a calm conversation with them tomorrow when everyone's sober. Try to establish some ground rules about noise levels and appropriate party times.
That's a mature approach. Having a respectful conversation could actually help. Maybe they don't realize how much the noise travels between floors. Some people just aren't aware of how their actions affect others. If we explain the situation calmly and reasonably, they might be more considerate going forward. But if they continue to be disruptive after we've talked to them, then we escalate to filing an official complaint with the landlord.
Exactly. We have rights as tenants. And honestly, there are noise ordinances for a reason. After a certain hour, people need to be respectful of their neighbors. If they want to party loudly, they should rent a venue or go to a bar. An apartment building is not the place for that. Oh, I think I hear the music getting quieter. The building manager must have gotten there. Finally. Maybe now we can get some sleep.
Oh, thank God. Yes, it's definitely quieter now. Not completely silent, but at least it's at a reasonable volume. I can probably sleep through this level of noise. Okay, let's try to get some rest. And tomorrow we'll have that conversation with the neighbors. Set some boundaries. Hopefully they'll be understanding and this won't be an issue anymore. I really don't want to deal with this every weekend. I need my sleep. I'm not a college kid anymore.
Same here. I need my 8 hours. Okay, good night. Let's hope the rest of the night is peaceful. And let's hope tomorrow's conversation goes well. I'll try to be diplomatic and friendly, but firm. We deserve to sleep in peace in our own home. That's not too much to ask. Now let's actually get some sleep before the sun comes up.
I've been thinking a lot about renovating the kitchen. I know it's a big project and it's going to be expensive, but I really think it's worth it. The cabinets are old and falling apart, the countertops are stained, and the appliances are from like the 1990s. We could make this space so much more functional and beautiful. What do you think? Are you on board with this idea, or do you think I'm crazy?
I don't think you're crazy. The kitchen definitely needs work. I've been thinking the same thing, actually. But you're right that it's going to be expensive. Do we have the budget for this? How much are we talking? And how long would the renovation take? Because we'd be without a functional kitchen for a while, and I don't know how I feel about that. Where would we cook? Where would we eat? These are practical considerations we need to think about.
I got a few quotes from contractors, and it's looking like anywhere from $15,000 to $25,000, depending on what materials we choose and how extensive the renovation is. I know that's a lot of money, but we've been saving up, and we could afford it if we're smart about our choices. And as for the timeline, most contractors said it would take about 6 weeks from start to finish. 6 weeks of no kitchen. We'd have to set up a temporary cooking area in another room or eat out a lot.
6 weeks is a long time, but I guess it's doable if we plan ahead. We could set up a microwave, hot plate, and mini fridge in the dining room, make a temporary kitchenette situation. It won't be ideal, but it's only for 6 weeks. And if the end result is a beautiful, functional kitchen that we love, it's worth the temporary inconvenience. So I'm on board. Let's do it. But we need to be very careful about choosing the right contractor and materials.
Absolutely. We need to do our research and make smart decisions. I've been looking at kitchen designs online and I have some ideas. I'm thinking white cabinets with brass hardware, marble countertops, and modern stainless steel appliances. Classic, but with a modern touch. What do you think? And we should probably upgrade the lighting too. Better overhead lights and maybe some under cabinet lighting. That would make the space feel bigger and brighter.
That sounds beautiful. I love the white cabinet idea. It'll make the room feel more open and clean. And marble countertops are gorgeous, though we need to make sure we get ones that are sealed properly because marble can stain. As for appliances, let's make sure we get energy-efficient ones. It's better for the environment, and it'll save us money on utility bills in the long run. And yes, to better lighting. The current lighting in the kitchen is terrible. It's always so dark in there.
Great. So we're aligned on the vision. Now we need to pick a contractor. I have 3 companies coming to give us more detailed quotes next week. We'll meet with each one, ask questions, check their references, and then make a decision. This is exciting, but also nerve-wracking. Renovations can go wrong in so many ways. Horror stories of contractors who disappear or do shoddy work. We need to be really careful about who we hire.
We'll do our due diligence. We'll check online reviews, ask for references, look at examples of their previous work. We'll make sure we're hiring someone reputable and experienced, and we'll get everything in writing. The contract needs to be very detailed about timeline, costs, materials, and what exactly is included. No surprises. We're going into this with our eyes wide open. It's going to be stressful, but the end result will be worth it.
I'm trying to focus on that end result. Imagine cooking in our beautiful new kitchen, having friends over and not being embarrassed about the state of our appliances. It's going to be amazing. And it'll add value to our home too. If we ever decide to sell, a renovated kitchen is a huge selling point. So it's an investment, really. We're investing in our home and our quality of life. Okay, I'm feeling good about this decision. Let's make it happen.
Let's do it. New kitchen, here we come. I'm excited now. This is going to be a big project, but we'll get through it together. And in 6 weeks, we'll have the kitchen of our dreams. That's the goal. Now let's start making lists of everything we need to do. We have contractors to interview, materials to choose, a budget to finalize. We've got a lot of work ahead of us, but it's good work, productive work. I'm ready for this challenge.
The yard is looking really rough. The grass is way too long, there are weeds everywhere, and those bushes need to be trimmed badly. They're starting to block the windows. We really need to spend a day doing yard work. I know it's not the most fun way to spend a Saturday, but it has to be done. The neighbors are probably judging us for how messy our yard looks. We're letting down the whole street.
You're right. The yard is a disaster. I've been avoiding dealing with it because yard work is exhausting and I never know where to start. But we can't put it off anymore. Let's make a plan. You mow the lawn and I'll tackle the weeds, and then we can work together on trimming the bushes. We should probably also rake up all those dead leaves while we're at it. Might as well do everything in one day and get it over with.
That sounds like a solid plan. Division of labor. I'll get the lawnmower out of the garage. Do we have gas for it? I can't remember the last time we used it. Oh God, I hope it still works. That would be just our luck. Finally decide to do yard work and the lawnmower's broken. Let me go check. Be right back. In the meantime, you could gather all the gardening tools we'll need. Gloves, the weed puller thing, the hedge trimmers. Did we lend them to someone or did we never actually own them? Maybe we need to buy a pair. Or we could borrow from the neighbors. Actually, let's just buy our own. We'll need them again in the future anyway.
Good news, the lawnmower works. It started right up. I'm actually surprised. Okay, so we need to buy hedge trimmers. Do you want to run to the hardware store real quick, or should we just do what we can today without them? We could trim the bushes by hand with regular scissors. It would take longer, but it's doable. Or we save the bush trimming for next weekend after we've bought the proper tools. Your call.
Let's just do what we can today. I don't want to lose momentum by going to the store. We'll trim the bushes by hand if we have to, or we'll just leave them for next weekend. Today, we focus on the lawn and the weeds. Those are the pressing issues. The bushes can wait a little longer. They're overgrown, but they're not critical. Okay, let's get started. The sooner we begin, the sooner we'll be finished. And maybe we can reward ourselves with ice cream when we're done.
Ice cream sounds like the perfect reward. That'll be our motivation. Get through the yard work, earn ice cream. I can work with that. All right, I'm starting on the lawn now. This is going to take a while because the grass is really long. I might have to go over some areas twice. You get started on those weeds, and let's put on some music or a podcast or something. That'll make the time go faster. Yard work is more bearable when you have something to listen to.
Good idea. I'll set up my portable speaker. What do you want to listen to? Music or a podcast?
I'm in the mood for music, actually. Something upbeat to keep our energy up. I'll put on that playlist we made last summer, the one with all the good songs. Okay, music is on. I have my gloves. I have my weed puller. I'm ready to do this. Let's make this yard look respectable again. Our neighbors will be so proud.
Let's hope so. Or at least they'll stop judging us. Okay, here I go with this lawn. It's basically a jungle at this point, but we're doing this. We're adulting. We're taking care of our property. Look at us being responsible homeowners, or renters, whatever. We're being responsible, and that's what matters. Now, let's get to work before I change my mind and decide to spend the day on the couch instead.
No backing out now. We're committed. Let's do this. And hey, at least we'll get a good workout. Yard work is basically exercise. We're improving our home while burning calories. That's efficient. Okay, enough talking. Time for action. See you in a few hours when we're sweaty and tired, but satisfied with our accomplished yard. And then ice cream. Don't forget about the ice cream reward. That's the light at the end of this tunnel.
I've been thinking about this for a long time, and I think we're ready. I think we should adopt a pet. Specifically, I think we should adopt a dog. I know it's a big responsibility and a big commitment, but I really think we can handle it. We both work from home most days. We have a yard. We're financially stable. We're in a good position to give a dog a loving home. What do you think? Are you open to this idea?
A dog? That's a huge decision. I mean, I love dogs. Dogs are great.
But you're right that it's a major responsibility. It's not just about feeding them and taking them for walks. It's vet bills, training, dealing with behavioral issues, making arrangements when we travel. It's a lot. And it's a commitment for the next 10 to 15 years, potentially. Are you sure you're ready for that? Are we ready for that as a couple?
I've thought about all of that. I know it's not easy, and I know it's a long-term commitment, but I think the benefits outweigh the challenges. Having a dog would bring so much joy and companionship to our lives, and it would be good for us. We'd be more active because we'd have to walk the dog every day. We'd have more structure and routine, and emotionally, I think it would be really fulfilling to care for an animal and give them a good life, especially if we rescue a dog from a shelter. We'd be saving a life.
When you put it that way, it does sound really meaningful. And I do love the idea of rescuing a shelter dog. There's so many dogs out there who need homes. Okay, I'm warming up to this idea, but we need to be smart about it. We can't just go to a shelter and pick the cutest dog. We need to think about what kind of dog would fit our lifestyle, size, energy level, temperament. We need a dog that matches what we can provide. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. We need to be strategic and thoughtful about this. I've actually been doing some research on different breeds and their characteristics. Based on our lifestyle, I think a medium-sized dog with moderate energy would be ideal. Something that needs daily walks but isn't going to require hours of intense exercise. Maybe something like a beagle or a corgi or a mixed breed with similar traits. What do you think about that? Any breeds you particularly like or dislike?
I'm not super picky about breeds. I think mixed breeds are great, actually. They tend to be healthier because of genetic diversity. And I agree with your assessment about size and energy level. Medium size with moderate energy sounds perfect. We don't want a tiny dog that's too fragile, but we also don't want a huge dog that we can't control. And we don't want a hyper dog that needs constant stimulation. Moderate is the key word here. So when do we start looking? Should we visit some shelters this weekend?
Yes, let's start visiting shelters this weekend, but we're just looking initially. We're not committing to anything on the first visit. We want to meet different dogs, see what's available, talk to the shelter staff about what they'd recommend for us. And we should probably make a list of questions to ask, like what's the dog's history, any behavioral issues, health concerns. We need to gather information before making a decision. This is too important to rush.
Agreed, no rushing. We'll take our time and find the right fit. And we should also talk about logistics before we bring a dog home, like where will the dog sleep? Are we crate training? What about food and supplies? We'll need a lot of stuff. Leash, collar, bowls, toys, bed, food. And we should probably dog-proof the house, too. Make sure there's nothing dangerous the dog could get into. This is going to require a lot of preparation.
All good points. We'll make a comprehensive list of everything we need to do and buy, and we'll set up the house properly before we bring a dog home. We're going to do this right. We're going to be responsible pet owners. I'm getting excited about this. I can already imagine coming home to a wagging tail and a happy dog. It's going to change our lives in the best way. Are you excited too? Please tell me you're excited.
I am excited, nervous, but excited. This is going to be a big adventure, a big responsibility. But I think we're ready for it, and I think we're going to be great dog parents. Now, let's start making those lists and planning our shelter visits. We have a lot to do. But in a few weeks or months, we could have a new furry family member. That's amazing. I can't believe we're actually doing this.
Did you hear about the break-in that happened 2 streets over? Someone's house was robbed in the middle of the day. They stole electronics, jewelry, all sorts of stuff. I'm feeling really uneasy about our home security now. We don't have an alarm system or security cameras or anything. What if we're next? We need to do something to protect our house and our belongings. This is making me paranoid.
I heard about that too. It's really unsettling. Our neighborhood has always felt so safe, but I guess nowhere is completely safe. You're right that we should improve our security, but let's not panic. Let's think rationally about what measures would actually be effective. An alarm system is probably a good investment, and maybe some exterior cameras. Those can be deterrents. Burglars are less likely to target a house that has visible security measures.
Yes, visible deterrents are important. Even just having signs that say this property is protected by a security system can help, even if we don't actually have one yet. But we should get a real system. I've been looking online and there are a lot of options. Some are professionally installed and monitored, others are DIY systems that you can set up yourself. The professional ones are more expensive, but probably more reliable. What's our budget for this?
I think we should allocate maybe $2,000 to $3,000 for security upgrades. That would cover a decent alarm system and a few cameras. It's not cheap, but it's worth it for peace of mind. We can't put a price on feeling safe in our own home. And our insurance might even give us a discount if we have a security system. That could offset some of the cost over time. Let me check with our insurance company about that.
That's a good idea about the insurance discount. Every little bit helps. And while we're upgrading security, we should also think about basic safety measures. Like, do we lock all our doors and windows every night? Do we have good quality locks? Are there any easy entry points that a burglar could exploit? Maybe we should do a security assessment of our property, walk around and identify vulnerabilities. Then we can address them one by one.
That's smart. A security assessment sounds like a good first step. Let's do that together this weekend. Check all the doors and windows, look at the locks, see if there are any dark areas around the house that could hide someone. And we should probably get some motion sensor lights for the exterior. Those are pretty cheap and easy to install, and they're effective. Anytime someone approaches the house at night, the lights turn on. That alone could scare off potential intruders.
Motion sensor lights are a great idea. Let's add those to the list. And what about inside the house? Should we get a safe for our valuables? If someone does break in despite all our security measures, at least our most important items would be protected. Things like important documents, jewelry, some cash. A small fireproof safe wouldn't be too expensive, and it would give us an extra layer of protection. What do you think?
A safe makes sense, especially for documents that would be hard to replace, like passports and birth certificates, and jewelry that has sentimental value. Let's get a safe that we can bolt to the floor or wall so it can't just be carried away. I've heard stories of burglars stealing entire safes if they're not secured properly. Okay, so our plan is security assessment this weekend, get quotes for alarm systems and cameras, install motion sensor lights, buy a safe. We're going to turn this house into a fortress, a comfortable, welcoming fortress.
Exactly. Safe, but not paranoid. Secure, but still feeling like a home. I think we're approaching this the right way. We're being proactive instead of reactive. We're not waiting for something bad to happen. We're taking control of the situation. And honestly, I'll sleep better at night knowing we have these security measures in place. I won't be lying awake worrying about every little noise. That peace of mind is worth the investment.
Agreed. Peace of mind is priceless. And we're not just protecting our stuff, we're protecting ourselves. Our safety is the most important thing. Okay, let's start making calls and getting quotes, and let's do that security walkthrough this weekend. We're going to make our home as secure as possible. No burglars getting into this house. Not on our watch.
We have accumulated so much stuff over the years. Our closets are overflowing, the garage is packed, we can barely move in here. I think it's time for a garage sale. We could declutter the house and make some money in the process. What do you think? Are you up for the effort of organizing a garage sale? Because it is a lot of work. Pricing everything, advertising, setting up, dealing with people. But I think it would be worth it.
I'm definitely up for it. I've been wanting to declutter for ages. We have so many things we never use. Clothes that don't fit, old electronics, kitchen gadgets we bought and used once, books we'll never read again. It's all just taking up space. A garage sale is a perfect solution. When should we do it? And how do we even organize something like this? I've never had a garage sale before. Do we need permits or anything?
I think we need to check with the city about permits. Some places require them for garage sales. I'll look that up online. As for timing, I think a Saturday would be best. More people are free on weekends to come shopping. And we should probably aim for early morning, like 8 or 9 a.m. That's when the serious garage sale hunters come out. We could do it maybe 2 weeks from now. That gives us time to go through everything and get organized.
2 weeks sounds good. So we spend the next 2 weeks sorting through our stuff and deciding what to sell. Should we price things individually, or do we do bulk pricing, like all clothes $1 or everything on this table $5? Individual pricing is more work, but we might make more money. Bulk pricing is easier, but people might not be willing to pay. What's the strategy here?
I think we should do a combination. For valuable items or things in good condition, we price individually. For smaller items or things that aren't worth much, we do bulk pricing. That way, we're not spending hours putting price stickers on every single thing, but we're also not undervaluing our better items. And we should probably do some research on pricing. Look at what similar items sell for at other garage sales or online. We don't want to price too high and scare people away, but we also don't want to give things away for nothing.
That makes sense. Balanced approach. And we should probably be prepared to negotiate. People love to bargain at garage sales. Someone offers you $2 for something priced at $5, you counter with $3.50. They agree, everyone's happy. It's part of the experience. We need to go in with the mindset that we're flexible on prices. The goal is to get rid of stuff, not to make a fortune. If we make a few $100, that's a bonus. The main thing is decluttering.
Exactly. The decluttering is the real goal. Okay, so we need to make signs to advertise the garage sale. Big, bright, easy-to-read signs with arrows pointing people to our house. And we should probably post about it on social media and those neighborhood apps. The more people who know about it, the better. Oh, and we need to have change, small bills and coins. People are going to hand us $20 bills for $5 purchases. We need to be able to make change.
Good point about the change. I'll go to the bank before the sale and get a bunch of ones and fives. And quarters. Always need quarters. As for signs, should we make them ourselves or just buy some pre-made ones from the store? Homemade might be more charming, but store-bought might be more professional looking. What's your preference? I'm fine with either.
Well, let's just buy some from the store. They're not expensive, and they'll look better. We want people to actually be able to read our signs from their cars. Okay, I'm feeling good about this plan. We have 2 weeks to prepare. We're going to sort through everything, price it reasonably, advertise well, and have a successful garage sale. And then our house is going to feel so much more spacious and organized. I'm actually excited about this. It's going to be therapeutic to let go of all this stuff we don't need.
It really is therapeutic. There's something freeing about decluttering. And at the end of the day, when everything is sold or donated and our house is cleaner, we're going to feel so accomplished. Plus, we'll have some extra cash in our pockets. We could use that money for something fun, a nice dinner out or putting it toward a small trip. That's our reward for all this work. Okay, let's start going through our stuff this weekend. The garage sale preparation begins now.
Now that we're both working from home permanently, we really need to set up proper home offices. Working from the couch or the kitchen table isn't cutting it anymore. My back is killing me from bad posture, and I can't focus with all the distractions. We need dedicated workspaces with proper desks and chairs and equipment. But we only have one spare room. How are we going to fit 2 offices in there? Do we both work in the same room, or do we get creative with other spaces?
I've been thinking about this too. My neck and shoulders are so tense from working in makeshift spaces. We definitely need proper setups. As for the room situation, I think we can both work in the spare room if we design it right. We get 2 desks and position them on opposite walls. That way we each have our own space, but we're sharing the room. We'd need to be respectful of each other when we're on calls, but I think it could work. What do you think?
That could work, as long as we set some ground rules. Like if one of us is on a video call, the other person needs to be quiet or use headphones. And we'd need to coordinate our schedules so we're not both in important meetings at the same time. But I think it's doable. The alternative is one of us working in the bedroom, and I don't want to do that. I want to keep the bedroom as a bedroom, not a workspace. So let's make the shared office work.
Agreed about keeping the bedroom separate. Work-life boundaries are important. Okay, so we're going to share the office space. Now we need to figure out what we need to buy. Obviously, 2 desks and 2 chairs. But what else? Do we need filing cabinets, extra monitors, better lighting? We should make a list of everything we need so we can budget appropriately. This could get expensive if we're not careful.
Let's prioritize. The most important things are desks and ergonomic chairs. Those are non-negotiable. If we're sitting at these desks 8 hours a day, we need quality furniture that supports our bodies. After that, we can think about extras like monitors, desk lamps, storage solutions. I definitely want a second monitor for my computer. It makes work so much easier. What about you? What are your must-haves?
I also want a second monitor, and I need a better keyboard and mouse. The ones that came with my laptop are terrible. Oh, and we should get some plants for the office. Plants are good for air quality, and they make spaces feel more pleasant. And maybe some art for the walls. We want this to be a space we actually enjoy being in, not just a boring room with desks. We're going to be spending a lot of time in here, so let's make it nice.
I love those ideas. Plants and art will definitely make the space more inviting. And you're right that we'll be spending huge amounts of time in there, so it needs to feel good. What about organization systems? Do we need shelves or cabinets for storing documents and supplies? I have a lot of papers and files that need a home. I can't just have them piling up on my desk. That would stress me out.
Yes, let's get some wall-mounted shelves. They don't take up floor space, and they're great for storage. We can put books, binders, decorative items up there, keep the desks clear for actual work. And maybe we should get a small filing cabinet that we can share. One drawer for you, one drawer for me. We can put it in a corner where it's out of the way, but still accessible. Oh, and what about a whiteboard? That could be useful for brainstorming and keeping track of tasks.
A whiteboard is a great idea. We can use it for our individual projects or for household stuff like grocery lists and reminders. Very practical. Okay, I think we have a solid plan. Let's start shopping for furniture this weekend. We'll measure the room first to make sure everything will fit, and then we'll go to some office furniture stores. Or we could order online. Actually, online might be easier. We can compare prices and read reviews, plus delivery. I don't want to try to transport desks and chairs in our car.
Online shopping it is. We'll measure, we'll browse, we'll read reviews, we'll make informed decisions. And hopefully, within a few weeks, we'll have a fully functional home office that we both love. We'll be more productive, more comfortable, and more organized. This is going to make such a difference in our work from home experience. I'm actually excited about this. A real office just for us. How professional are we?
Okay, we need to start planning our vacation for this summer. We've been talking about taking a big trip for years and we keep putting it off. This year, we're actually going to do it. No more excuses. Where do you want to go? What's your dream destination? And don't say somewhere boring like wherever is cheap. I want to know where you really want to go, money aside for the moment.
If money wasn't an issue, Japan, without a doubt. I've wanted to go to Japan my entire adult life. The culture, the food, the history, the modern cities mixed with ancient temples, everything about it fascinates me. Tokyo, Kyoto, maybe even visit some smaller towns. I would love to experience cherry blossom season if we could time it right. But Japan is expensive. Is that realistic for us, or am I dreaming too big?
Japan isn't out of reach. Yes, it's expensive compared to some other destinations, but if we're strategic about it, we could make it work. We've been saving for a while now, and we have a decent travel fund. Plus, if we book flights early and look for deals on accommodations, we could keep costs manageable. I think we should seriously consider it. How long would you want to go for? A week? 2 weeks?
I think 2 weeks would be ideal. 1 week feels too rushed for a place as far away as Japan. We'd spend so much time traveling there and back that we wouldn't have enough time to really explore. 2 weeks gives us time to see multiple cities, take our time, not feel rushed. We could spend maybe 5 days in Tokyo, 5 days in Kyoto, and then a few days somewhere else. Does that sound good to you? Or would you rather do a different split?
That sounds perfect, actually. I like the idea of splitting time between big cities and maybe somewhere more rural or peaceful. What about staying at a traditional Japanese inn for a couple nights? I've heard those are amazing experiences. The tatami mats, the futons, the kaiseki meals. It would be so different from our normal travel. Very immersive. And I think that's what makes travel special, right? Experiencing things we can't experience at home.
Oh my God, yes. Staying at a ryokan would be incredible. That's definitely going on the list. And we should plan to visit some temples and shrines and go to a sumo match if there's one happening while we're there and eat as much ramen and sushi as humanly possible. I'm getting so excited just talking about this. When should we go? What time of year? Cherry blossom season is late March to early April, but that's also the most crowded and expensive time.
I've been reading about that. Cherry blossom season is beautiful, but it's peak tourist season. Everything is more expensive and more crowded. What if we went in May or early June instead? After the cherry blossoms, but before the summer heat and humidity get too intense. The weather would be pleasant, and there would be fewer tourists. We might not get cherry blossoms, but we'd have a more relaxed, authentic experience. What do you think about that compromise?
I think that's smart. I'd rather have a less crowded, more affordable trip than fight masses of tourists for cherry blossom photos. May or June sounds great. Okay, so we're really doing this. We're going to Japan. Holy crap, I can't believe we're actually planning this. We need to start researching seriously. Flights, hotels, what neighborhoods to stay in, what sights to see. This is going to require a lot of planning, but I'm so excited. This is going to be the trip of a lifetime.
It really is, and we deserve it. We work hard, we save responsibly. We should treat ourselves to an amazing experience. Let's set aside time this weekend to start the detailed planning. We can make spreadsheets, research accommodations, start pricing flights. I want to be organized about this so we don't forget anything important. Oh, and we should probably start learning some basic Japanese phrases, just enough to be polite and get by. That would make the trip even better.
Learning some Japanese is a great idea. Even just knowing how to say hello, thank you, excuse me, where's the bathroom, basic survival phrases. That shows respect for the culture, and locals usually appreciate when tourists make an effort. Okay, I'm fully committed now. Japan in May or June. 2 weeks, multiple cities, amazing food, cultural experiences. This is happening. I need to tell everyone. Can I start telling people we're going to Japan, or should we wait until everything's booked?
Let's wait until we book the flights at least. Then it's official and real. But you can start dreaming and planning all you want. Make Pinterest boards, watch YouTube videos about Japan, research restaurants, whatever makes you happy. I love seeing you this excited. This is going to be such an incredible adventure for both of us. Our first major international trip together. I can't wait.
Me neither. Best decision we've ever made. Wow, one of the best. Okay, this weekend we're going into serious planning mode. Japan, here we come. Eventually, in a few months, but still, it's happening. I'm so happy right now.
Oh, you have got to be kidding me right now. Our flight is delayed by 3 hours? 3 entire hours? What are we supposed to do in this airport for 3 hours? We already got here 2 hours early, like you're supposed to. So now we're looking at 5 hours in this airport before we even board the plane. This is ridiculous. Did they give a reason for the delay at least?
The screen just says mechanical issues, which I guess is better than them not finding the problem and having issues mid-flight. But still, this is so frustrating. We're going to miss our dinner reservation at that restaurant we booked and our hotel check-in time. Everything is thrown off now. Should we try to call the hotel and let them know we'll be arriving super late? I don't want them to give away our room or something.
Yes, definitely call the hotel. And let's see if we can reschedule that dinner reservation or just cancel it entirely. We're not going to make it in time even if the flight leaves on schedule after the delay, which, let's be honest, probably won't happen. Delays like this tend to compound. I bet we'll have more delays before we actually take off. This is such a bad start to our vacation. I was so excited, and now I'm just annoyed and tired.
I know, this is not how we wanted to start our trip, but let's try to make the best of it. We're stuck here either way, so we might as well find ways to pass the time that don't make us more miserable. We could get some food, find a comfortable spot to sit, maybe walk around and explore the shops. I know airport shops are overpriced and kind of pointless, but at least it's something to do. Better than just sitting at the gate staring at the departure board.
You're right. Getting upset about it isn't going to make the plane leave any faster. Okay, let's get food. I'm hungry anyway, and we missed lunch because we rushed to get here. Where do you want to eat? There's that burger place, a pizza place, some kind of Asian fusion restaurant. What sounds good? Although everything at airports is both terrible and expensive, so it doesn't really matter. We're going to overpay for mediocre food regardless.
Let's just do the burger place. At least burgers are hard to mess up too badly. And we can sit there for a while, take our time eating, kill an hour or so. Then we can walk around, maybe find a bookstore. I could use a new book for the flight anyway. Oh, actually, we should check if there's a lounge we can access. Do we have any credit cards with lounge access? That would be so much better than sitting at the gate. Comfortable chairs, free snacks, Wi-Fi. That's a dream right now.
Oh my God, you're a genius. I think one of my cards does have lounge access. Let me check. The app. Yes, we have access to the premium lounge on Concourse B. We're on Concourse A right now, but it's worth the walk. Let's finish eating and then head over there. We can spend the rest of our wait time in comfort instead of these terrible airport chairs. See, this delay is already getting better. Sort of. It still sucks, but at least we have a plan.
A lounge makes everything better. I'm feeling slightly less annoyed now. Okay, we have a plan. Eat burgers, go to the lounge, relax until boarding. And hey, when we finally get to that plane, we'll be so ready for vacation. Nothing is going to bring us down once we're actually at our destination. This is just a minor setback. Tomorrow we'll be on the beach sipping cocktails, and this delay will be a distant memory. That's what I'm choosing to focus on.
That's the spirit. Focus on the good stuff ahead. The beach, the sun, the relaxation. This is temporary annoyance. The vacation is what matters. Okay, I'm feeling better now. Let's order our food and start the waiting game. And you know what? Let's make a pact. Once we're at the hotel, we're not talking about this delay anymore. We're leaving this frustration at the airport. Deal?
Deal. The delay doesn't get to ruin our vacation. It's just a bump in the road. Now let's order some overpriced burgers and make the best of this situation. And when we get to that lounge, I'm taking full advantage of all the free snacks. That's my silver lining. Free lounge snacks. It's the little things, right?
Where is our luggage? Everyone else from our flight has gotten their bags and ours still haven't come out. The carousel has stopped moving. This is not good. This is really not good. Don't tell me they lost our luggage. We have everything in those bags. Our clothes, our toiletries, everything. What are we supposed to do if they lost our luggage? We're supposed to be here for 10 days.
Okay, don't panic yet. Let's go to the baggage claim office and ask. Maybe our bags got sent to the wrong carousel or they're still being unloaded. There could be a simple explanation. But if they did lose our bags, the airline has to compensate us, right? They have to help us replace essential items. I think that's the policy. Let me look it up on my phone while we walk over to the office.
I'm trying not to panic, but this is literally my nightmare scenario. I packed so carefully. Everything I need for this trip is in that suitcase. My favorite clothes, my medications, my camera. Oh God, my camera. If they lost my camera, I'm going to be devastated. That thing cost me $1,000. Please let this just be a delay or a mistake. Please don't let our luggage actually be lost. I can't handle this right now after that delayed flight. This day keeps getting worse.
I know this is stressful, but we need to stay calm so we can deal with this effectively. Look, there's the baggage claim office. Let's go talk to them and see what they can tell us. Hi, excuse me, our flight just arrived from Dallas and our luggage never came out on the carousel. Can you help us locate our bags? Our names are on the tags. Do you need our baggage claim tickets?
Yes, here are our claim tickets and our flight information. Can you track where our bags are? Are they still on the plane? Did they get sent to the wrong city? What happened? We need those bags. We're here for a vacation and we don't have anything without our luggage. Not even a change of clothes. This is a disaster. When can we expect to get our bags?
Okay, the agent is checking the system. She said our bags were tagged correctly in Dallas, but for some reason they didn't make the connecting flight. They're still in Dallas. They'll be on the next flight, which arrives tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning? So we have to wait almost 24 hours for our luggage? That's unacceptable. What are we supposed to do until then? Sleep in the same clothes we've been traveling in all day? This is ridiculous.
This is so frustrating. I can't believe this. Okay, what about compensation? The agent said the airline will reimburse us up to $100 per person for essential items. So we can go buy some clothes, toiletries, basics to get us through tonight and tomorrow morning. And they'll deliver our bags to our hotel as soon as they arrive tomorrow. That's something, at least. It's not ideal, but we can work with it. We just need to find a store and buy some emergency supplies.
$100 doesn't go very far, but it's better than nothing. Let's go to the hotel first, check in, and then find a nearby store. We can each buy one outfit, some underwear, basic toiletries, just enough to survive one day.
And we can share things to stretch the money further, like we only need one toothpaste, one bottle of shampoo. We'll make it work. It's annoying, but it's not the end of the world. Our actual luggage will be here tomorrow, and then we can proceed with our vacation as planned.
You're right. It's an inconvenience, but it's manageable. We're together, we're safe, we made it to our destination. The bags will catch up to us. In the meantime, we improvise. Maybe this will actually be a funny story we tell later. Remember that time the airline lost our luggage and we had to wear the same clothes for 2 days? We'll laugh about it eventually. Maybe not today, but eventually. Okay, let's get out of this airport and go to the hotel. I need a shower and a bed. Tomorrow will be better.
Tomorrow will definitely be better. And hey, at least we have an excuse to go shopping in a new city. That's kind of fun, right? Silver lining. Always look for the silver lining. Now, come on, let's grab a taxi and get to the hotel. This vacation is officially starting now, lost luggage and all. We're going to have a great time, despite this rocky start. I'm determined to make that happen.
This is not the room we booked. The pictures online showed a room with a king bed, a view of the ocean, and a balcony. This room has 2 twin beds, a view of the parking lot, and definitely no balcony. We paid for an ocean view room. This is unacceptable. We need to go back down to the front desk and sort this out immediately. I'm not spending our vacation in the wrong room after paying for an upgrade. That's not how this works. Hi, excuse me. We just checked in and there's been a mistake with our room assignment.
We reserved an ocean view room with a king bed and a balcony, but we were given a parking lot view room with twin beds. Here's our confirmation email showing what we actually booked and paid for. Can you please fix this and give us the room we reserved? We've been traveling all day and we'd really like to get settled in the correct room. Is there an ocean view room available that you can move us to?
The front desk person is checking now. They're saying the ocean view rooms are all occupied, but they might be able to upgrade us to a suite at no additional cost. A suite? That actually sounds better than what we originally booked. But I want to see it first before we commit. Can we go look at the suite before deciding? I don't want to get burned twice. Let's make sure the suite actually exists and is as nice as they claim before we accept it as compensation.
Good idea. Let's inspect the suite. Okay, they're giving us a key to go look at it. Room 812. Let's go check it out. If it's actually nicer than what we booked, then this mistake might have worked out in our favor. But if it's just another mediocre room, we're coming back down here and demanding either the ocean view room we paid for or a partial refund. We have rights as customers. Hotels can't just bait and switch people like this.
Wow, okay. This suite is actually really nice. It's huge. There's a separate living area, a king bed in the bedroom, a big bathroom with a soaking tub, and look at this balcony. It's bigger than the one we would have had in the regular ocean view room. And we actually can see the ocean from here, just from a higher floor. I think this is better than what we originally booked. Should we take it, or should we still push for the exact room we reserved out of principle?
I think we should take it. This is clearly an upgrade. It's a bigger room, better amenities, and we're getting it at the price we paid for a standard ocean view. The hotel is making good on their mistake. I'm satisfied with this solution. Are you? I mean, if you really want to hold out for the exact room we booked, we can, but I think this is actually a win for us. What do you say? Should we accept the suite and move on with our vacation?
Yeah, let's take it. You're right. This is better than what we booked. I'm happy with this resolution. Okay, crisis averted. We have a beautiful suite with an ocean view and a balcony. The hotel corrected their mistake, and we ended up with something even better. I'm feeling much more relaxed now. Let's get our stuff and settle in. I want to go out on that balcony, listen to the ocean, and finally start enjoying this vacation. We earned it after the day we've had.
Absolutely. Crisis officially over. From now on, it's smooth sailing. No more problems, no more complaints, just relaxation and fun. Now, let's unpack, order some room service, and watch the sunset from our amazing balcony. This is what vacation is supposed to be. Finally, we made it. Cheers to that.
I love exploring new cities. There's something so exciting about wandering streets you've never seen before, stumbling upon hidden cafes and interesting shops. Where should we start today? We have the whole day to explore, and I want to see as much as possible. Should we follow a specific route or just wander aimlessly and see where we end up? I'm good with either approach, but we should probably have some idea of what areas we want to hit.
I think we should combine both approaches. Let's identify maybe 3 or 4 major sites or neighborhoods we definitely want to see, but in between those stops, we wander and explore freely. That way, we have some structure, but we're not so locked into a plan that we miss out on spontaneous discoveries. I read that the Old Town area is really charming, with narrow cobblestone streets and colorful buildings. We should definitely go there. And there's a famous market we should check out too.
The Old Town and the market. Got it. What else? Is there a good viewpoint where we can see the whole city? I always like to get a high vantage point when I'm in a new place. It helps me orient myself and see the layout of the city. Plus, the photos are always amazing from those spots. Oh, and we should find a local restaurant for lunch. Not a tourist trap, but somewhere the locals actually eat. That's the best way to experience authentic food.
There's a hill on the east side of the Old Town that's supposed to have incredible views. We could walk up there, though I should warn you, I read that it's a pretty steep climb, or we could take a cable car if you don't want to walk. As for restaurants, I saved a few recommendations from that food blog I follow. There's a family-run place that's been around for 50 years, serving traditional dishes. That sounds exactly like what we're looking for. Very local, very authentic.
The climb sounds fun. Let's walk up. We'll work off all the food we're going to eat, and we'll feel more accomplished when we get to the top. Plus, I like the journey as much as the destination. We'll probably see interesting things along the way. Okay, so our plan is start in the Old Town, wander and explore, head to the market, walk up to the viewpoint, come back down, and find that restaurant for lunch. Then we can see how we're feeling and decide what to do with the afternoon. Does that sound good?
That sounds perfect. Not too rigid, but enough of a plan to keep us moving. Oh, and we should take lots of pictures. I want to remember this day. And we should try to talk to locals if we can, ask for recommendations, get their perspective on the city. Locals always know the best spots that don't make it into guidebooks. Sometimes just a friendly conversation with someone who lives here can lead to amazing discoveries, like secret beaches or amazing viewpoints or incredible restaurants nobody knows about.
I love that idea. Let's be open to conversations and recommendations from locals. And let's put our phones away as much as possible. I want to really be present and absorb this experience, not spend the whole day looking at a screen, trying to navigate, or take the perfect Instagram photo. We can take some pictures, but let's prioritize actually being here, actually seeing and experiencing this place with our own eyes and senses. That's what travel is really about.
Yes, agreed. Phones away, eyes up, senses engaged. Let's really experience this city. Okay, I'm ready. Let's start walking toward the Old Town. I have a good feeling about today. I think we're going to have some amazing adventures and discoveries. And tonight, we can come back to the hotel exhausted but happy with great stories and memories. That's the best kind of travel day. Now, come on, let's go explore.
Let's do it. Adventure awaits. And you know what? Even if we get a little bit lost, that's part of the fun. Some of the best travel experiences come from being lost and finding your way back. You discover things you never would have found if you'd followed the map exactly. So here's to getting a little bit lost and a lot of amazing experiences today. Let's make some memories.
To getting lost and finding amazing things. I'm right there with you. This is going to be a great day. Now, which way is the Old Town? Just kidding. I actually do know which way to go. It's this direction. Follow me. Let's see what this beautiful city has to offer us. I'm so excited I could burst. This is why we travel, right? For days exactly like this.
Okay, I need your help. I've been trying to order coffee for the past 5 minutes, and I don't think the person behind the counter understands what I'm saying. My pronunciation of Italian must be terrible. I'm saying the words, but they're looking at me like I'm speaking gibberish. Can you try? Maybe your accent is better than mine? I just want a simple cappuccino. How hard can this be?
Let me try. Buongiorno. Vorrei un cappuccino, per favore. See, she understood me. I think the key is to speak slowly and clearly, and to use hand gestures. When in Italy, use your hands. That's like half the communication right there. Okay, she's making your cappuccino now. Crisis averted. But I understand the frustration. Language barriers are one of the most challenging parts of travel, especially when you need something basic like food or directions.
I feel so helpless when I can't communicate. At home, I'm perfectly articulate and capable, but here I'm like a child who can't express themselves. It's humbling and a little embarrassing, to be honest. I should have studied more Italian before this trip. I learned like 10 phrases and thought that would be enough, but it's really not. I can say hello and thank you, but anything more complex and I'm lost. How do you manage to communicate so well? You don't speak Italian fluently either.
I don't speak it fluently at all. I just use a combination of basic phrases, hand gestures, and this translation app on my phone. The app is a lifesaver. You can type in what you want to say in English, and it translates it to Italian. Or you can even speak into it, and it translates out loud. Here, let me show you. See, you type, "Where is the train station?" and it gives you, "Dove si trova la stazione ferroviaria?" Technology is amazing. Between the app and being patient and friendly, you can usually get your point across.
Okay, I need to download that app immediately. That would have saved me from this coffee shop embarrassment. I'm doing it right now. What's it called again? Got it. Installing now. This is going to make the rest of this trip so much easier. Why didn't we think of this before we left? We should have had this from day one. All right, I'm going to practice with it. How do I say the food was delicious in Italian? Because we're going to need that phrase a lot on this trip.
Let's check. Type it in. Okay, it says, "Il cibo era delizioso." Try saying that a few times to get comfortable with the pronunciation. Il cibo era delizioso. Il cibo era delizioso. You know what? Even if our Italian is imperfect, most people appreciate when tourists try to speak the local language. It shows respect and effort. And Italians are generally pretty patient and helpful. As long as we're friendly and making an effort, people are usually willing to work with us.
You're right. I shouldn't be so hard on myself. We're trying, and that's what matters. And honestly, the language barrier is part of the adventure. It forces you to be creative, to use gestures and expressions, to connect with people in different ways. My favorite travel moments have often involved hilarious miscommunications that somehow work out in the end. Like that time we accidentally ordered squid instead of chicken because we pointed at the wrong picture on the menu. That was actually a great meal, and we never would have tried it otherwise.
Exactly. Language barriers lead to unexpected experiences, and they make great stories. 20 years from now, we're not going to remember the times when everything went smoothly. We're going to remember the time you couldn't order coffee and we had to use elaborate hand gestures to communicate. Those are the memories that stick. Those are the stories you tell at dinner parties. So let's embrace the confusion and the mistakes. They're part of the journey.
You're so right. Okay, new attitude. I'm going to lean into the language barrier instead of being frustrated by it. I'm going to try my broken Italian with confidence and see what happens. And when I inevitably mess up, I'll laugh about it and use my translation app as backup. This is going to be fine. Actually, this is going to be fun. Thank you for the pep talk. I needed that. Now let's drink our coffee and practice some more Italian phrases before we attempt to order lunch.
That's the spirit. And look, your cappuccino is perfect. Despite the communication challenges, you got exactly what you wanted. That's a win. Now let's sit outside in the sun, enjoy this beautiful day, and soak in the Italian atmosphere. And maybe practice saying, "Can I have the check, please?" Because we're definitely going to need that one. Il conto, per favore. See? You're learning already. We got this.
We need to talk about money. I've been keeping track of our expenses, and we're going through our travel budget much faster than I anticipated. We still have 4 days left here, and at this rate, we're going to run out of money. We need to start being more careful about how much we're spending. Maybe eat at cheaper restaurants, skip some of the expensive tours, find free activities. What do you think? Are you willing to cut back a bit?
Wait, really? I didn't realize we were going through money that fast. How much have we spent so far, and how much do we have left? I know we've been eating at some nice restaurants and doing paid activities, but I thought we budgeted for that. Wasn't the whole point of saving beforehand so we could enjoy ourselves without worrying? I don't want to spend this entire vacation stressing about every single expense. That's not fun.
We did budget for nice meals and activities, but we've been doing more than we planned. Like that expensive wine tasting yesterday was $200, and the private boat tour was $300. And we've been eating at high-end restaurants every night instead of mixing in some casual, cheaper places. It adds up really quickly. I'm not saying we can't enjoy ourselves, but we need to be more mindful. We don't want to come home and be broke or have to put everything on credit cards.
Okay, I hear you, but I also feel like we're on vacation and we should be allowed to splurge a bit. This is a once-in-a-lifetime trip. We're not going to come back here for years, maybe ever. Do we really want to look back and regret not doing things because we were pinching pennies? Yes, money is important, but experiences are important too. Isn't that the whole reason we saved up for this trip? So we could have amazing experiences?
Of course, experiences are important. I'm not suggesting we sit in the hotel room and eat crackers for the rest of the trip. I'm just saying we need to find a balance. We can still have amazing experiences without spending a fortune every single day. There are plenty of free or low-cost things to do. Museums sometimes have free days. We can pack picnics instead of eating every meal out. We can explore neighborhoods on foot instead of taking expensive tours. Travel doesn't have to be expensive to be meaningful.
You're right. I think I've been in this mindset of we're on vacation, so money doesn't matter, which isn't realistic. Okay, let's make a plan. Let's sit down tonight and figure out exactly how much we have left and how much we need for the remaining days. Then we can budget day by day, and we can make conscious choices about what's worth spending money on and what we can skip or do cheaper. I'm willing to compromise. I just don't want to feel restricted and anxious the whole time.
That sounds like a good approach. And I don't want you to feel restricted either. Let's identify what's most important to each of us for the rest of the trip. If there's a specific restaurant you really want to try or an activity you don't want to miss, we prioritize that and cut back in other areas. It's about making intentional choices, not depriving ourselves. We can still have a great time. We just need to be smarter about where we put our money. Does that feel okay to you?
Yes, that feels much better. Prioritizing what matters most. That's a philosophy I can get behind. And you know what? You're right that some of the best travel experiences are free. Some of my favorite memories from past trips are just walking around cities, watching sunsets, having random conversations with locals. Those didn't cost anything. So let's refocus on experiences over expenses, quality over quantity. We'll make these last 4 days amazing without breaking the bank. Deal?
Deal. And thank you for being understanding about this. I know it's not fun to talk about budgets when you're on vacation, but I think we'll both feel better knowing we're being responsible. Now, let's look at what free activities are available today. I saw there's a free walking tour of the historic district, and there's a public beach we haven't been to yet. Both of those sound great, and they don't cost anything. What do you say? Should we do one or both of those today?
Both sound perfect. Let's do the walking tour this morning and then spend the afternoon at the beach. And we can pack sandwiches for lunch instead of eating at a restaurant. See, we're already finding ways to save money while still having fun. I feel good about this plan. We're going to finish this trip strong with our budget intact and amazing memories made. Now let's go enjoy this day without worrying about money. We have a plan and we're sticking to it.
This road trip is one of the best ideas we've ever had. There's something so freeing about just driving with no fixed destination, stopping whenever we see something interesting. Look at this scenery. Mountains in the distance, open roads, blue sky. This is what life is about. Not being stuck in an office, but being out here, experiencing the world. Should we stop at that roadside diner up ahead? It looks like a classic American diner, very retro and charming.
Yes, let's stop. I'm getting hungry anyway, and I love old school diners. They always have the best comfort food. Plus, we're in no rush. That's the beauty of a road trip. We go where we want, when we want. No schedules, no reservations, no pressure. Just freedom and flexibility. I'll pull over at the diner. Oh, and look at that vintage sign. We should take a picture. This is so perfectly American road trip aesthetic. I'm living for this.
This is exactly what I imagined when we planned this trip. The open road, quirky stops, spontaneous decisions. It's so different from our normal structured, scheduled lives. I feel like we can breathe out here. And the conversations we're having in the car are some of the best we've had in months. There's something about being in a car together for hours that facilitates really good, deep talks. We should do road trips more often. Why don't we do this all the time?
Because life gets in the way. Work, responsibilities, routines. But you're right, we should make time for this more often. These kinds of trips remind you what's important. They give you perspective. Okay, we're at the diner. Let's go in and see what they have. I'm hoping for a really good burger and maybe a milkshake. When you're at a classic diner, you have to get classic diner food. It's practically a rule. Oh, this place is adorable inside. Look at the red vinyl booths and the jukebox. This is perfect.
I love everything about this. The checkerboard floor, the neon signs, the old photographs on the walls. This is authentic Americana. And look at the menu. They have all the classics. Burgers, fries, onion rings, club sandwiches, meatloaf. I'm getting a cheeseburger with onion rings and a chocolate milkshake. I'm going full indulgence mode. We're on a road trip. Calories don't count. That's the rule I just made up, and I'm sticking to it.
Calories absolutely don't count on road trips. I'm with you. I'm getting the same thing, but with a vanilla milkshake. And we should get some pie for dessert. I bet they have homemade pie. Diners always have the best pies. Cherry pie or apple pie, one of those classic options. We'll split a slice. This is going to be such a satisfying meal. And then we can get back on the road, drive for a few more hours, and see where we end up tonight. Do we have a plan for where we're sleeping, or are we figuring that out as we go?
I think we should figure it out as we go. Part of the adventure is not knowing exactly where you'll end up. We'll drive until we're tired, find a town that looks interesting, and book a motel for the night. Something simple and no frills. We don't need luxury on a road trip. We just need a clean bed and maybe a pool if we're lucky. Oh, and we should check out any weird roadside attractions we pass. The world's largest ball of twine, or dinosaur statues, or whatever random stuff we find. Those are the best memories.
Absolutely. Roadside attractions are mandatory. The weirder the better. And taking photos in front of them with funny poses, that's part of the road trip experience. Oh my God, our food is here already. That was fast. Look at this burger. It's huge and perfect. Okay, dig in. Let's enjoy this meal and then continue our adventure. I'm so happy right now. This is exactly what I needed. Just you, me, the open road, and unlimited possibilities. Life is good.
Life is really good. This is exactly what we needed. A break from normal life, a chance to just be present and enjoy simple pleasures. Good food, good company, good conversations, beautiful scenery. You don't need to travel halfway around the world to have an amazing vacation. Sometimes the best trips are right here in your own country, exploring roads you've never driven and towns you've never heard of. This burger is incredible, by the way. Diner food really hit differently. Okay, let's eat up and get back on the road. We have miles to cover and adventures to find.
Miles to cover and adventures to find. I love that. That's the motto of this trip. All right, let's finish this meal, maybe grab some coffee to go, and head back out to the car. The open road is calling, and we must answer. This is the best. Thank you for suggesting this road trip. It's exactly what we both needed. A reminder that life is more than routines and responsibilities. It's about adventure and spontaneity and enjoying the journey. Here's to many more road trips in our future.
I want to eat at that restaurant over there, the one with no English menu and no tourists. That's always a good sign. If it's full of locals, the food is probably authentic and delicious. Are you brave enough to order when we don't know what anything is? We'll basically be pointing at random items on the menu and hoping for the best. Could be an adventure, could be a disaster, but either way, it'll be memorable.
I'm absolutely up for that adventure. Some of the best meals I've had while traveling have been complete surprises, where I had no idea what I was ordering. And you're right, if locals are eating there, it's probably good. Locals know where the quality food is. Tourists get lured to overpriced, mediocre places, but locals go where it's authentic and affordable. Let's do it. Let's go in and embrace the mystery. Worst case scenario, we don't like something and we learn what not to order next time.
That's the spirit. Okay, we're going in. Oh, wow, this place is packed. That's a very good sign. And look at what people are eating. Everything looks amazing, and I don't recognize half of it. That's exciting. Okay, there's a table opening up. Let's grab it. Should we try to ask the server for recommendations, or should we just point at things that look good? I'm feeling adventurous. Let's just point and see what happens. The surprise element makes it more fun.
Let's point, but let's point at multiple things so we can try a variety. We can order several dishes and share everything. That way, if something is weird or we don't like it, we have other options, and we'll get to taste more of the menu. I think I want whatever that is over there. That looks like some kind of grilled meat with a sauce. And that rice dish looks incredible. And those dumplings, or whatever they are. Let's get all of those things. Are you okay with me choosing, or do you want to pick some too?
You pick. I trust your judgment. And I like that you're going for variety. Meat, rice, dumplings, that covers different categories. We'll get a good sense of what this place does well. Oh, the server's coming over. Okay, do your pointing. Let's see what we end up with. This is so exciting. I love not knowing what's coming. It adds an element of surprise and discovery that you don't get when you can read the menu and know exactly what you're ordering. This is real food adventure.
Okay, I'm pointing. That one, and that one. And the server is nodding and writing things down. I think we successfully ordered. I have no idea what we just ordered specifically, but we're about to find out. Oh, and let's order drinks too. What should we get? Should we try a local beverage, something traditional that we wouldn't find at home? Let me try to ask. Excuse me, what drink do you recommend? Something local?
She's bringing over a menu with pictures of drinks. Oh, this helps. Look, this one has some kind of fruit in it, and this one looks like tea, and this one I have no idea what it is, but it looks interesting. Let's get one of each and share them too. We're going all in on this culinary adventure. When in Rome, or in this case, when in wherever we are, you eat and drink what the locals eat and drink. That's my philosophy anyway. You only live once. May as well try new things.
I love your philosophy. Okay, we're getting 3 different drinks to try. This is going to be such a fun meal. And look around at the atmosphere in here. It's so lively and authentic. People are laughing, talking loudly, enjoying themselves. This is what dining should be like, communal and joyful, not stuffy and quiet. I feel like we're getting a real cultural experience right now, not just eating food, but participating in the local dining culture. This is special.
It really is special. And here comes our first dish. Oh, wow, look at that. It's some kind of stir-fried vegetables with, I think that's beef or maybe pork. Let's try it. Oh my God, that's delicious. The sauce is incredible, slightly sweet, little bit spicy, very flavorful. I need to figure out what this is so I can try to recreate it at home. This is restaurant quality or better, and it's probably costing us a fraction of what we'd pay at a tourist restaurant. This was such a good decision.
See, trusting the locals never fails. And here come the rest of our dishes. Look at all this food. We ordered the right amount. This is going to be a feast. Let's try everything. Ah, these dumplings are amazing. They're so delicate, and the filling is... What is this? It's savory and slightly sweet. I can't identify all the flavors, but I don't even care because it's so good. And this rice dish has so many ingredients. I see vegetables, eggs, some kind of meat. It's like a complete meal in itself.
Everything is good. We hit the jackpot with this place. And the drinks are interesting too. This fruity one is refreshing and not too sweet, and the tea is very aromatic. I'm so glad we took this risk. Imagine if we had walked by because we were scared of not being able to read the menu. We would have missed out on this incredible meal. This is definitely one of the highlights of the trip, and it's going to be one of those stories we tell people. Remember that time we ate at that random local restaurant and had no idea what we were ordering, but it was amazing?
That's going to be a story we tell for years. And we should try to come back here before we leave. Maybe ask for the names of the dishes so we can look them up later or try to find recipes. I want to remember these flavors. This is the kind of meal that ruins you for other restaurants. Everything else is going to pale in comparison, but in a good way, in a way that makes you appreciate how special this experience was.
Okay, let's finish eating and then figure out how to ask for the check. But let's take our time. Let's savor this.
Absolutely. No rushing. We're enjoying this meal and this moment. This is what travel is all about. Stepping outside your comfort zone, trying new things, and being rewarded with experiences you'll never forget. I'm so full and so happy right now. This has been perfect. Now let's figure out how to pay without speaking the language. That'll be our next adventure. But I'm confident we'll figure it out. We've made it this far.
We always figure it out. That's the beauty of travel. You adapt, you improvise, you learn, and at the end of the day, people everywhere are generally kind and helpful. Language barriers can be overcome with smiles and gestures and good intentions. We'll be fine. Now let's enjoy these last few bites and then tackle the payment situation. I'm so glad we chose this restaurant. Best meal of the trip so far, hands down.
I know we're supposed to be having the time of our lives, and don't get me wrong, this trip has been amazing. But I'm exhausted. We've been going nonstop for a week and a half, constantly moving, constantly doing things. I'm tired of living out of a suitcase. I miss sleeping in my own bed. I miss my routine. I miss simple things like making coffee in my own kitchen. Is it bad that I'm kind of ready to go home? We still have 3 days left, and I feel guilty for not being more enthusiastic.
You don't need to feel guilty. Travel fatigue is totally normal and real. Even the most amazing vacations become tiring after a while. It's exhausting to constantly be in new places, to not have a routine, to always be figuring things out. And it's completely valid to miss home. Missing home doesn't mean you're not grateful for this trip or that you're not having a good time. It just means you're human and you need comfort and familiarity sometimes. I'm actually feeling a bit of that too, to be honest.
Really? You're tired too? Oh, thank God. I thought it was just me being weak or ungrateful. But you're right, it is exhausting. Even though we're technically on vacation and relaxing, travel is work in its own way. You're constantly making decisions, navigating new places, dealing with challenges, processing new experiences. Your brain never really rests. And I think I've hit my limit. I need a break from vacation. Does that make sense? I need a break from the break.
How about we take it easy for these last 3 days? Cancel any plans we made, don't feel pressure to see everything or do everything. Let's just relax at the hotel, order room service, watch movies. Treat it like a staycation instead of a vacation. Give ourselves permission to slow down and recharge. We don't have to be go, go, go until the very last minute. It's okay to just be.
That sounds amazing, actually. I would love to just have a day where we don't leave the hotel, sleep in, order breakfast to the room, hang out by the pool, maybe get a massage at the spa. Just decompress. No itinerary, no must-see attractions, no pressure. Just rest. And maybe one evening we go out for a nice dinner, but other than that, we just take it easy. Would you be okay with that? I don't want to ruin the trip by being boring and not wanting to do anything.
You're not ruining anything. This sounds perfect to me. And honestly, I think we'll appreciate these restful days more than running ourselves ragged trying to squeeze in more activities. Sometimes the best part of vacation is doing nothing. And we've already seen and done so much. We have plenty of memories and experiences. We don't need to push ourselves to see every single thing. Quality over quantity. Let's make these last few days about rest and recovery, so we go home feeling refreshed, not burned out.
Thank you for understanding. I feel so much better now that we have a plan to just relax. And you're right, we have done so much. When I think about everything we've seen and experienced over the past week and a half, it's actually quite a lot. We should be proud of ourselves. We've had an amazing adventure, and now we deserve some rest. I'm actually getting excited about just lounging by the pool tomorrow. That sounds like heaven. No alarm clock, no rushing, no plans, just peace and quiet.
Peace and quiet sounds perfect. And you know what else we can do? Start processing all these experiences. Look through our photos together, talk about our favorite moments, maybe even start planning our next trip. Not immediately, but eventually, when we're ready. Because even though we're tired now, once we've rested and been home for a while, we'll start getting that itch to travel again. That's how it always works. You get tired, you go home, you rest, and then you start dreaming about the next adventure.
You're so right. The travel cycle. Right now, I can't imagine planning another trip, but I know in a month or two I'll be looking at flight deals and destinations again. It's an addiction, but a good addiction. For now, though, I'm just focused on getting through these last few days comfortably and then getting home to my own bed. And my cat. I miss my cat so much. Is that silly to miss your pet when you're having an incredible experience abroad?
It's not silly at all. Pets are family. Of course you miss your cat. I miss ours too. And I miss our house and our neighborhood and our favorite coffee shop. I miss the familiar, and that's okay. It doesn't diminish this trip at all. You can love traveling and still love home. Those two things can coexist. In fact, I think traveling makes you appreciate home even more. You realize what you have and what you value. So let's enjoy these last few days, but let's also allow ourselves to look forward to going home. No guilt, no pressure, just honesty about how we're feeling.
Thank you. This conversation has been really helpful. I feel like I can breathe now. Like I don't have to pretend to be having the best time ever every single minute. Travel is complicated and has ups and downs, and that's normal. Okay, new plan. Tomorrow, we sleep in, order breakfast, hang by the pool. Day after tomorrow, same thing. Last day, we'll go out for a special farewell dinner and then pack. And then we go home. Does that sound good? I'm feeling much better about everything now.
That sounds absolutely perfect. And I'm glad we talked about this. Communication is so important, especially when traveling together. If we had both been feeling tired but not said anything, we would have kept pushing ourselves unnecessarily. Now we can both relax guilt-free. All right, let's go back to the hotel and start this relaxation plan. I'm ready for some serious doing nothing time. And you know what? I bet we'll actually enjoy these last days even more than some of the busy days we've had. Sometimes less really is more.
We need to buy some souvenirs before we leave. Not for us necessarily, but for family and friends. People expect you to bring stuff back when you travel internationally. But I have no idea what to buy. Everything in these tourist shops looks cheap and tacky. Made in China keychains and t-shirts with cliché sayings. That's not what I want to bring home. I want to find something authentic and meaningful, something that actually represents this place. Any ideas?
I totally agree about avoiding tourist trap stuff. Those mass-produced souvenirs are meaningless. Let's think about what this place is actually known for. What are the local crafts or products? Like, is there a specific type of pottery or textile or food item that's unique to this region? Those are the kinds of things that make good souvenirs, things that have cultural significance and can't be found anywhere else. Let's do some research or ask locals where they shop for authentic local products.
That's a much better approach. Let's ask the hotel concierge. They probably know where the good shops are, the ones locals actually go to, not the ones catering to tourists. Oh, and food items might be good, like local chocolate or coffee or spices. Those are always appreciated gifts, and they're consumable, so people don't have to find a place to put them in their house. I hate giving people gifts that become clutter. Consumable souvenirs solve that problem.
Consumable souvenirs are brilliant, and they're usually not too expensive either. We could get a variety of local foods and split them up into gift packages for different people. Maybe some coffee, some chocolate, some local honey or jam. Bundle it all together in a nice bag with a ribbon, and you have a thoughtful gift that people will actually use and enjoy. Way better than a cheap t-shirt they'll never wear. Let's go ask the concierge right now where to shop for local food products.
Good idea. And while we're at it, we should get something for ourselves, too. A meaningful souvenir that will remind us of this trip every time we see it. Not something that'll sit in a drawer, but something we'll actually use or display. Maybe a piece of art from a local artisan, or a handmade item from a craftsperson. Something with a story behind it that we can tell when people ask about the trip. I like the idea of supporting local artisans instead of big commercial souvenir shops.
I love that. Supporting local artisans and craftspeople. That feels good, and you get something special in return. Let's find out if there are any local art galleries or craft markets. We could spend an afternoon browsing and finding the perfect pieces. It'll be more expensive than buying mass-produced souvenirs, but it'll be worth it. Quality over quantity. I'd rather have one beautiful handmade item than 10 cheap disposable things. Plus, it becomes an investment in memories. Every time we look at it, we'll remember this trip.
Exactly. It's an investment in memories. Okay, I'm getting excited about this now. Let's make a plan. Today, we ask the concierge for recommendations. Tomorrow, we go to a local market or artisan area and shop for authentic items. We get food products for family and friends, and we get ourselves one special, meaningful piece. Maybe two, if we find multiple things we love. But we're being selective and intentional. No impulse buying random tourist junk. Everything we bring home has to have meaning and purpose. Agreed?
Completely agreed. Meaningful shopping only. And you know what? This will be a fun activity, too. Exploring local markets, talking to artisans, learning about their craft. That's a cultural experience in itself. We're not just shopping, we're engaging with the local community and supporting their economy. That feels good. Okay, let's go talk to the concierge now. I want to start planning this shopping adventure. Our last few days here, and we're going to make them count.
Let's do it. And hey, maybe we'll discover some amazing local shop or market that becomes a highlight of the trip. Sometimes the best experiences come from unexpected places. Who knew souvenir shopping could be an adventure? But with the right approach, anything can be meaningful. All right, concierge desk, here. I have that big interview tomorrow and I'm starting to panic. This job would be such a huge step up in my career, but what if I mess up the interview? What if I freeze and can't answer their questions? What if they think I'm not qualified? I really need to prepare better, but I don't even know where to start. Can you help me practice? I need someone to ask me potential interview questions so I can rehearse my answers.
Of course I'll help you. That's what I'm here for. And first of all, stop panicking. You're absolutely qualified for this position. You have the experience, the skills, and the education. You just need to communicate that effectively during the interview. Let's start with the basics. Tell me about yourself. That's usually the first question they ask. Give me your elevator pitch. Summarize who you are professionally in about 2 minutes. Go ahead, I'm listening.
Okay, I'm a marketing professional with 7 years of experience in digital marketing and brand management. I've worked at both startups and established companies, which has given me a diverse skill set. I'm particularly strong in social media strategy, content creation, and analytics. In my current role, I've increased our social media engagement by 40%, and I've led several successful campaigns that exceeded their ROI goals. Is that good? Should I add more, or is that too much?
That's a great start. It's concise, it highlights your experience, and it includes concrete achievements with numbers. Employers love numbers because they show measurable impact. Now let's work on some other common questions. Why do you want this job? Why are you leaving your current position? These are tricky because you need to be honest, but also positive. You can't badmouth your current employer, even if you hate it there. You need to frame everything in terms of what you're moving toward, not what you're running away from.
Right, stay positive. So, for why I want this job, I should talk about how it aligns with my career goals and how I'm excited about the company's mission and the specific responsibilities of the role. I've been researching the company and I genuinely do admire their work. They're innovative and they seem to have a great company culture. And for why I'm leaving my current job, I could say that I'm looking for new challenges and opportunities to grow, that I've learned a lot in my current role, but I'm ready for the next level. Does that work?
Perfect. That's exactly the right approach. Enthusiastic about the new opportunity, grateful for current experience, ready for growth. That's the tone you want. Now, what about the dreaded weakness question? What's your greatest weakness? This one trips people up because you have to be honest enough to be credible, but you can't reveal something that would actually disqualify you from the job. The trick is to mention a real weakness, but then explain how you're actively working to improve it. What would you say?
Oh God, I hate this question. Okay, let me think. A real weakness of mine is that I sometimes take on too much and have trouble delegating. I want to be involved in everything and make sure it's done right, which can lead to me being overwhelmed. But I've been working on this by consciously delegating more tasks to my team and trusting them to handle things. I've realized that delegating actually makes the whole team stronger because it gives others opportunities to develop their skills. How's that?
That's excellent. You identified a genuine weakness, but it's one that shows you care about quality and your work, and more importantly, you showed self-awareness and demonstrated that you're actively working on it. That's exactly what interviewers want to hear. They don't expect you to be perfect. They want to know that you can reflect on your own performance and continuously improve. Now, let's talk about your questions for them. You always need to have questions prepared. It shows you're engaged and serious about the role.
I have a few questions written down. I want to ask about the team structure and who I'd be working with directly. I want to know about the company's plans for growth and how this role fits into that bigger picture. And I want to ask about professional development opportunities because I'm always looking to learn and grow. Are those good questions, or should I ask something else? I don't want to ask anything that makes me seem difficult or demanding, but I also want to show I'm thinking seriously about this position.
Those are all excellent questions. They show you're thinking strategically about how you'd fit into the organization and that you care about your professional development. Here's another good one you could ask. What does success look like in this role? What would you expect me to accomplish in the first 3 months, 6 months, a year? That shows you're results-oriented and already thinking about how you'd contribute. And don't be afraid to ask about company culture, too. Something like, how would you describe the team dynamic? Or what do you enjoy most about working here? Those are perfectly appropriate questions.
Okay, I'm writing all of these down. This is really helpful. I'm feeling more confident now. What about logistics? What should I wear? How early should I arrive? Should I bring multiple copies of my resume? I want to make sure I get all the practical details right, too. First impressions matter, and I don't want to mess up something stupid like showing up in the wrong outfit or arriving late because I misjudged traffic.
Good thinking about logistics. For attire, dress one level up from what you think people wear in the office. If it's a business casual environment, wear business professional for the interview. Better to be slightly overdressed than underdressed. Arrive about 10 to 15 minutes early, not too early because you don't want them to feel rushed, but early enough to show you're punctual and to give yourself time to compose yourself. And yes, bring multiple copies of your resume, even though they probably already have it. It shows you're prepared. Also bring a notepad and pen so you can take notes during the interview.
Taking notes during the interview. That's smart. I wouldn't have thought of that. Okay, I think I'm in much better shape now. Thank you so much for helping me prepare. I'm still nervous, but it's a good nervous now, not a panic nervous. I feel like I actually have a plan and I know what to expect. One more thing, though. What do I do at the very end? How do I close the interview? I want to leave a strong final impression. Should I ask when I can expect to hear back, or is that pushy?
Definitely ask about next steps and timeline. That's not pushy at all. It's professional and shows you're serious about the opportunity. Something like, what are the next steps in the interview process and when can I expect to hear from you? That's perfectly appropriate. And then thank them for their time, reiterate your interest in the position, and give a firm handshake with good eye contact. Confidence in those final moments really matters. And then, within 24 hours, send a thank you email. Reference something specific from the interview to show you were paying attention and engaged. That's a nice touch that many candidates forget to do.
Thank you email within 24 hours. Got it. I'm making a note of that right now so I don't forget. Okay, I think I'm as prepared as I'm going to be. Now I just need to get a good night's sleep and show up tomorrow ready to impress them. I can do this. I'm qualified, I'm prepared, and I'm going to nail this interview. Thank you for being such a great practice partner and cheerleader. I really needed this confidence boost. Wish me luck.
You don't need luck because you're going to do great. You've got this. Just be yourself, be confident, and let your qualifications speak for themselves. They'd be lucky to have you. Now go relax for the rest of the day, get that good night's sleep, and tomorrow you're going to walk in there and show them why you're the perfect person for this job. I believe in you. You've got this.
I'm so nervous I could throw up. It's my first day and I have no idea what to expect. What if everyone already has their established friend groups and I'm the awkward new person? What if I can't figure out the computer systems? What if I accidentally do something wrong and embarrass myself? Why did I think changing jobs was a good idea? I should have just stayed where I was comfortable. This was a mistake. I'm not ready for this.
Stop spiraling. Everyone feels this way on their first day. It's completely normal. You're going to be fine. Better than fine. You're going to be great. Remember, they hired you because they believe in you. They want you to succeed. Nobody is expecting you to know everything on day one. First days are all about learning, meeting people, and getting oriented. The pressure is off. You literally can't mess up because you don't even know what you're doing yet. Just be friendly, ask questions, and show willingness to learn. That's all anyone expects.
You're right. I need to calm down and adjust my expectations. It's okay to not know things on the first day. That's normal. I just want to make a good impression. I want people to like me and think I'm competent. But I guess I can't control what people think. I can only control my own attitude and effort. Okay, deep breath. I'm going to walk in there with confidence and a smile. I'm going to introduce myself to people. I'm going to ask questions when I don't understand something. And I'm going to stay positive, even if things are confusing or overwhelming. Is that a good plan?
That's a perfect plan. And here are some practical tips for surviving the first day. Bring a notebook and write everything down. Names, passwords, processes, everything. You won't remember it all, and it's better to have notes you can reference later. Don't be afraid to ask people to repeat themselves or explain things again. It's way better to ask for clarification than to pretend you understand and then make mistakes later. And be friendly with everyone, not just your direct team. The admin staff, the IT people, the facilities people, everyone. You never know who will become a valuable ally or friend.
Taking notes, asking questions, being friendly to everyone. Got it. That all makes sense. What about lunch? Should I bring my own lunch, or is there a cafeteria? And if there is a cafeteria, do I eat alone or try to join other people? I don't want to be that person eating alone, looking pathetic, but I also don't want to intrude on people's established lunch groups. This is like high school all over again. Why is workplace social navigation so complicated? Can't everyone just wear name tags that say whether they're friendly and open to new people or not?
Lunch can definitely be awkward on the first day, I'll give you that. Here's what you do. If someone from your team invites you to lunch, accept immediately. If no one invites you, but people are clearly going out, ask if you can join. Most people will say yes because they remember being the new person. If you end up eating alone, that's okay too. Use it as a chance to decompress and mentally prepare for the afternoon. And don't worry, within a week or two, you'll have figured out the lunch situation and probably have found some people you click with. It just takes time. First days are always the hardest.
Okay, I can handle that. Just be open to opportunities and don't overthink it. I'm good at overthinking things, in case you couldn't tell. I need to work on that. All right, what else should I know? What about dress code? I'm wearing business casual, but what if everyone else is super casual and I look overdressed? Or what if they're more formal and I look sloppy? I tried to research the company culture online, but it's hard to tell from their website. I should have asked during the interview, but I didn't think about it.
For the first day, business casual is the safe choice. You can always dress down after you see what the norm is, but it's harder to suddenly dress up if you started too casual. But honestly, nobody's going to judge you too harshly based on what you wear the first day. People understand you're navigating a new environment. After today, just observe what others wear and match that. And speaking of observing, pay attention to the unwritten rules and office culture. When do people arrive and leave? How do meetings work? How do people communicate? Email, instant message, in person? Every office has its own culture and norms. Your job in the first week is to figure out those norms so you can fit in.
Observe and adapt. That makes sense. I can do that. I'm actually pretty good at reading rooms and picking up on social cues. Okay, I think I'm feeling a bit better now.
Still nervous, but it's manageable nervous, not paralyzed with fear nervous anymore. You've given me some good practical strategies and reminders that have helped me put this in perspective. It's just a first day. Everyone has first days. It's not the end of the world. I'm capable and qualified, and I'm going to be fine, right? Tell me I'm going to be fine.
You're gonna be way better than fine. You're gonna walk in there and they're gonna be so glad they hired you. By the end of the week, you're gonna wonder why you were ever nervous. And in a month, you're gonna be the one helping the next new person feel comfortable. That's how it always works. The nerves are temporary. The opportunity is real. Now go in there and show them what you got. And text me later to let me know how it went. I want to hear all about it. You've got this. First day, let's go.
Thank you. I really needed this pep talk. Okay, I'm ready. Deep breath, confident smile, positive attitude. Let's do this. New job, new challenges, new opportunities. I'm ready. Here I go. Wish me luck. Actually, don't wish me luck. Wish me confidence. I've got the skills. I just need the confidence to show them. Okay, I'm really going now. Thanks again for everything. You're the best.
Confidence, courage, and competence. You have all three. Now go be amazing. I'll be waiting for your success text later. You've got this.
I need to vent about my coworker, Sarah. She's driving me absolutely insane, and I don't know how much longer I can deal with her. She constantly takes credit for work that other people do. She talks over everyone in meetings, and she's just generally rude and condescending. Yesterday, she actually rolled her eyes at me when I was presenting my ideas. Rolled her eyes, like we're in middle school or something. I'm trying to be professional, but I'm reaching my breaking point. How do you deal with someone like this?
Difficult coworkers are the worst. They can make even a great job feel miserable. But before you do anything drastic, let's think this through strategically. Have you tried talking to Sarah directly about how her behavior affects you? I know confrontation is uncomfortable, but sometimes people genuinely don't realize how they're coming across. She might not even know she's doing these things or how they impact others. A direct, calm conversation might actually resolve the situation. Have you considered that approach?
I have thought about talking to her directly, but I'm worried it'll make things worse. What if she gets defensive and retaliates somehow? What if she turns other people against me? She seems to have a lot of influence with management, and I don't want to create an enemy. But you're right that I should probably try the direct approach before escalating to our boss. How would I even start that conversation? I can't just say, hey, you're terrible and you need to stop. That'll definitely not go well.
No, definitely don't lead with "you're terrible." The key is to use I statements instead of you statements. Focus on how her actions affect you rather than accusing her character. For example, instead of saying, "you take credit for my work," you could say, "I feel frustrated when my contributions aren't acknowledged." Or, "I'd appreciate it if we could clarify who worked on what parts of the project." That way you're expressing your feelings and needs without directly accusing her. It's harder for someone to argue with how you feel than to defend their actions.
That makes sense. Frame it as my experience rather than her fault. I can try that. But what about the eye rolling and the talking over people? How do I address that without sounding petty? I mean, it is petty on her part, but I don't want to come across as whining about small things. Although when it happens constantly, it's not small anymore. It's a pattern of disrespect. But I still don't know how to bring it up without seeming overly sensitive. Maybe I should just focus on the bigger issues, like taking credit for work. That's more concrete.
Actually, you can address the interpersonal stuff too, but you have to be strategic about it. For the talking over people in meetings, you could say something like, "I've noticed that sometimes when I'm speaking in meetings, the conversation moves on before I've finished my thought. I want to make sure I can fully contribute my ideas. Can we be mindful about letting everyone finish speaking?" That addresses the issue without directly saying, "you interrupt me." And if she does it again, you can politely but firmly say, "I wasn't finished," in the moment. Asserting your right to speak is not rude, it's professional.
Okay, I like that approach. Assertive, but not aggressive. Professional, but still standing up for myself. And you're right that I should say something in the moment when she interrupts. I usually just shut down and let her take over the conversation, which probably reinforces the behavior. If I start pushing back politely, maybe she'll realize she can't walk all over me. what about if this conversation doesn't work? If I talk to her and nothing changes or it gets worse, then what do I do? At what point do I involve our manager?
If you've tried addressing it directly and the behavior continues or worsens, then yes, it's appropriate to involve your manager. But when you do, come with documentation. Keep track of specific incidents with dates and times and what happened. Don't go in with vague complaints like Sarah is mean. Go in with concrete examples like, on this date in this meeting, Sarah took credit for the marketing campaign I developed. Or I've attempted to address these issues directly, but the behavior continues. Managers can't act on feelings and impressions. They need facts and patterns, so document everything.
Documentation. Got it. I should have been doing that all along. I'll start keeping a record from now on. It's frustrating that I have to do all this work and emotional labor just because one person can't act professionally. Why should I have to strategize and document and manage this situation when she's the one being problematic? It doesn't seem fair. But I guess that's just the reality of workplace dynamics. Not everything is fair. Sometimes you just have to deal with difficult people as best you can.
You're absolutely right that it's not fair. In a perfect world, everyone would be respectful and professional, and these situations wouldn't arise. But we don't live in a perfect world, and unfortunately, part of career success is learning to navigate difficult interpersonal dynamics. Think of it as building your professional skills. Dealing with Sarah is teaching you conflict resolution, assertiveness, and strategic thinking. Those are valuable skills that will serve you well throughout your career. It sucks that you have to learn them this way, but at least you're getting something out of this terrible situation.
That's a good reframe. I'm building skills, not just suffering. I can work with that mindset. Okay, here's my action plan. This week, I'm going to try having a direct but professional conversation with Sarah using the techniques you suggested. I'm going to start documenting specific incidents. I'm going to practice assertiveness in meetings by not letting her talk over me. And if none of that works after a reasonable period of time, say a month, then I'm going to escalate to our manager with my documentation. Does that sound like a solid plan? Do you think I'm missing anything?
That sounds like a very solid, mature plan. You're being proactive, you're giving Sarah a fair chance to change, and you're protecting yourself by documenting. The only thing I'd add is to take care of your own mental health throughout this process. Dealing with difficult coworkers is stressful. Make sure you're venting to friends or family. Maybe even consider talking to a therapist if it's really affecting you. Don't let Sarah's behavior consume your life outside of work. You deserve peace and happiness, and one difficult coworker shouldn't be allowed to rob you of that. Set boundaries, both at work and emotionally.
You're right about the mental health aspect. I have been letting this consume too much of my mental energy. I think about it on evenings and weekends when I should be relaxing. That needs to stop. I'm going to implement your suggestion about emotional boundaries. Work problems stay at work. When I leave the office, I leave Sarah's behavior behind too. She doesn't get to occupy space in my brain during my personal time. That's my space, and she's not invited. Thank you for helping me think through this. I feel much more equipped to handle this situation now, and I feel less alone in it.
You're definitely not alone. Almost everyone has dealt with a difficult coworker at some point. It's practically a universal experience, and you're handling it really well. You're being thoughtful and strategic instead of reactive and emotional. That's going to serve you well. Now, go implement your plan and remember, you've got this. Sarah doesn't have power over you unless you give it to her. Stay confident, stay professional, and stay true to yourself. Everything else will fall into place. And update me on how it goes. I'm rooting for you.
I've been at this company for 3 years now, and I haven't gotten a raise since I started. Well, I got a cost of living adjustment last year, but that doesn't really count. My responsibilities have increased significantly. I've taken on more projects, and I've consistently exceeded my performance goals. I think I deserve a raise, but I'm terrified to ask for one. What if they say no? What if they think I'm ungrateful or demanding? What if they can't afford it and I put them in an awkward position? I don't know how to approach this conversation.
First of all, asking for a raise is not ungrateful or demanding. It's a normal part of professional development. You provide value to the company, and you deserve to be compensated fairly for that value. If you've truly been doing excellent work and taking on more responsibility, then asking for a raise is completely reasonable and expected. The key is to approach it strategically with preparation and confidence. Have you researched what people in similar positions with your level of experience typically make? You need to know your market value.
I've done some research on sites like Glassdoor and Salary.com. Based on what I'm seeing, people with my job title and experience in this geographic area typically make 15 to 20% more than what I'm currently making, so I'm definitely underpaid compared to market rate. I've also been keeping track of my accomplishments. I led the Johnson project that brought in $200,000 in new revenue. I improved our customer retention rate by 12%. I trained 3 new employees. I have concrete achievements I can point to. I'm not just asking for more money because I want it. I'm asking because I earned it.
Perfect. You're coming in with data and evidence. That's exactly the right approach. Now, let's talk about how to actually have the conversation. First, schedule a formal meeting with your manager specifically to discuss compensation. Don't ambush them with this request in a casual hallway conversation. Give them a heads up so they can come prepared too. Something like, "I'd like to schedule a meeting to discuss my compensation and career development. Do you have time next week?" That shows respect for their time and lets them know what's coming.
Okay, schedule a formal meeting. Don't ambush them. Got it. What about timing? Is there a best time of year to ask for a raise? We don't have formal annual reviews. My company is pretty small and informal, so I guess there's no wrong time, or is there? Should I wait until we just completed a successful project, or until the company has had a good quarter? I don't want to ask at a time when budgets are tight or when they're stressed about finances. That seems like a setup for rejection.
Timing does matter. If you know the company just had a bad quarter or there had been layoffs or budget cuts, that's probably not the ideal time. But waiting for the perfect moment can mean you never ask at all. A good time is after you've just accomplished something significant. Strike while the iron's hot. You just completed a successful project that brought in revenue? That's your moment. Frame the raise request in the context of that success. I'm really proud of what we achieved with the Johnson project. Given the results and my growing contributions to the company, I'd like to discuss my compensation. That connects your request to your value.
That makes sense. Leverage my recent wins. I actually just wrapped up another successful project last week, so the timing could work. But here's what I'm really worried about. What if they say they can't afford it? How do I respond to that? Do I accept it and just feel resentful? Do I push back? Do I threaten to leave? I don't actually want to leave. I like this job and this company, but I also don't want to be taken advantage of. If they truly value me, they need to compensate me fairly. I shouldn't have to threaten to leave to get paid what I'm worth.
You're absolutely right that you shouldn't have to threaten to leave to be valued. And in fact, I'd advise against making ultimatums unless you're truly prepared to follow through. Empty threats damage your credibility. If they say they can't afford a raise right now, ask for specifics. When would they be able to revisit the conversation? What would need to happen for a raise to be possible? Can they commit to a specific timeline? Get them to give you something concrete. And you can also negotiate for other forms of compensation if a salary increase isn't possible. More vacation days, professional development funds, flexible work arrangements, a better title. There are multiple forms of value.
Negotiating for alternatives if they can't do salary, that's smart. I hadn't thought about that. And asking for a specific timeline makes sense. At least then I'd know where I stand and whether I need to start looking elsewhere. But I really hope it doesn't come to that. I've invested 3 years here, and I like my colleagues and the work. I don't want to start over somewhere new. But I also can't stay if I'm consistently undervalued and underpaid. That's not sustainable. At some point, I have to advocate for myself and my financial future. This is scary but necessary. I need to do this.
That's the right attitude. This is scary but necessary. And remember, the worst they can say is no. If they say no, you're in the same position you are now.
You haven't lost anything by asking. But if they say yes, you've significantly improved your financial situation and validated your worth. The potential upside outweighs the risk. And here's something else to remember. Good managers respect employees who advocate for themselves. It shows confidence and self-awareness. They might not be able to say yes to everything you ask for, but they'll respect you for asking. So go into this with confidence. You deserve this raise, and you're going to make a compelling case for it. And whatever happens, you'll know you advocated for yourself. That's important regardless of the outcome. Okay, I'm going to draft an email right now requesting the meeting. No more putting this off. It's time to have this conversation. Wish me luck. Actually, I don't need luck. I need courage, and I think I finally have it.
You absolutely have it. You're ready for this. Go schedule that meeting and prepare your case. And remember, you're not asking for a favor. You're negotiating for what you've earned. There's a difference. Be polite, but firm. Be open to discussion, but know your worth. You've got this. And let me know how it goes. I'll be thinking about you. Now go get what you deserve. I can't do this anymore. I've been working at 12-hour days for the past 2 months. I haven't had a weekend off in forever. I'm constantly checking my email, even when I'm supposedly off the clock. I'm exhausted, I'm burnt out, and I feel like I'm failing at everything. My relationship is suffering, my health is suffering, and ironically, I don't even think I'm doing good work anymore because I'm so tired. But if I push back or set boundaries, I worry they'll think I'm not committed or I can't handle the workload. How do you say no without damaging your career?
What you're describing is unsustainable, and honestly, it's not healthy. You can't keep going like this indefinitely without serious consequences to your health and well-being. And you're right that exhaustion affects work quality. You're probably making more mistakes and working less efficiently when you're burned out. So actually, setting better boundaries would improve your work performance, not hurt it. But I understand the fear. In many workplace cultures, there's this expectation that you should always be available and always willing to work more. It's toxic, but it's real. So we need to think strategically about how you can create better boundaries without being penalized.
How, though? When my boss sends me an email at 9 p.m., I feel like I have to respond immediately or they'll think I'm not dedicated. When there's a project deadline, I feel like I have to work through the weekend to get it done. I've created this expectation that I'm always available and always willing to work more, and now I don't know how to dial it back without it being a dramatic change. People are going to notice and comment. They're going to think something's wrong or that I've stopped caring about my job. How do I undo the pattern I've created?
First, recognize that you've trained people to expect this level of availability from you. That was never sustainable, and it was never fair for them to expect it, even if you volunteered it. Now you need to retrain them. Start small. Don't go from answering emails at 9 p.m. to completely ignoring them. Instead, start delaying your responses. Wait until morning to respond to that late-night email. If someone asks why you didn't respond immediately, you can say, "I don't check email after work hours, but I'm responding now." That establishes a boundary without making a big announcement about it. Actions speak louder than words.
Start small and retrain people through actions. That makes sense. What about the workload itself, though? I have too much on my plate. That's partly why I'm working such long hours. Even if I set better boundaries about when I work, I still can't get everything done in a reasonable workday. I need to talk to my boss about the workload, but I don't know how to do that without sounding like I can't handle my job, especially because I've been doing it, even if it's killing me. How do you tell your boss you have too much work without them thinking you're incompetent or lazy?
You frame it as a prioritization conversation, not a complaint. Go to your boss and say, "I want to make sure I'm focusing on the highest priority work and doing it well. Right now, I'm juggling X, Y, and Z projects. Can you help me prioritize which should take precedence? I want to deliver quality work, and I want to make sure my time is being used on what matters most." That puts the ball in their court.
They have to help you prioritize. And if they say everything is equally important and urgent, you can say, I understand everything is important, but I want to be realistic about what's achievable in a 40-hour work week. What would you like me to deprioritize, or what resources can we bring in to help?
Oh, that's good. It's not, I have too much work. It's help me prioritize and let's be realistic about capacity. I can do that. That feels professional and solution-oriented rather than whiny. And honestly, it'll be revealing to see how my boss responds. If they're reasonable, they'll work with me to find solutions. If they expect me to just magically do everything perfectly with no limits, that tells me something important about whether this is a sustainable long-term job. Maybe part of work-life balance is being in a workplace that actually values balance. Not every company does, no matter what they say in their mission statement.
You're absolutely right about that. Company culture matters enormously for work-life balance. Some places genuinely respect boundaries, and some places pay lip service to it while expecting people to be always on. So you might find that even with better boundary setting, this particular workplace isn't compatible with the life you want. And that's okay. That doesn't mean you failed. It means the fit wasn't right. But before you get there, try implementing these strategies: better boundaries, prioritization conversations, and being willing to say, I can't take on anything else right now without dropping something else. See how your boss and your company respond. That'll give you the information you need to decide your next steps.
That's fair. Try to fix it first, and if it can't be fixed, then make decisions about whether to stay. I don't want to leave. I actually like a lot about this job. But I also can't sacrifice my health and my relationships indefinitely. There has to be a sustainable way to do this work. And if there isn't, then this isn't the right job for me long term. That's scary to acknowledge, but also kind of liberating. I have agency here. I don't have to just accept being miserable. I can make changes, and if necessary, I can find something better. That feels empowering.
It is empowering. You're not stuck. You have options. And recognizing that gives you the confidence to actually implement these changes. When you're desperate and feel like you have no choices, you tolerate things you shouldn't tolerate. But when you know you have agency and options, you can advocate for yourself from a position of strength. So start with the small changes. Delay email responses, have the prioritization conversation, start leaving at reasonable hours, see what happens. You might be surprised. Your boss might be more understanding than you expect. Or you might confirm that this workplace culture is toxic and it's time to move on. Either way, you'll have information to make good decisions.
Okay, here's my plan. This week, I'm going to stop checking email after 7 p.m. I'm going to have a prioritization meeting with my boss. I'm going to leave the office by 6 p.m. at least 3 days this week. Small steps toward reclaiming my life. And I'm going to pay attention to how people respond. If there's resistance or pushback, I'll address it directly and professionally. And if things don't improve within the next month or two, I'll start looking for other opportunities. I deserve a job that allows me to have a life outside of work. Everyone deserves that. It's not too much to ask for. I just need to actually ask for it and enforce it. Wish me luck. I'm nervous, but also determined. This has to change.
You don't need luck. You need courage and consistency. And I can tell you have both. This is going to be uncomfortable at first because you're changing established patterns, but stick with it. Your health and happiness are worth protecting. And remember, good employers want sustainable employees. Burned out people don't do their best work. So by taking care of yourself, you're actually being better at your job. So don't feel guilty about setting boundaries. Feel proud. You're modeling healthy professional behavior. And 6 months from now, you're going to be so glad you made these changes. I'm proud of you for recognizing the problem and taking action. Now go reclaim your life. You deserve it.
We have a major deadline on Friday, and there's no way we're going to make it with normal hours. My manager just asked if the team can work late this week and come in on the weekend. I personally could really use the overtime pay, but I also had plans this weekend that I don't want to cancel. And I'm worried that if I say no, I'll be seen as not a team player or not committed. But I also feel like this deadline emergency is partially management's fault for not planning better. Why should I sacrifice my weekend for their poor planning? But can I actually say that without damaging my career?
That's a tough situation, and I understand your frustration. You're caught between needing money, wanting to maintain your personal life, and not wanting to be seen negatively at work. Let's break this down. First, is working this weekend truly voluntary, or is it actually mandatory dressed up as a request? That's an important distinction. If your manager is genuinely asking and you can say no without real consequences, that's different from if it's mandatory. Do you know which it is? Has anyone in your team said they can't do it?
I don't know if anyone has said no yet. The request just came out an hour ago. It was framed as, we really need everyone's help to meet this deadline, which sounds voluntary, but also has that implied pressure of, but if you say no, we'll remember. You know that tone. It's technically optional, but it feels like it's actually required if you want to be seen as committed to the team. I hate that ambiguity. I wish they would just be straight with us. If it's mandatory, say it's mandatory. Don't make us feel guilty for having lives outside work.
Yeah, that passive-aggressive "we need everyone" language is frustrating. It puts the burden on you to volunteer rather than management owning the decision. Here's my advice. Think about what matters most to you and make your decision based on that, not on what you think other people will think. If you need the overtime pay and you can reschedule your weekend plans, then work. If your weekend plans are important and non-negotiable, then don't work. You're allowed to have boundaries. But if you do say no, be professional about it. Don't make a big statement about management's poor planning. Just say, I'm not available this weekend, but I'll work late Monday through Thursday to contribute what I can before Friday. That's direct, but not confrontational.
That's a good script. I'm not available, but here's what I can do. It's both a boundary and a contribution. I think I can say that. Although I am worried about the optics. What if I'm the only one who says no and everyone else works the weekend? Then I'll look bad in comparison. Or what if everyone else wants to say no, but they're all waiting to see if anyone else will do it first? We might all be stuck in this collective action problem where we all want to protect our weekends, but we're all too scared to be the first one to say no. Maybe I should talk to some of my coworkers first and see where they stand.
Talking to coworkers could give you information, but be careful. You don't want to be seen as organizing resistance or stirring up trouble. Keep it casual. Hey, are you planning to work this weekend? Don't make it a campaign against management. Just gather information. But ultimately, you have to make the decision that's right for you, regardless of what others do. Maybe everyone works and you don't. That's okay. You're entitled to have boundaries even if others choose differently. Or maybe you all collectively decide you're not available. That's okay too. There's nothing wrong with coworkers supporting each other and maintaining work-life balance.
You're right. I need to make my own decision and not just follow what everyone else does. Although there is strength in numbers. If we all say we're not available, management would actually have to plan better next time instead of just assuming we'll all bail them out with free labor. Well, paid labor, but you know what I mean. The expectation that we should always be willing to work extra when they mess up. That's not sustainable, and it's not fair. At some point, the cost of poor planning should fall on management, not on employees' personal time.
You're absolutely right about that. Chronic overtime and weekend work is usually a sign of systemic problems like understaffing, poor planning, or unrealistic deadlines. And you're right that constantly rescuing the company with your personal time enables those problems to continue. But you have to pick your battles. Is this the hill you want to die on? Is this chronic, or is it a rare emergency? If it's rare, it might be worth being flexible. If it's constant, then you have a bigger problem that probably requires a more strategic approach than just refusing this one weekend. Context matters.
That's a good point. Let me think about whether this is a pattern or an outlier. Actually, now that I think about it, we've had emergencies requiring overtime about once a month for the past several months. So, yeah, this is a pattern. We're chronically understaffed or overcommitted, and every time we pull together and make it work, which means management has no incentive to actually fix the underlying problem. So maybe this is the time to push back. Not aggressively, but firmly, to say,
I've worked extra every month this year, and I need this weekend for personal commitments. We need to talk about the underlying capacity issues so these emergencies stop being the norm. Is that too confrontational?
That's actually exactly the right level of confrontation. You're stating facts, you're setting a boundary, and you're identifying the real issue. That's not being difficult, that's being professional. But maybe have that conversation with your manager privately rather than announcing it to the whole team, and have it after you've said whether or not you're available this weekend. Don't make it seem like you're trying to negotiate or guilt them. Make your decision about this weekend, communicate it clearly, and then separately schedule a conversation about the broader pattern. That way you're addressing both the immediate situation and the long-term problem. Two separate conversations.
Separate conversations. That makes sense. Okay, I've decided. I'm not available this weekend. I'll work late Monday through Thursday to contribute extra hours before the deadline, but my weekend is protected. And next week, I'll schedule a meeting with my manager to discuss the pattern of last-minute overtime and how we can better manage workload and capacity. I'm nervous about both conversations, but I also feel good about the decision. I'm being reasonable, I'm setting healthy boundaries, and I'm trying to solve the bigger problem. That feels right. Thank you for helping me think through this. I needed the clarity and the confidence to make this call.
I'm proud of you for making a thoughtful decision and for planning to address the systemic issue. Too many people just accept chronic overtime as normal when it really shouldn't be. By speaking up, you're not just helping yourself, you're potentially helping your whole team. And you're holding management accountable for capacity planning. That's leadership, even if you don't have the title. Now go communicate your decision clearly and professionally, and stick to your guns. You're doing the right thing for your own well-being and for creating a healthier workplace culture. You've got this.
There's a big company networking event next week, and I'm supposed to attend. It's one of those mixer things where you mingle and make small talk and try to build professional relationships. I absolutely hate these events. I'm not good at small talk. I don't know how to approach strangers and start conversations. I always end up standing awkwardly in the corner by myself or talking to the same two people I already know. But I also know these events are important for career development. People make connections that lead to opportunities. I need to figure out how to actually network effectively instead of just surviving these events. Any advice?
Networking events are tough, especially for people who aren't naturally extroverted. But the good news is, networking is a skill you can learn and improve. It's not just about personality, it's about strategy and practice. First, let's reframe what networking is. It's not about using people or collecting business cards. It's about building genuine professional relationships based on mutual interest and support. When you think about it that way, it becomes less intimidating. You're just having conversations with people who work in your field or company. That's not so scary. You do that every day in other contexts.
Okay, reframe it as building genuine relationships, not manipulating people for career gain. That does feel better, but I still don't know how to actually do it. How do you walk up to a stranger at one of these events? What do you say? Hi, I'm awkward at networking, but I thought I'd force myself to talk to you. That's not going to work. I need some actual scripts or strategies for starting conversations, and for keeping them going, and for ending them gracefully when they're not going anywhere. Basically, I need a networking 101 crash course. Help me not embarrass myself next week.
Okay, practical strategies. First, set a realistic goal. Don't try to meet 20 people. Aim for 3 meaningful conversations. That's achievable and less overwhelming. Second, prepare some conversation starters. What do you do here at the company? How long have you been working here? What projects are you currently excited about? These are open-ended questions that get people talking. Most people like talking about themselves and their work. Third, when someone asks you about yourself, have a concise, interesting answer prepared. Not just your job title, but something that invites follow-up questions. I work in marketing, and I'm currently working on this really interesting campaign about X. Give them something to hook on to.
Okay, prepare questions and prepare my own story. That makes sense.
What about reading social cues, though? How do I know when someone wants to end the conversation versus when they're enjoying it? I don't want to be that person who traps someone in a boring conversation, but I also don't want to cut things short just when they're getting interesting. And how do you politely exit a conversation when you do want to move on to talk to others? I feel like, well, I should go mingle sounds rude, like you're dismissing the person you were just talking to.
Reading social cues gets easier with practice, but here are some basics. If someone is making eye contact, asking you follow-up questions, and their body is facing toward you, they're engaged. If they're looking around the room, giving short answers, or angling their body away, they're probably ready to move on. As for exiting gracefully, you can say, "It was really nice talking to you.
Mm-hmm.
I want to make sure I meet a few other people tonight. Can I get your email? I'd love to continue this conversation." That's polite, it acknowledges you enjoyed talking to them, and it gives you a way to follow up later. Nobody gets offended by that.
Get their email and offer to continue the conversation later. That's smooth. I can do that. What about following up, though? If I collect a bunch of emails at this event, what do I do with them? Do I email everyone the next day? Do I wait a few days? What do I even say? I don't want to be that person who asks for something immediately. Like, "Hi, we met at the networking event. Can you give me a job?" That's tacky. But if I wait too long or don't have a clear purpose for the email, they might not remember me or might wonder why I'm reaching out. How do you follow up in a way that's professional and purposeful without being opportunistic?
Great question. Follow up within a week while you're still fresh in their memory. The email should be short and specific. "Hi, it was great talking with you at the company event last week. I really enjoyed hearing about your work on the X project. I'd love to learn more about that. Would you be open to grabbing coffee sometime?" That's specific, it references your actual conversation, and it suggests a concrete next step. You're not asking for anything except more conversation. Most people are happy to have coffee and talk about their work, and you never know what opportunities might come from those relationships down the line. But the immediate goal is just building a genuine connection.
Reference the conversation, suggest coffee, build genuine connection. Okay, I can follow that formula. And you're right that I don't need to immediately ask for something. Just building the relationship is valuable in itself. I think part of my discomfort with networking has been this feeling that it's transactional and fake, like everyone is just using everyone else. But if I approach it as, "I'm interested in what you do and I'd like to learn from you," that feels more authentic. It's not fake if I'm genuinely curious about their work. And I am curious. I want to know what other people in my company do. That's actually interesting, not just strategic.
Exactly. When networking comes from genuine curiosity and interest in others, it doesn't feel fake because it's not fake. You're building real relationships based on real shared interests. And yes, those relationships might benefit your career someday, but that's a side effect of the connection, not the only purpose of it. The people who are best at networking are the ones who genuinely enjoy learning about others and connecting people. It's not about what you can get, it's about what you can learn and how you can contribute to a professional community. When you approach it that way, it stops being stressful and starts being actually enjoyable. You might even find you like networking events once you get the hang of it.
I don't know if I'll ever love them, but maybe I can get to a place where they don't fill me with dread. That would be progress. Okay, my plan for next week's event. Set a goal of 3 meaningful conversations, prepare my conversation starters and my own story, be genuinely curious about what people do, read social cues and exit conversations gracefully, get emails from people I connect with, follow up within a week with specific references to our conversations, and remember that I'm building genuine relationships, not manipulating people for career gain. If I stick to that plan, I should be okay. I might even enjoy myself, or at least not hate every minute of it. That's success in my book.
That's a perfect plan and a healthy attitude. And here's one more tip. If you start feeling overwhelmed during the event, it's okay to take a break. Step outside for fresh air, go to the bathroom, get some water. You don't have to be on the entire time. Give yourself permission to recharge when you need to. And remember, most people at these events feel at least somewhat awkward. You're not alone in that. The confident networkers you see have just learned to push through the awkwardness. You can too. Now go prepare your talking points and your mindset. Next week, you're going to walk into that event and you're going to make 3 meaningful connections. I believe in you.
I've been in this field for 8 years, and I'm starting to think I made the wrong choice. I don't hate my job, but I'm not passionate about it either. I feel like I'm just going through the motions, collecting a paycheck, counting down until retirement. Is this all there is? I watch people who love their careers and I feel envious. I want to feel excited about my work. I want to feel like I'm making a difference, or at least doing something that aligns with my values. But at the same time, I have a good salary and stability. Changing careers at this point seems risky and maybe stupid. Am I being naive to think I could find something better? Or am I settling for mediocrity?
Those are really profound questions, and I'm glad you're asking them. A lot of people have these thoughts but don't examine them. They just stay in careers they're not happy with because it feels safer than changing. But here's what I've learned. Feeling unfulfilled in your work has real costs, too. Maybe not financial costs, but emotional and psychological costs. Those matter. Life is too short to spend 40-plus hours a week doing something that makes you feel empty. That said, career changes are big decisions that require careful thought. Let's explore this. What would you be doing if you weren't in your current field? What excites you? What aligns with your values?
I've always been interested in environmental work, like conservation or sustainable business or renewable energy, something where I feel like I'm contributing to solving real problems in the world. Right now, I work in corporate finance and it pays well, but it feels meaningless. I'm helping rich people get richer. That's not fulfilling to me. But I don't have a background in environmental science or policy. I'd have to start over in a completely new field. That means probably taking a pay cut, maybe going back to school. At my age, with my financial responsibilities, is that realistic? Or is this just a midlife crisis fantasy?
It might feel like a fantasy, but it's actually a very common and valid experience. Lots of people reach a point where they want their work to have more meaning. And here's the thing, you don't necessarily have to completely start over. Your skills in finance are valuable. There are environmental nonprofits that need people with financial expertise. There are renewable energy companies that need financial analysts. You could potentially pivot into a role where you're using your existing skills, but in a sector that aligns with your values. That's less risky than completely abandoning your experience and starting from scratch. Have you looked into those kinds of transition roles?
I haven't really researched it yet because I've been afraid to get my hopes up. But what you're saying makes sense. I have skills that are transferable. I don't have to become a marine biologist or something completely different. I could find a role where my financial skills are needed, but the mission is something I care about. That actually seems doable. Less scary than I thought. But it probably still means taking a pay cut, right? Nonprofits and mission-driven organizations usually pay less than corporate jobs. How do I know if I can afford that? How do you calculate whether you can take a pay cut for better job satisfaction?
That's a very practical question. First, look at your actual budget. What are your fixed expenses? What are your discretionary expenses? What are your savings goals? Can you cut back on some things to make room for a lower salary? Maybe you downsize your housing or reduce spending in other areas. A lot of people find that when they're happier in their work, they need less retail therapy or expensive hobbies to cope with job stress. So the lower salary might be less of a sacrifice than you think. But you need real numbers. Don't guess. Actually run the numbers and see what's realistic. And talk to your partner or family if your income affects them too. This is a decision you need to make together if it impacts others.
Running the numbers and talking to my family, that's smart. I've been avoiding those conversations because I think part of me is scared of the reality check. What if the numbers show I can't afford it? Then I'm stuck. But I guess it's better to know either way than to just dream without taking action. And maybe there's a middle path. Maybe I can do some volunteering or side projects in the environmental field. Test out whether I actually like this work before making a dramatic career change. That would be smart, right? Don't quit your job and jump into something new without actually trying it first.
That's a very smart approach, testing it out before fully committing. You could volunteer with an environmental nonprofit on weekends. You could take a class or get a certificate in sustainability or environmental policy. You could network with people in that field and do informational interviews to learn what the work is really like. All of that gives you information and experience without the risk of leaving your stable job. And honestly, those activities might fulfill some of your need for meaning while you're figuring out your long-term plan. You don't have to make a binary choice between staying forever or leaving immediately. There's a whole spectrum of options in between.
That's really helpful perspective. I don't have to make a dramatic, immediate change. I can start exploring and see where it leads. And maybe, in the process, I'll get clarity about what I really want. Maybe I'll discover I don't actually want to change careers after all. Or maybe I'll become even more certain that I need to make a move. Either way, I'll have better information than I do now, which is just vague dissatisfaction and fantasy. Okay, I'm going to start researching organizations that combine finance and environmental work. I'm going to look into volunteer opportunities. I'm going to start having conversations with people in that field. And I'm going to run my numbers to understand my financial flexibility. Those are concrete steps I can take without blowing up my life.
Those are excellent, manageable first steps. And here's one more tip. If you start feeling overwhelmed during the event, it's okay to take a break. Step outside for fresh air, go to the bathroom, get some water. You don't have to be on the entire time. Give yourself permission to recharge when you need to. And remember, most people at these events feel at least somewhat awkward. You're not alone in that. The confident networkers you see have just learned to push through the awkwardness. You can too. Now go prepare your talking points and your mindset. Next week, you're going to walk into that event and you're going to make 3 meaningful connections. I believe in you.
I've been in this field for 8 years, and I'm starting to think I made the wrong choice. I don't hate my job, but I'm not passionate about it either. I feel like I'm just going through the motions, collecting a paycheck, counting.
You don't have to have it all figured out right now. Career changes often happen gradually, not all at once. You might transition in stages over several years. That's okay. There's no rule that says you have to make a decision and execute it immediately. Give yourself permission to explore and evolve. And celebrate small steps. Every bit of research, every conversation, every volunteer shift is progress toward understanding what you want. That's valuable, even if you never make a dramatic career change. You're engaging with your own growth and development. That's important.
Thank you. I feel so much better having talked this through. I went from feeling stuck and hopeless to feeling like I have agency and options. I'm not trapped in this career. I have choices. I can explore. I can learn. I can make changes at my own pace. That's empowering. And even if I ultimately decide to stay in finance, at least I'll know it was a conscious choice rather than just inertia. I'm excited to start exploring. This feels like the beginning of something, even if I don't know exactly what yet. Thank you for helping me get unstuck. You've given me hope and a plan. That's exactly what I needed.
You're so welcome. I'm excited for you too. This is the start of an interesting journey. Embrace the uncertainty and the exploration. Life is too short for work that doesn't fulfill you. You deserve better, and you have the power to create it. Now go start researching and connecting and exploring. Keep me posted on how it goes. I want to hear about your discoveries and your progress. You've got this. The fact that you're willing to ask these big questions and take action on them tells me you're going to find your way. Good luck on your journey.
I thought working from home would be amazing, but it's actually really hard. I'm struggling to stay focused and productive. I keep getting distracted by household chores or the TV or just the fact that I'm in my comfortable home instead of a professional office environment. And I feel isolated. I miss the casual interactions with coworkers. I miss being able to just walk over to someone's desk and ask a quick question instead of scheduling a video call for everything. How do people make remote work actually work? Because I feel like I'm failing at it right now, and I don't know how to fix it.
Remote work is definitely an adjustment, and what you're experiencing is really common. The lack of structure and social interaction can be challenging. But the good news is there are strategies that can help. First, let's talk about the physical environment. Do you have a dedicated workspace, or are you working from your couch or bed?
Having a specific area that's only for work can really help your brain shift into work mode. It creates a boundary between work and personal life, even when they're in the same physical location. If you don't have a dedicated office, even just a specific corner of a room can work.
I've been working from my dining table, which is also where I eat meals and do other personal stuff, so there's no separation at all. Maybe that's part of the problem. I should set up a real workspace, but I don't have a spare room for an office. My apartment isn't that big, so I'm limited in what I can do. Maybe I need to get creative. Maybe I could set up a corner of my bedroom, or even just use a specific chair that's only for work, something that signals to my brain, this is work time versus this is home relaxation time. Would that actually help, or is it just psychological?
It's psychological, but psychology matters. Our brains respond to environmental cues. When you work from the same place you relax, your brain gets confused about what mode it should be in. Creating physical separation, even if it's just a different chair or corner of a room, helps. And here's another tip. Get dressed for work. You don't have to wear formal business clothes, but put on something different than what you'd wear lounging around the house. That transition ritual signals to your brain that it's work time. Same with having a morning routine that mimics your pre-remote work days. Coffee, maybe a short walk, then sit down at your workspace. Create rituals that mark the beginning and end of your workday.
Rituals and environmental cues. Okay, I can work with that. What about the distraction problem, though? When I'm at home, there's always something calling for my attention. The dishes need doing, the laundry is piling up, there's a show I want to watch. It feels like I'm constantly fighting the temptation to just do personal stuff instead of work. How do you stay disciplined when there's no one watching you and no physical separation between work and everything else in your life? I feel like I'm just not cut out for the self-direction that remote work requires.
Discipline is a muscle, and you can build it. One strategy is time blocking. Use the Pomodoro technique or something similar. Work intensely for 25 minutes, then take a 5-minute break. During work time, you're only focused on work. During break time, you can check your phone or start the laundry or whatever. But you're intentional about when you're doing what. Don't let work and personal tasks bleed into each other constantly. That's exhausting and inefficient. Another strategy is to remove temptations. If the TV is distracting you, face your workspace away from it or work in a room without a TV. Make it harder to access distractions. Design your environment for focus.
Time blocking and removing temptations. Those are concrete strategies I can implement. I like that. What about the isolation, though? That's maybe even harder than the distraction problem. I genuinely miss having coworkers around. I miss the casual chatting, the lunch breaks together, the sense of being part of a team. Video calls aren't the same. They feel formal and exhausting. I can't just have a quick, spontaneous conversation. Everything has to be scheduled and intentional. How do people maintain social connections and team culture when working remotely? Is it even possible, or is remote work just inherently lonely?
It can be lonely if you don't make intentional efforts to connect, but it doesn't have to be. First, talk to your manager and team about creating informal connection opportunities. Maybe a daily 15-minute team check-in where people can chat about anything, not just work. Maybe a virtual coffee break once a week where it's just social time. Some teams do virtual lunches where everyone eats together on video call. It feels silly at first, but it actually does help create connection. And outside of formal team stuff, you can reach out to individual coworkers for virtual coffee chats. Most people miss the social connection too and would probably welcome the invitation.
I like the idea of proposing some informal team connection time. I think other people probably feel isolated too and would appreciate that. I'll suggest it to my manager. What about just generally dealing with the blurring of work and personal life? I find that I'm working longer hours now because there's no clear end to the workday. When I was in an office, I'd leave at 5 and that was the end. But now I find myself checking emails at 9 p.m. or working on weekends because the laptop is right there and there's no physical separation. I'm struggling to set boundaries, and my work-life balance is actually worse now than when I had a commute. How do you draw boundaries when work and home are the same place?
That's a huge challenge with remote work, and a lot of people struggle with it. You need to create artificial boundaries since the physical ones don't exist. Set specific work hours and actually stick to them. When 5 o'clock hits, close your laptop and put it away. Out of sight, out of mind. Don't check work email after hours unless there's a true emergency. And here's a tip. Create an end-of-day ritual that signals work is over. Maybe a short walk, a workout, changing clothes, making dinner, something that marks the transition from work mode to personal mode. Without a commute to decompress, you need to create your own transition ritual. That helps your brain shift gears.
End-of-day ritual and strict boundaries. I've been so bad about that. I'll be working until 7 or 8 and then just transition to watching TV without any decompression. No wonder I feel burnt out. I need to be more intentional about ending my workday. Okay, here's my plan. I'm going to set up a dedicated workspace in the corner of my bedroom. I'm going to start getting dressed for work every morning. I'm going to use time blocking to stay focused. I'm going to propose some informal team connection time to my manager. I'm going to set strict work hours and create an end-of-day ritual. And I'm actually going to close my laptop and put it away when work hours are over. Those changes should help me be more productive, less isolated, and better balanced. Right?
Those are all excellent changes that should definitely help. But remember, it takes time to build new habits and adjust to a new way of working. Give yourself grace if you don't nail it immediately. Remote work is a skill, and like any skill, it takes practice. You're going to have days where you're distracted or lonely or you work too late. That's okay. The goal is progress, not perfection. And you might need to experiment to figure out what specifically works for you. Maybe time blocking doesn't work, but a different productivity method does. Maybe a corner workspace doesn't work, but a specific coffee shop does. Stay flexible and keep adjusting until you find your rhythm. You'll get there.
Progress, not perfection. I can work with that. Thank you for all these practical strategies. I was feeling really discouraged about remote work, but now I feel like I have tools and approaches to try. I'm not just failing at it, I just haven't figured out how to do it well yet. And that's okay. I'm going to implement these changes and give them time to work. And I'm going to be patient with myself while I figure this out. Remote work doesn't have to be isolating and unproductive. It can work if I'm intentional about making it work. Okay, I'm feeling motivated now. Time to set up my new workspace and start fresh tomorrow with better systems. Thank you for the encouragement and the practical advice. I really needed both.
You're so welcome. I'm confident you're going to figure this out and actually start enjoying remote work once you have better systems in place. A lot of people find that once they adjust, they actually prefer remote work because of the flexibility and lack of commute. You just have to go through the adjustment period first. Be patient with yourself and keep experimenting with what works for you. You'll get there. Now, go set up that workspace and prepare for a more productive and balanced remote work experience. You're going to do great.
Okay, we need to make a list before we go to the grocery store. Every time we go without a list, we end up spending way too much money and buying things we don't need. Last time we came home with 3 different types of chips and no vegetables. That's not okay. So let's be organized this time. What do we actually need for the week? Let's think about meals and work backwards from there.
You're absolutely right about needing a list. I'm terrible at impulse buying when we don't have a plan. Okay, so let's think about dinners first. What are we making this week? I was thinking maybe we could do tacos on Monday, pasta on Tuesday, stir fry on Wednesday. Something simple and quick since we're both busy this week. Does that sound good to you, or do you have other ideas for what you want to eat?
That sounds great. Tacos, pasta, stir fry, easy weeknight meals. So for tacos, we need ground beef or chicken, tortillas, lettuce, tomatoes, cheese, sour cream. For pasta, we need pasta, obviously, pasta sauce, maybe some Italian sausage, and a bagged salad. For stir fry, we need whatever vegetables look good, some protein like chicken or tofu, rice, and that stir fry sauce we like. Am I missing anything? Oh, and we should probably plan a couple more meals too. What about Thursday and Friday?
Thursday, we could do something with fish, maybe salmon with roasted vegetables. And Friday, we can just do leftovers or order takeout since we'll probably be tired by then. So add salmon and whatever vegetables to the list. And we need basics too: milk, eggs, bread, coffee. We're almost out of coffee, and that's a non-negotiable. We also need snacks for lunches, maybe some yogurt, fruit, maybe those granola bars you like, and toilet paper. We're definitely running low on toilet paper. Always the least exciting but most necessary purchase.
Adding all of that to the list. Okay, I think we have a pretty comprehensive list now. The question is, do we have the discipline to stick to this list and not add random things we don't need? Because the grocery store is designed to make you impulse buy. All the displays, the samples, the candy at the checkout. We need to have a strategy for resisting temptation. Maybe we should set a budget, like we're not spending more than $150 no matter what. Does that seem reasonable for a week's worth of groceries?
150 seems reasonable if we're strict about the list. But here's the thing. If we see something on sale that's a really good deal, we should be able to get it even if it's not on the list, right? Like if chicken breast is half off, we should stock up and freeze it. That's smart shopping, not impulse buying. So maybe we need to distinguish between impulse junk food purchases and strategic good deal purchases. The first one is bad, the second one is actually responsible. What do you think?
That's a fair distinction. Good deals on staples that we'll use anyway, okay. Random cookies just because they look good, not okay. I can work with that rule. And we should shop the perimeter of the store first. That's where all the fresh, healthy stuff is. Produce, meat, dairy. If we fill our cart with that stuff first, we'll have less room and less budget for junk in the middle aisles. That's a strategy I read about, and it makes sense. Keep the processed stuff minimal and the whole foods abundant.
Shopping the perimeter is smart, and we should definitely not go shopping hungry. That's a classic mistake. When you're hungry, everything looks good, and you end up buying way more than you need. We should eat lunch before we go. Give ourselves the best chance at making rational decisions. Oh, and we should bring our reusable bags. I'm tired of accumulating plastic bags under the sink. Plus, some stores charge for bags now. It's better for the environment and for our wallet to just use reusable ones.
Eat first, bring reusable bags, stick to the list with exceptions for good deals on staples, shop the perimeter first. We have a solid plan. I feel like we're actually going to succeed at responsible grocery shopping for once. Should we set a time limit too? Like in and out in 1 hour. That might help us stay focused and not wander around looking at stuff we don't need. The longer you're in the store, the more you spend. That's probably a fact.
1 hour is plenty of time if we're efficient. And honestly, I don't want to spend my whole Saturday at the grocery store anyway. We have other things to do. Okay, I'm ready. List is made, strategy is set, reusable bags are by the door. Let's do this. We're going to be grocery shopping champions. In and out, budget maintained, healthy food acquired, and maybe just one treat. We can get one treat, right? We're not monks. We deserve a little something for being so disciplined about everything else.
One treat is fine. We can each pick one thing that's not on the list, but that would make us happy. That's a reasonable reward for sticking to the plan otherwise. Okay, let's go before I change my mind and decide that ordering all our groceries online is easier. Although, then we'd pay delivery fees and we wouldn't get to pick our own produce. Some things you really need to see in person. All right, grocery shopping adventure time. Let's hope we stick to the plan.
We are going to stick to the plan. I have faith in us. And if we mess up, we try again next week. It's a learning process. Now let's go get some groceries and prove that we're responsible adults who can shop strategically. Here we go.
I hate shopping for clothes. I
absolutely hate it. Nothing ever fits right. The sizes are completely inconsistent between brands. I'm a medium in one store and a large in another and an extra small in yet another. How does that make any sense? And don't even get me started on women's clothing where the sizes are just arbitrary numbers that mean nothing. I'm so frustrated. I need new jeans, but I don't want to spend my whole day trying on jeans that don't fit. Why can't shopping be easier?
I feel your pain. Clothing sizes are completely ridiculous and nonsensical. But unfortunately, that's the reality we have to deal with. The only solution is to actually try things on, as annoying as that is. You can't trust sizes. You have to trust how things actually fit your body. So yes, it's going to take time, but it's the only way to find jeans that actually work. Should we go to a few different stores and see what they have? Cast a wide net and hopefully find something that fits well and looks good?
I guess that's the only option, but I'm already dreading it. The fluorescent lighting in dressing rooms makes everything look terrible. And those mirrors, I swear they're designed to make you look worse than you actually do. Or maybe I just look worse than I think I do, and the dressing room mirrors are telling me the truth. Either way, it's depressing. And trying on jeans is the worst. Squeezing into them, the awkward jumping and squatting to see if they're comfortable. It's a whole ordeal. Can't I just order jeans online and return them if they don't fit?
You could do that, but then you're dealing with the hassle of returns, and you might end up spending more money on shipping or return fees. Plus, you'd still have to try them on at home, and you wouldn't have the option of trying multiple sizes at once. I think in-store is actually more efficient, even though it's less comfortable. Let's make it as painless as possible, though. We'll go to stores that have a good return policy, just in case, and we'll limit it to 3 stores maximum. If we don't find jeans in 3 stores, we call it a day and try again another time. That way you're not spending all day on this.
3 stores max. That's doable. And I like knowing I can return them if I change my mind. Okay, what store should we go to? I want places that have a decent selection but aren't too expensive. I'm not paying $150 for jeans. That's insane. Jeans should not cost that much. I'm thinking maybe that department store near the mall has a good denim section, and there's that casual clothing chain that usually has decent prices. Where else? Do you have suggestions?
Those are both good options. Maybe we could also try that outlet store. They usually have name brands at lower prices. The selection might be a bit random, but if we get lucky, you could find really good jeans for cheap. And all 3 of those stores are in the same general area, so we're not driving all over the town. We can park once and hit all 3. Efficient shopping. What style of jeans are you looking for anyway? Skinny, straight leg, boot cut, dark wash, or light? We should have a general idea of what you want before we start looking.
I want something classic and versatile. Probably a dark wash, straight leg, or slim fit. Not too trendy because I want these to last a few years without looking dated. And mid-rise, not too high and definitely not low-rise. I'm not in college anymore. I need jeans that are age-appropriate and comfortable and that I can wear with different types of tops and shoes. Basically, I want the perfect pair of jeans that go with everything and make me look good. Is that too much to ask? Because it feels impossible to find.
It's not impossible, just challenging. The perfect jeans do exist. You just have to be patient and try on a bunch of options. And here's a tip. When you're trying them on, don't just stand there looking in the mirror. Actually move around, sit down, bend over, walk around the dressing room. Make sure they're comfortable in different positions. You're going to be wearing these jeans for activities, not just standing still. They need to work for real life. And if the length is off, but everything else is right, you can always get them hemmed. That's an easy fix.
That's a good tip about moving around. I usually just look at them and make a quick decision without thinking about actual wearability. Okay, I'm feeling slightly better about this shopping trip now. We have a plan, we have specific stores, we know what we're looking for. Maybe it won't be as terrible as I'm anticipating. Although I'm still not excited about the dressing room experience. Is it weird that I find shopping for clothes more stressful than enjoyable? People talk about retail therapy, but for me, shopping is just stressful.
It's not weird at all. Not everyone enjoys shopping. Some people find it fun and relaxing, others find it tedious and overwhelming. You're in the second category, and that's totally fine. The key is to make it as efficient and painless as possible. Get in, find what you need, get out. Don't treat it as a leisurely activity if that's not your thing. Treat it like a mission. Accomplish the goal and move on. And once you find jeans you like, remember the brand and style so next time you can just reorder the same ones online without all this hassle. That's my strategy for items I know I like.
That's actually brilliant. Find something that works and then stick with it. Why do I try to reinvent the wheel every time? If I find jeans I like today, I should just buy 2 pairs so I have a backup. Then when one pair wears out, I already have the replacement. That reduces future shopping stress. Okay, I'm ready to do this. Let's go find the perfect jeans. Or at least jeans that are good enough. I'm lowering my expectations slightly so I'm not disappointed. Good enough is fine. I don't need perfection, just functional, flattering jeans that fit properly. Let's go make this happen.
That's the spirit. Realistic expectations and an efficient mindset. We're going to find you some good jeans today. And if we don't, we'll at least eliminate some options and narrow down what you're looking for. Either way, it's progress. Now, let's go before you lose your motivation. Shopping mission activated.
I am so annoyed right now. This coffee maker I bought 2 weeks ago is already broken. It just stopped working this morning. No warning, nothing. I paid $80 for this thing, and it lasted all of 2 weeks. I'm taking it back to the store and demanding a refund. This is unacceptable. Do you think they'll give me a hard time about the return? I have the receipt, and I'm still within the return window, but I'm worried they're going to say it's my fault or something.
If you have the receipt and you're within the return period, they have to take it back, especially since it's faulty. That's not normal wear and tear. It's a faulty product. You're absolutely entitled to a refund or replacement. But here's my advice. Go in calm and polite, but firm. Don't go in angry and aggressive because that puts customer service people on the defensive. Explain the situation clearly, show them the receipt, and ask for a refund. If they give you any pushback, ask to speak to a manager. But I bet it'll be fine. Returns happen all the time.
You're right. I need to go in calm, even though I'm frustrated. It's not the customer service person's fault that the coffee maker is defective. They're just doing their job. I'll be polite, but clear about what I want. I want a full refund, not a replacement. I don't trust this brand anymore. If their quality control is so bad that a coffee maker breaks in 2 weeks, I don't want another one from them. I'll take my money and buy a different brand, one that's actually reliable. Do I need to bring the box it came in or just the coffee maker and the receipt?
Bring everything if you still have it. The box, the coffee maker, all the accessories, and definitely the receipt. Some stores are picky about having the original packaging. It shows you took care of the item and you're not just trying to scam them. Plus, having everything makes the return process smoother. They can just put it back in the system as a returned item in saleable condition, even though it's defective. It makes their job easier, which makes them more likely to process your return without hassle. It's all about making the process as smooth as possible for everyone involved.
Okay, I have the box and everything. I'm pretty good about keeping packaging for at least a few weeks in case something goes wrong, which apparently was smart in this case. So I have the item, the box, all the pieces, and the receipt. I'm going to walk in there calmly and explain that the product is defective and I would like a full refund. If they ask me to take a replacement instead, I'll politely decline and insist on the refund. And if they won't give me a refund, I'll ask for a manager. That's my plan. Does that sound good? Am I missing anything?
That sounds perfect. You're prepared, you're calm, you have a plan. The only other thing I'd suggest is to be ready to demonstrate the defect if they ask. Like if they want to see that it's actually broken and not just user error. Although with a coffee maker, it's probably pretty obvious. But just be prepared in case they want to test it or see what's wrong. And remember, federal law and most store policies are on your side when a product is defective. You have rights as a consumer. So don't let them intimidate you or make you feel like you're asking for something unreasonable. You bought a product that doesn't work. They need to make it right.
Consumer rights. I have rights. That's good to remember. Sometimes I feel like I'm inconveniencing them by wanting a refund, but you're right that I'm entitled to a product that actually works. If it doesn't work, they need to fix it. Okay, I'm feeling more confident now. I'm going to go to the store right now while I still have this energy and determination. If I wait, I might talk myself out of it or lose my nerve. And I really want my $80 back so I can buy a better coffee maker from a more reliable brand. Wish me luck. Hopefully this goes smoothly and I'm not there arguing for an hour.
I don't think you'll need to argue. You're prepared, and you have a legitimate complaint. Just stay calm and polite, but firm, and you'll be fine. And hey, even if they give you some pushback initially, you'll get your money back eventually. You're in the right here. Now go get your refund, and then we can research which coffee maker to buy next. One that actually lasts longer than 2 weeks. You've got this.
Thanks for the pep talk. I'm going in, armed with my receipt, my broken coffee maker, and my knowledge of consumer rights. This store doesn't know what's about to hit them. Okay, that sounds more aggressive than I mean to be. I'm going to be very calm and reasonable. Very calm and reasonable. I'm repeating that to myself like a mantra. Calm and reasonable. All right, here I go.
Calm and reasonable. You've got this. Text me when you're done and let me know how it went. I'm confident it'll go smoothly. Good luck.
I have a problem. I think I'm addicted to online shopping. I order things almost every day. Little things, mostly. A phone case here, a book there, some random kitchen gadget I don't need. It's so easy to just click buy now, and then it shows up at my door a few days later like a little present to myself. But then I look at my credit card statement, and I've spent hundreds of dollars on stuff I didn't really need. I have to stop, but I don't know how. The convenience and the instant gratification are so appealing. How do you break an online shopping habit?
First of all, acknowledging you have a problem is the first step, so good job being honest about it. Online shopping can definitely be addictive, especially because it's so easy and frictionless. You don't feel the money leaving your wallet the same way you do with cash or even swiping a card in person. It's just a click and done. So we need to add some friction back into the process, make it less convenient, and give yourself time to think before purchasing. Do you save your payment information on websites? If so, delete it. Make yourself enter it every time. That extra step gives you a moment to reconsider.
I do have my payment info saved everywhere. That's definitely part of the problem. It's too easy. I see something, I click buy, it's done in seconds. If I had to go find my credit card and type in all the numbers every time, I'd probably make fewer impulse purchases. Okay, I'm going to delete my saved payment info from all my favorite shopping sites. That's a good first step. What else? I feel like I also need to address why I'm shopping so much. I think I do it when I'm bored or stressed. It's a coping mechanism. I'm literally shopping my feelings instead of dealing with them.
That's really insightful. Recognizing that you're shopping as emotional regulation is important. So the question is, what else could you do when you're bored or stressed? What healthier coping mechanisms you could develop? Maybe when you feel the urge to browse shopping sites, you instead go for a walk, or call a friend, or work on a hobby. You need to replace the shopping behavior with something else that gives you that same sense of satisfaction or distraction. It's not enough to just stop shopping. You have to fill that void with something else, or you'll fall back into the pattern.
Replace the behavior with something healthier. That makes sense. Maybe I could make a list of alternative activities for when I feel the shopping urge. Things like reading a book I already own, doing a workout video, organizing a drawer, texting a friend. Activities that are productive or social or physically active. Things that actually improve my life instead of just cluttering it with more stuff. And maybe I should also unsubscribe from all those promotional emails. Every day I get dozens of emails about sales and new products, and they're so tempting. If I'm not seeing the ads, I won't be tempted to buy.
Unsubscribing from promotional emails is a great idea. Out of sight, out of mind. And while you're at it, delete the shopping apps from your phone. If you really need to buy something, you can use a web browser, but removing the apps removes the temptation to just open the app and browse when you're bored. Make online shopping less accessible. And here's another strategy. Institute a 24-hour rule. If you want to buy something, add it to your cart, but don't check out. Wait 24 hours. If you still want it the next day, then consider buying it. But often you'll find that the urge passes and you realize you didn't really need it.
The 24-hour rule, I like that. It gives me a cooling off period to really think about whether I need something or if I'm just impulse shopping. I bet a lot of the things I've bought would have stayed in the cart if I'd waited a day to think about it. Okay, here's my action plan. Delete saved payment info, unsubscribe from promotional emails, delete shopping apps, create a list of alternative activities for when I feel the shopping urge, and institute a 24-hour waiting period before any purchase. Is there anything else I should do? Should I set a budget for online shopping, like only allow myself a certain amount per month?
A budget is a great idea. It gives you a clear boundary and makes you prioritize what you really want. Maybe allow yourself $50 or $100 a month for discretionary online shopping. That way you're not completely depriving yourself, which could lead to a binge, but you're also keeping it under control. And you have to choose carefully what you spend that money on, which makes you more intentional about your purchases. It's about creating a healthy relationship with shopping, not eliminating it entirely, unless you want to eliminate it entirely, which is also valid.
No, I don't want to eliminate it entirely. I think that would be too restrictive and would backfire. But a budget makes sense. It's about moderation and intentionality. I can still buy things I truly want or need. I just can't buy everything that catches my eye. Okay, I'm feeling good about this plan. I'm going to start implementing these changes today. Delete payment info, unsubscribe from emails, remove apps, set budget. This is going to help me regain control of my spending and my online shopping habit. Thank you for helping me think through this. I needed someone to help me see the problem clearly and come up with concrete solutions.
You're welcome. And remember, if you slip up and make an impulse purchase, don't beat yourself up about it. Changing habits takes time, and you're going to have setbacks. What matters is the overall trend, not perfection. If you reduce your online shopping by even 50%, that's a huge win. Be patient with yourself and celebrate the small victories. You're on the right path, and I'm proud of you for taking action. Now go delete that payment info and start your new, healthier relationship with online shopping.
Black Friday is coming up, and I'm torn. Part of me wants to brave the crowds and get those doorbuster deals. I could save so much money on things I've been wanting. But the other part of me remembers the absolute chaos of Black Friday shopping and wants to just stay home. The crowds, the fighting over items, the long lines, the people camped out overnight. Is it really worth it for the deals, or should I just skip it and pay regular price for peace of mind? What do you think? Are you planning to do any Black Friday shopping?
I am absolutely not doing in-person Black Friday shopping. I value my sanity and my safety too much. Have you seen the videos of people literally fighting over TVs? No, thank you. But here's the thing, you don't have to go in person anymore. Almost all the Black Friday deals are available online now. You can shop from your couch and your pajamas and avoid the whole nightmare. Sure, you might not get the doorbusters that require you to be first in line, but there are plenty of other good deals available online. And you can do it calmly and rationally instead of in a panic surrounded by aggressive shoppers.
Online shopping for Black Friday. That's actually brilliant. I get the deals without the stress and danger of in-person shopping. I didn't realize the deals were the same online. I thought you had to go to the physical store to get the really good ones. But if that's not the case anymore, then online shopping is definitely the way to go. What time do the sales usually start? Do I need to stay up until midnight, or can I shop in the morning? And do things sell out quickly, even online? I don't want to miss out because I didn't start shopping early enough.
It depends on the store, but many start their sales on Thursday evening or midnight on Friday. Some even start earlier in the week now. They've really stretched out Black Friday into like a whole week of sales. My advice is to make a list ahead of time of what you actually want to buy. Don't just browse aimlessly and buy random stuff because it's on sale. Have specific items you're looking for and know what a good price is for those items. Sometimes stores inflate the original price to make the discount look better than it actually is. So do your research beforehand. Know what things normally cost so you can tell if you're actually getting a deal.
Do research, make a list, know the regular prices. That's smart. I don't want to get suckered into thinking something is a great deal when it's really not. So I need to spend this week figuring out what I want and what the normal prices are. Then on Black Friday, I can quickly compare and see if the sale price is actually worth it. What kind of things are typically the best deals on Black Friday? Like what categories of items should I prioritize? Electronics, clothing, home goods? I want to prioritize where the real savings are.
Electronics are usually the big Black Friday category. TVs, laptops, headphones, that kind of stuff. If you've been wanting to upgrade your phone or computer, Black Friday is a good time. Appliances can also be heavily discounted, like kitchen appliances, vacuums, stuff like that. Clothing has deals, but honestly, clothing is on sale all the time, so Black Friday isn't necessarily special for that. Toys, if you have kids, and some furniture and home decor items. But be strategic. Don't buy something just because it's on sale. Only buy it if you are already planning to buy it anyway. The best deal is not spending money on things you don't need.
Don't buy things I don't need just because they're on sale. That's wisdom I need to remember. I can get caught up in the excitement of a deal and buy something I never would have purchased at full price, which defeats the whole purpose of saving money. Okay, so I'm going to make a list of things I actually need or have been wanting for a while. Things that would improve my life or replace old items that are worn out. Then I'm going to research what those items normally cost. And then, on Black Friday, I'm going to shop online early in the morning, compare prices, and only buy the things that are genuinely good deals. Does that sound like a solid plan?
That's a perfect plan. You're being intentional and strategic. That's how you win at Black Friday without getting caught up in the hype or the chaos. And one more tip, set a budget. Decide ahead of time how much you're willing to spend total on Black Friday deals. Once you hit that number, you stop shopping. Otherwise, it's really easy to keep adding things to your cart because everything seems like such a good deal, and then you end up spending way more than you intended. A budget keeps you disciplined and prevents overspending, even when things are on sale.
A budget. Yes, that's essential. Otherwise, I could easily convince myself that I'm saving money while actually spending a ton. Let's say I'll budget $300 for Black Friday shopping. That's a decent amount that allows me to get a few things, but keeps me from going overboard. And if I don't spend all of it, even better. The goal is to get things I need at good prices, not to spend money just for the sake of spending it. Okay, I feel really good about this Black Friday plan. Online shopping, research beforehand, specific list, know the regular prices, set a budget, stay disciplined. I'm going to have a successful Black Friday without the stress and chaos. Thank you for helping me strategize.
You're welcome. And honestly, shopping this way is so much better than the old school Black Friday experience. You get the deals without the drama. Now go make your list and do your research. Black Friday is going to be a win for you this year. Happy strategic shopping.
We need a new couch, but our budget is really limited. I've been looking online, and anything halfway decent is like $1,000 or more. We can't afford that. But I also don't want to buy some cheap piece of furniture that's going to fall apart in 6 months. How do you find quality furniture on a tight budget? Is it even possible? Or do we just have to save up longer before we can get something decent? I'm feeling really discouraged about this whole furniture shopping situation.
Don't get discouraged. There are definitely ways to find good furniture on a budget. You just have to be a little more creative and patient. Have you considered secondhand options like Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist, or thrift stores? People get rid of perfectly good furniture all the time because they're moving or redecorating. You could find a really nice couch for a fraction of the retail price. It might not be brand new, but if it's in good condition and fits your space, who cares?
Functionality matters more than newness.
I've thought about secondhand, but I'm worried about cleanliness and quality. How do you know if a used couch is actually in good condition or if it's gross and full of problems? I don't want to bring someone else's worn out, smelly furniture into the house. But you're right that if I could find something in genuinely good condition, it would save us so much money. What should I look for when shopping for used furniture? What are the red flags versus what's acceptable?
Great questions. When you're looking at used furniture, first check the photos carefully. If the seller only posts one or two blurry photos, that's a red flag. You want to see multiple clear photos from different angles. Check for stains, tears, sagging cushions, broken parts. When you go to see it in person, smell it. I know that sounds weird, but smell is important. If it smells musty or like smoke or like pet urine, walk away. Sit on it and test it out. Make sure it's sturdy and comfortable. Look at the frame and the legs. Make sure nothing is broken or wobbly. A good quality couch that's been well maintained can last for years, even if it's secondhand.
Smell test, structural check, comfort test. Got it. And I guess I should ask the seller questions too, right? Like why they're selling it, how old it is, if anyone had pets or if anyone smoked in the house. That information would help me make a decision. What about negotiating the price? Is it rude to offer less than the asking price, or is that expected when buying secondhand? I don't want to offend anyone, but I also want to get the best deal possible since we're on a tight budget.
Negotiating is totally normal and expected in secondhand markets. Most people price things slightly higher than what they're willing to accept, knowing that buyers will negotiate. So don't feel bad about making a reasonable offer. If something's listed for $200, you could offer $150 and see if they'll take it. The worst they can say is no. And often sellers are motivated to just get rid of stuff, so they're willing to come down on price, especially if it's been listed for a while. If you see something that was posted a few weeks ago, that's your cue that the seller might be eager to sell and willing to negotiate more.
Okay, negotiating is normal. I can do that. I'm getting more confident about this secondhand furniture shopping idea. It actually seems like a smart way to furnish our place without going into debt. We could probably get a couch, maybe some side tables, possibly even a coffee table for what we would have spent on just one new couch. That's pretty appealing. What about delivery, though? If we find something we like, how do we get it home? We don't have a truck. Do most sellers deliver, or do we need to figure that out ourselves?
Most sellers expect you to pick it up yourself, but some might be willing to deliver for an extra fee. It doesn't hurt to ask. Otherwise, you could rent a truck from a hardware store or moving company for like $20 or $30 for a few hours. Or ask a friend who has a truck if they'll help you. Offer to buy them lunch or give them some gas money as a thank you. Another option is to hire someone from a moving service or TaskRabbit to help you move it. That would cost maybe $50 to $100 depending on the distance. Still way cheaper than buying new furniture. So yes, logistics are a consideration, but they're totally manageable.
Rent a truck or hire movers. That's not too bad. And you're right that even with those extra costs, we're still saving money compared to buying new. Okay, I'm convinced. We're going secondhand furniture shopping. I'm going to start browsing Facebook Marketplace and Craigslist tonight. We'll make a list of what we need, set our budget, and start looking. When we find something promising, we'll go inspect it in person, negotiate if possible, and figure out delivery logistics. This actually sounds kind of fun, like a treasure hunt. We might end up with unique pieces with character instead of the same mass-produced stuff everyone else has. I'm getting excited about this now.
See, secondhand shopping can actually be great. You're being financially responsible, environmentally friendly by reusing instead of buying new, and you might find some really cool, unique pieces. And here's one more tip. Estate sales. Those can be gold mines for furniture. Often the prices are very reasonable and the furniture is high quality because it's from older homes. Just search for estate sales in your area and check them out. You never know what you might find. Now go start your treasure hunt. I think you're going to have a lot more fun with this than you expected.
Estate sales. I didn't even think of that. Okay, I have so many places to look now. This is going to be good. We're going to furnish our place beautifully on a budget. Thank you for all the advice and for making me feel better about secondhand shopping. I was being a snob about it, but you've shown me it's actually smart and practical. All right,
Wish us luck on our furniture hunting adventure. We're going to find some great pieces. I can feel it.
I have complete faith in you. Happy hunting, and let me know what your treasures you find.
My sister's birthday is in 2 weeks, and I have no idea what to get her. I've been thinking about it for days, and I'm completely stuck. She's impossible to shop for. She has very specific taste, and if you get her something she doesn't like, she's not good at hiding her disappointment. I want to get her something she'll actually love, but I don't know what that would be. Do I get her something practical, something sentimental, something fun? I'm so stressed about this. Why is gift shopping so hard? How do you figure out what to buy someone who's picky?
Gift shopping for picky people is definitely challenging. Let's think about this strategically. What is your sister like? What are her hobbies, interests, or things she talks about frequently? Sometimes the best gifts are things related to what someone is already passionate about. If she loves cooking, get her a nice kitchen gadget or a cookbook from a chef she admires. If she's into fitness, maybe workout gear or a fitness class pass. Start with her interests and work from there. What does she spend her free time doing?
She's really into yoga and meditation. She does yoga almost every day, and she's always talking about mindfulness and wellness and self-care. So something in that realm might be good. Maybe a nice yoga mat, or some kind of meditation cushion, or maybe a gift certificate to that fancy wellness spa she likes. Although gift certificates feel impersonal. I don't know, I want it to feel thoughtful, not like I just couldn't think of anything and defaulted to a gift card. How do you make a gift feel personal and thoughtful instead of generic?
Okay, yoga and wellness is a great starting point. Instead of just a basic yoga mat, what if you got her a really high-quality one with her initials embroidered on it? Or a subscription to a meditation app she doesn't already have? Or maybe a beautiful journal for a gratitude practice or meditation notes? Those are all related to her interests, but they're thoughtful and specific, not generic. And you could pair something practical with something more sentimental, like a nice journal with a heartfelt handwritten card about what she means to you. The combination of practical and personal is often the sweet spot for gifts.
Personalized yoga mat and a nice journal with a heartfelt card. I really like that idea. It shows I pay attention to what she's interested in and I'm putting thought into it, not just buying whatever's convenient. And you're right that combining practical with sentimental makes it feel more complete. Just a yoga mat alone might feel a bit impersonal, but paired with a journal and a meaningful card, it becomes a thoughtful gift package. Okay, I'm feeling much better about this now. Where would I even get a personalized yoga mat, though? Is that something you can order online?
Yeah, there are tons of websites that do custom yoga mats. You can choose the color, design, and add her name or initials. Just search for personalized yoga mat, and you'll find options. Make sure to order it soon, though, so it arrives in time for her birthday. Custom items can take longer to ship. And while you're ordering that, you can also look for a nice journal, maybe something leather-bound or with an inspiring quote on the cover, something that fits her aesthetic. You know your sister. What kind of style does she like? Minimalist, colorful, bohemian? That'll help you choose the right journal.
She's definitely more minimalist and elegant, not too colorful or busy. So maybe a simple leather journal in a neutral color, like cream or soft gray. Something sophisticated, but still warm and inviting. I think she'd really like that. Okay, I'm going to order the personalized yoga mat today and find the perfect journal. Then I'll write a really heartfelt card telling her how much she means to me and how proud I am of her and all that sappy sister stuff. This is going to be a great gift. Thank you so much for helping me figure this out. I was so stressed and stuck, and now I have a plan that I feel really good about.
See, you just needed to talk it through. You know your sister well, and you care about getting her something meaningful. Those are the ingredients for a great gift. She's going to love it because it's thoughtful and specific to her. Now go order that stuff before you forget or before you start second-guessing yourself. Trust your instincts. This is a good plan. And happy early birthday to your sister.
Thank you. I'm ordering everything right now. No more second guessing. I'm confident in this choice. Personalized yoga mat, beautiful journal, heartfelt card. Done. Gift shopping mission accomplished. Now I can stop stressing and actually look forward to seeing her reaction on her birthday. You're the best. Thanks for being my gift shopping therapist.
Anytime. That's what I'm here for. Now go make that order, and then you can relax knowing you've got the perfect gift sorted out. You did good.
I made a huge mistake. I was at the mall yesterday and I saw this jacket on sale. It was marked down from $300 to $150 and it looked so good in the store. I convinced myself it was an amazing deal and I couldn't pass it up. So I bought it. But now I'm home and I've tried it on again and I don't even like it that much. It doesn't fit quite right and the color isn't as flattering as I thought. And $150 is still a lot of money for something I'm not in love with. I'm such an idiot. Why did I let myself get caught up in the sale hype? Now I have to decide whether to return it or just keep it and try to make it work.
Don't be so hard on yourself. Impulse purchases happen to everyone. The important thing is you've recognized it was a mistake, and now you can decide what to do about it. You should absolutely return it. Don't keep something you don't love just because you already bought it. That's the sunk cost fallacy. The money is gone either way, but if you keep the jacket, you have a jacket you don't like. If you return it, you get your money back and you can buy something you actually want. Do you still have the tags and the receipt? How long do you have to return it?
I still have the tags and receipt. The return window is 30 days, so I definitely have time to return it, but I feel embarrassed about it. Like, I should have made a better decision in the first place, and now I have to go back and admit I made a mistake. The salesperson is going to judge me. They're going to think I'm one of those annoying customers who buys things and then returns them. I know that's probably all in my head, but that's how it feels. Have you ever felt weird about returning something even though you know it's the right thing to do?
Of course I have. But here's the thing. The salesperson doesn't care. They process returns all day long. It's part of their job. They're not judging you or thinking about you at all beyond the few minutes it takes to process the return. And even if they were judging you, which they're not, so what? You're never going to see them again. Your embarrassment is temporary, but keeping a jacket you don't like just to avoid a mildly uncomfortable interaction is silly. Return the jacket, get your money back, and move on. In a week, you'll have forgotten all about this. But if you keep the jacket, you'll be reminded of this bad purchase every time you see it in your closet.
You're so right. I'm being ridiculous. The salesperson doesn't care, and even if they did, it doesn't matter. My financial well-being is more important than a stranger's hypothetical judgment. I'm returning it today. I'm going to the mall right now before I talk myself out of it again. And I'm going to learn from this experience. Next time I see something on sale and feel that impulse to buy it immediately, I'm going to force myself to wait, leave the store, think about it, come back later if I still want it. That cooling off period would have saved me from this whole situation.
The cooling off period is a really smart strategy. And while you're at it, you could also ask yourself some questions before buying. Do I really need this? Do I have something similar already? Where will I wear this? Does it fit properly? Would I buy it at full price, or am I just seduced by the discount? Those questions help you think rationally instead of emotionally. Sales create artificial urgency that makes us feel like we have to buy now or we'll miss out. But the reality is there will always be more sales. There will always be more jackets. You don't have to buy every good deal you see.
Those are really good questions to ask myself. I'm writing them down so I have them for next time. Do I need it? Do I have something similar? Where will I wear it? Does it fit properly? Would I buy it at full price? If the answer to any of those is no or uncertain, I don't buy it. That's simple. That would have prevented this jacket purchase for sure. The answer to do I need it was definitely no. And would I buy it at full price was also no. I was just seduced by the discount and the sale environment. Classic impulse buying mistake. But I'm learning. I'm going to be more mindful and intentional with my shopping going forward.
That's all you can do. Learn from your mistakes and do better next time. And hey, at least you realize the mistake quickly and you can still return it. Some people keep things they don't like for months or years because they feel guilty about the purchase. You're taking action. That's good. Now go return that jacket and reclaim your $150. And maybe don't go to the mall again for a while.
Give yourself a break from the temptation. Shop your own closet and rediscover things you already own. You probably have stuff you've forgotten about that you'll love wearing again.
Shop my own closet. I love that idea. I probably do have things I've forgotten about. Maybe I can even restyle some items in new ways, and it'll feel like having new clothes without actually buying anything. That would be good for my wallet and the environment. Okay, I'm off to return this jacket, and then I'm taking a shopping break. No more impulse purchases. Only intentional, thoughtful purchases from now on. Or at least I'm going to try really hard to stick to that. Thank you for the reality check and the advice. I feel so much better now. Going to return this thing right now.
Good for you. You've got this. Return that jacket and don't look back. And remember, this was a learning experience, not a failure. You're doing great. Now go get your money back.
I need to buy a new laptop, but I want to make sure I'm getting the best deal possible. I found the model I want, but it's available at like 5 different stores at slightly different prices. One place has it for $800, another for $750, another for $820, but it comes with a free mouse and case. How do I figure out which is actually the best deal? Do I just go with the lowest sticker price, or do I factor in the value of the freebies? This is making my brain hurt. I want to be smart about this purchase, but I also don't want to spend hours agonizing over minor price differences.
Okay, let's break this down logically. First, figure out which store has the absolute lowest price after you account for any sales tax, shipping, or membership fees. That's your baseline. Then look at the bundles. If that store charging $820 includes a mouse and case, what would those items cost separately? If a decent mouse is $30 and a case is $40, that's $70 in free stuff, which means the actual laptop cost is $750, and you're getting a better deal than the store selling it for $750 with nothing included. Make sense? You have to calculate the true cost, including what you're getting for free.
That makes sense. Calculate the true cost, including the value of freebies. I can do that. So let me think. The mouse and case that come with the $820 bundle are probably worth about $60 total if I bought them separately. So the true laptop cost is $760. That's still more than the $750 option. So the $750 store is the best deal unless they have high shipping costs or something that negates the savings. I should check their shipping policy. And actually, I should also check all the store's return policies. Price isn't everything. If something goes wrong with the laptop, I want to be able to return it or exchange it easily.
Exactly. Return policy is really important, especially for electronics. Some stores have a 15-day return window, others have 30 or even 90. Some charge restocking fees, others don't. You want the most flexible return policy possible. And what about warranties? Does the store offer any extended warranty options? Sometimes it's worth paying a bit more up front if you get better customer service and protection. A laptop is a big purchase that you're going to use for years. You want to make sure you're buying from a reputable seller who will support you if there are any issues.
Return policies, warranties, customer service, those are all factors I hadn't fully considered. I was just focused on the price, but you're right that paying a little extra for better protection and support might be worth it in the long run. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a spreadsheet. I'll list all 5 stores, their prices, what's included, shipping costs, return policies, and warranty options. Then I can compare everything side by side and make an informed decision based on the total value proposition, not just the sticker price. Does that sound thorough enough, or am I overthinking this?
That sounds perfect. You're not overthinking it. A laptop is a significant purchase, and taking an hour to research and compare options is totally worth it. It ensures you're making the best decision, and you won't have regrets later. And honestly, once you have all that information in a spreadsheet, the right choice will probably be pretty obvious. One store will stand out as offering the best combination of price, service, and protection. Just make sure you're not getting paralysis by analysis. Set a deadline for yourself. By the end of today, you make a decision and place the order. Don't let perfect be the enemy of good.
Set a deadline, avoid paralysis by analysis. Good advice. I can definitely spend too much time researching and comparing and then never actually making a decision. Okay, I'm giving myself until 6 p.m. today to finish the spreadsheet and make a choice. That's plenty of time to do the research without overthinking it to death. And at this point, I've narrowed it down to stores that are all pretty reputable, so I really can't make a terrible choice. It's more about optimizing than avoiding disaster. Any of these options would be fine. I just want to pick the best one.
Exactly. You're choosing between good and slightly better. You can't really go wrong. So do your research, make your spreadsheet, trust your analysis, and pull the trigger by 6 p.m. Tomorrow, you'll have a new laptop on the way, and you'll feel great about having made an informed, smart decision. You got this. Happy laptop shopping.
Thank you. I feel much more organized and confident about this now. Spreadsheet time. Let's do this. By tonight, I'll be the proud future owner of a new laptop purchased at the best possible price with the best possible terms. Informed consumer for the win.
Informed consumer for the win indeed. Now go work that spreadsheet magic. I have faith in your analytical abilities.
I love going to the farmer's market, but I always end up spending more money than I intended and buying more produce than we can actually eat before it goes bad. Like last week, I bought this huge amount of kale because it looks so fresh and beautiful, and then it sat in my fridge for a week and a half, and I ended up throwing most of it away. I hate wasting food, but I can't seem to control myself at the farmer's market. Everything looks so good. How do you shop at a farmer's market responsibly without overbuying or wasting money? Do you have a strategy?
I do have a strategy, actually. First, bring cash instead of a card. Decide before you go how much you're willing to spend and bring only that amount. It's easier to overspend with a card because you don't see the money leaving your hand. Cash creates a natural limit. Second, walk through the entire market before you buy anything. See what's available, compare prices between different vendors, and then make deliberate decisions about what to buy. Don't just impulse buy at the first stall you see. And third, actually plan what you're going to make with the produce. Don't buy something just because it's pretty if you have no idea how you'll use it.
Cash only, walk through first, plan what to cook. Those are all really practical strategies. I definitely need to stop impulse buying vegetables just because they look appealing. That's how I end up with things like kale that I have no plan for. If I had thought ahead about what meals I wanted to make this week, I would have bought only what I needed for those specific recipes. Instead, I buy random vegetables and then struggle to figure out how to use them all. Planning first, shopping second. That's the way to do it. What about quantities, though? How do you judge how much to buy when you're at the farmer's market where everything is sold in bunches or baskets instead of single items?
That's tricky. You kind of have to estimate based on how many servings you need. If a recipe calls for 2 cups of spinach and a bunch at the farmer's market looks like it would be about 4 cups, you might only need half a bunch. You can ask the vendor if they'll sell you a partial amount. Many of them will, especially toward the end of the market day when they're trying to sell everything and go home. You might miss out on some items that sell out, but you'll likely save money on what's left. And the produce is just as fresh whether you buy it at 9 a.m. or 2 p.m., unless there's something specific you absolutely must have. Going later can be strategic. But otherwise, your plan is solid. You're going to be a farmer's market pro.
Bring reusable bags that limit capacity. That's actually genius. It's like a physical spending limit, but for food. I love it. Okay, so here's my new farmer's market strategy. Bring a set amount of cash, bring limited reusable bags, walk through the whole market first to see what's available and compare prices, plan what meals I'm going to cook that week before buying anything, purchase only what I need for those specific meals based on our realistic cooking frequency, and ask for partial amounts if the sold portions are too large. Am I missing anything? I want to nail this so I stop wasting food and money.
That's a comprehensive plan. I'd only add one more thing. Go to the farmer's market later in the day instead of right when it opens. Vendors are more likely to negotiate prices or give you deals toward the end of the day because they want to sell everything and go home. You might miss out on some items that sell out, but you'll likely save money on what's left. And the produce is just as fresh whether you buy it at 9 a.m. or 2 p.m., unless there's something specific you absolutely must have. Going later can be strategic. But otherwise, your plan is solid. You're going to be a farmer's market pro.
Go later for better deals. I like that tip. Although I do love the atmosphere of the farmer's market in the morning when it's all lively and bustling. Maybe I'll go early sometimes just for the experience and late other times when I'm being more budget conscious. I can balance enjoyment with practicality. Okay, I'm excited to implement this new strategy. This weekend, I'm going to the farmer's market with cash, reusable bags, and an actual plan. No more impulsive kale purchases, only intentional, purposeful shopping that results in delicious meals and zero waste. Thank you for all the advice. You've transformed me from a farmer's market disaster into a farmer's market success story.
I love the enthusiasm. And I love that you're committed to reducing waste. That's good for your wallet and the planet. Now, go forth and shop wisely at that farmer's market. Bring me back some good stories about your successful, non-wasteful shopping trip. I want to hear all about it.
I bought a designer handbag 2 days ago, and I'm having serious buyer's remorse. It cost $400, which is more than I've ever spent on a bag in my life. At the time, I convinced myself it was an investment piece that I'd have forever, and it would be worth the money. But now I keep thinking about all the other things I could have done with $400. Like, that's a car payment, or a month of groceries, or a weekend getaway. Did I really just spend $400 on a bag? What was I thinking? Should I return it, or am I being ridiculous and I should just keep it and get over the guilt?
Buyer's remorse is real, and it sounds like you're experiencing it in full force. Let's think about this rationally. Do you actually like the bag? Is it something you'll use regularly and that makes you happy when you look at it? Or was it more about the status or the idea of having a designer bag? Because if you genuinely love it and will use it, then it might be worth keeping, despite the sticker shock. But if you bought it for the wrong reasons, or if the financial stress is going to outweigh the enjoyment, then return it. There's no shame in changing your mind.
I do like the bag. It's beautiful and well made, and I can see myself using it for years. But the price makes me feel irresponsible. I'm not someone who usually spends this kind of money on fashion items. I'm very practical and budget conscious usually, so this purchase feels out of character, and that's part of why I'm second guessing it. Maybe I was trying to be someone I'm not, someone who casually buys $400 handbags like it's no big deal, but that's not me. I'm the person who clips coupons and buys things on sale and wears the same pair of shoes until they literally fall apart. Who was I trying to impress with this bag?
It sounds like the bag itself isn't the problem. The problem is that it doesn't align with your values and your identity. You're a practical, frugal person, and this purchase feels like a betrayal of that. And that's okay to acknowledge. You don't have to keep something just because you bought it. If it's making you this uncomfortable and anxious, return it. Use that $400 for something that does align with your values, or save it, or put it toward debt if you have any. There's no rule that says you have to become a person who owns designer bags. You can be perfectly happy with a $50 bag from a regular store.
You're so right. This purchase doesn't match who I am or what I value. I thought it would make me feel sophisticated or successful, but instead it just makes me feel guilty and stressed. That's not a good feeling to associate with a handbag or any purchase. I'm returning it. Tomorrow. I'm going to take it back, get my $400 back, and buy a bag that I actually feel comfortable owning. One that's nice and functional but doesn't cost more than my monthly rent. That's more my speed. And you know what? I'll probably be much happier with that decision than I am right now with this expensive bag sitting in my closet, making me anxious.
I think you're making the right decision for you. And here's the thing. There's nothing wrong with people who love designer bags and choose to spend their money on them. But that doesn't have to be you. You get to decide what you spend money on based on your own values and priorities. For some people, a $400 bag is a worthy investment. For you, it's a source of stress. Neither is right or wrong. It's just about knowing yourself and making choices that align with who you are. You're doing exactly that by returning the bag. That takes self-awareness and courage.
Thank you for validating that decision. I was worried you'd think I was being silly for returning something I technically can afford and do like. But you're right that it's about alignment with my values, and this bag doesn't align. It makes me uncomfortable and anxious, and that's not what a purchase should do. I want to feel good about the things I own, not guilty. So tomorrow, I return the bag, get my $400 back, and probably put most of it in savings. That will feel way better than keeping a bag I'm too stressed to even enjoy using. Thank you for helping me think this through. I feel much better about my decision now.
I'm so glad I could help, and I'm proud of you for being honest with yourself about what you really want and need. A lot of people would just keep the bag out of pride or stubbornness, even though it makes them unhappy. You're being smart and self-aware. Now, go return that bag guilt-free and enjoy the relief of having that money back in your account. You made a mistake, you're correcting it, and you're learning from it. That's all anyone can do. Good for you.
I have a confession. I'm subscribed to way too many subscription boxes, and it's gotten out of control. I have a beauty box, a snack box, a book box, a coffee box, and I think one or two others I'm forgetting. At first, it was exciting to get surprise packages every month, but now it's overwhelming and expensive. I'm getting stuff I don't even want or need, and I'm spending like $150 a month on subscriptions. I need to cancel some of them, but I keep procrastinating because the cancellation process is always complicated, and I feel guilty about it. Help me figure out how to deal with this subscription box situation.
First of all, you're not alone in this. Subscription boxes are designed to be easy to sign up for and hard to cancel. That's how they keep people subscribed even when they're not getting value anymore. But you have to be ruthless here. That's $150 a month. That's $1,800 a year. Think about what else you could do with that money. That's a nice vacation or a significant contribution to savings. You need to prioritize your financial health over companies' subscription revenue. Which boxes actually bring you joy and value, and which are you keeping out of inertia or guilt?
When you put it like that, $1,800 a year? It sounds insane. I could do so much with that money. Okay, let me think about which ones I actually enjoy. The book box is good. I read every book they send, and I've discovered some great authors through it. The coffee box is also nice. I genuinely enjoy trying different coffees, and I use all of them. But the beauty box, I have so many half-used products piling up that I'll never finish. The snack box, most of the snacks are weird things I don't like, so I should definitely cancel those two. But what about the others? I can't even remember. How do I figure out what I'm subscribed to?
Check your credit card statements from the past few months. Look for any recurring charges you don't immediately recognize. Those are probably subscriptions you've forgotten about. Make a list of all of them. Then, for each one, ask yourself, do I use this regularly? Does it bring me joy? Is it worth the cost? If the answer to any of those is no, cancel it. And don't feel guilty. These are businesses, not your friends. They'll be fine without your subscription. Your financial well-being is more important than maintaining subscriptions you don't value. Most subscription boxes make cancellation deliberately difficult, but push through. It's worth an hour of hassle to save yourself hundreds of dollars.
Check credit card statements, make a list, evaluate each one honestly. Cancel anything that doesn't pass the test. Okay, I can do this. I'm going to do it this weekend. Set aside a couple hours, go through every subscription, and be ruthless about canceling. If I'm not actively excited about it, it goes. No more keeping things out of guilt or inertia. My goal is to get down to maybe 2 subscriptions max, the ones that genuinely add value to my life. Everything else gets cut, and I'm going to redirect that money into savings or debt repayment or something useful instead of just constantly receiving packages of stuff I don't need.
That's a great plan and a healthy mindset. And here's a tip for the actual cancellation process. Many subscription boxes bury the cancellation option deep in account settings or require you to call or email. Don't let that deter you. If you can't find the cancel button easily, Google how to cancel subscription name, and you'll usually find instructions from other people who've struggled with the same thing. And if they try to offer you a discount to stay, don't fall for it unless you genuinely want to keep the subscription. A discount on something you don't want is not a good deal. Stay focused on your goal of simplifying and saving money.
Don't fall for retention discounts. Good advice. I'm the type of person who would absolutely be swayed by a stay for 50% off offer, even if I don't actually want the product. But you're right that a discount on something I don't want is still wasted money. I need to stay strong and stick to my plan. Cancel anything that doesn't actively bring me joy or value, even if they offer me deals. My wallet and my space will thank me. I'm tired of being overwhelmed by packages and products I didn't really want in the first place. It's time to simplify. Subscription Purge Weekend is happening. Thank you for the encouragement and the practical advice. I'm doing this.
You've got this, and you're going to feel so much lighter and more in control once you've canceled the unnecessary subscriptions. It's liberating to eliminate things that are cluttering your life and draining your money. Now go forth and cancel. Be ruthless, be strategic, and don't let guilt or discount sway you. Future you will be so grateful for the money you saved and the simplicity you created. Good luck with your subscription purge.
Warm, maternal, patient, smiles during stories, slow, comfortable pace, older, kinder sister vibe.
Friendly, casual, gentle humor, uses thinking sounds, chuckles softly, slow pace, patient friend over coffee. Sound like discovering ideas together in real time, not reading script.
Balance and moderation sounds reasonable, but also kind of vague. Like, what does mostly whole foods actually mean in practice? 70% of my meals? 90%? And what counts as moderation for treats? Once a day? Once a week? I think I need more concrete guidelines, or I'll just end up eating whatever I want and calling it balance. I'm not great at self-regulation when it comes to food. If there's ice cream in the freezer, I'm eating ice cream every night. So I need some kind of structure or rules to follow, but not something so extreme that I can't sustain it. Do you know what I mean?
I totally get that. Some people do better with more structure. Here's a middle ground approach. Try the 80-20 rule. 80% of the time, you eat nutrient-dense whole foods. 20% of the time, you eat whatever you want without guilt. That gives you structure while still allowing flexibility. Or you could try meal planning. Every Sunday, plan out your meals for the week and prep as much as you can in advance. That way you're not making food decisions when you're hungry and tired. You've already decided what you're eating and you have the ingredients ready. That removes a lot of the decision fatigue and reduces the temptation to just grab whatever's convenient.
Meal planning. I've heard about that, but it seems like so much work. Don't you have to spend your whole Sunday cooking? I barely have time to cook dinner on weeknights, let alone spend hours on meal prep. Although I guess if it saves time during the week, it might be worth it. What does meal planning actually involve? Like, do you cook everything in advance, or just chop vegetables, or what? I want to understand what I'm getting into before I commit to trying it.
Meal planning can be as simple or elaborate as you want. At minimum, it's just deciding what you're going to eat each day of the week and making a grocery list based on that. Then you have everything you need and you're not scrambling to figure out dinner at 7 p.m. But you can take it further by doing some prep work on Sunday, chopping vegetables, cooking grains or proteins, making a big batch of soup or chili that you can eat throughout the week. It doesn't have to be hours of work. Even just an hour of prep can save you tons of time and mental energy during the week. And it makes healthy eating easier because the work is already done. You're more likely to make a salad if the lettuce is already washed and chopped.
An hour of Sunday prep for easier weeknight cooking. That actually sounds manageable. And you're right that I'd be more likely to eat healthy if the food was already prepped and ready to go. Right now, I often end up ordering takeout or making something quick and unhealthy because I'm too tired to deal with cooking. If the healthy option was just as easy, I'd probably choose it. Okay, I'm willing to try meal planning. What about eating out, though? I eat out a lot for work lunches and social dinners. How do you eat healthy when you're at restaurants where the menu is full of tempting but not nutritious options?
Eating out is definitely challenging, but it's doable if you're strategic. Look at the menu ahead of time online and decide what you're going to order before you get there. That way you're not making a decision when you're hungry and everything looks good. Choose grilled over fried, ask for dressing on the side, skip the bread basket if that's a trigger for you, and remember the 80-20 rule. If 80% of your meals are healthy home-cooked food, then the 20% that's restaurant food doesn't have to be perfectly healthy. You can enjoy your meal without guilt. Food is also about social connection and pleasure, not just nutrition. It's okay to have the pasta or the burger sometimes. Just balance it out with healthier choices most of the time.
I like that perspective. Food isn't just fuel, it's also enjoyment and culture and connection. I don't want to be the person who can't go to dinner with friends because I'm too rigid about my diet, but I also want to feel good in my body and have energy and be healthy. It's about finding that balance. Okay, here's my plan. I'm going to try the 80-20 rule. I'm going to start meal planning on Sundays and doing some basic prep. I'm going to focus on adding more vegetables to my meals rather than obsessing about what I need to cut out. And I'm going to stop feeling guilty about occasional treats because they're part of a balanced life. Does that sound like a reasonable approach?
That sounds perfect. You're being realistic and balanced. You're not going on some extreme diet that you'll quit in 2 weeks. You're making sustainable changes that you can maintain long term. And focusing on adding good stuff rather than restricting is such a healthier mindset. Instead of, I can't have this, it's, I'm choosing to eat more of this healthy thing. That's empowering, not punishing. I think you're going to do great with this approach. And remember, if you slip up and have a bad eating day, that's okay. One day doesn't matter. It's the overall trend that counts. Just get back on track the next day and keep going. You've got this.
I hurt my knee last week, and I'm so frustrated. I was finally in a good workout routine, going to the gym regularly, seeing progress, feeling strong, and now I can't do any of my normal exercises because my knee hurts too much. The doctor said I need to rest it for at least 2 weeks, maybe longer, depending on how it heals. I'm worried I'm going to lose all my progress, and I'm worried I'm going to gain weight if I can't work out. How do you deal with an injury without losing your mind or your fitness gains?
First, I'm sorry about your knee. Injuries are so frustrating, especially when you're in a good groove with fitness. But here's the important thing. 2 weeks of rest isn't going to undo months of work. Your body doesn't lose fitness that quickly. You might lose a tiny bit of strength or endurance, but you'll get it back super fast once you're healed and can work out again. Muscle memory is real. What's more important right now is letting your knee heal properly so you don't turn a minor injury into a major chronic problem. Don't try to push through pain or rush back before you're ready. That's how small injuries become big ones.
I know you're right, but it's hard to be patient. I'm scared that if I stop working out, I'll lose my momentum and my motivation. What if I stop for 2 weeks and then I can't get back into it? What if I fall back into old lazy habits? And honestly, exercise has been really good for my mental health lately. Working out makes me feel accomplished and reduces my stress. If I can't work out, I'm worried about how that's going to affect my mood and anxiety. Is there anything I can do while I'm resting my knee? Any exercises that won't aggravate the injury but will keep me somewhat active?
Absolutely. You can still exercise, you just have to modify. Focus on upper body workouts. You can do arm exercises, shoulder exercises, back exercises, core work, lots of stuff that doesn't involve your knee at all. You might not be able to run or do squats, but you can still be active and maintain your routine. That's important for your mental health too. You don't have to be completely sedentary. And depending on what your doctor said, you might be able to do low-impact cardio, like swimming or a stationary bike, once the initial pain subsides. Ask your doctor what's safe. The key is working around the injury, not through it.
I think I need a workout partner. I'm so bad at holding myself accountable, and I keep skipping the gym. But if I had someone expecting me to show up, I'd actually go. The problem is, I don't know anyone who works out at the same gym or on the same schedule as me. How do you find a workout partner? Is it weird to ask someone at the gym if they want to work out together? I don't want to come across as creepy or pushy, but I really think having a partner would help me stay consistent. What's the protocol for finding a workout buddy?
Finding a workout partner can be tricky, but it's definitely possible. First, think about people you already know, friends, family, coworkers. Is there anyone in your life who's also trying to get in shape or who already works out regularly? Even if they don't go to your gym, maybe they'd be willing to switch or do outdoor workouts with you. Sometimes the best workout partners are people you already have a relationship with because there's built-in trust and accountability. Have you asked around among your existing social circle?
I've thought about asking some friends, but I'm worried about the social dynamics. Like, what if they're more fit than me and I can't keep up? Or what if they're less committed and they drag me down or cancel all the time? Working out with a friend seems like it could either be really motivating or really awkward. I don't want to ruin a friendship over workout incompatibility. Maybe it's safer to find someone I don't already know. That way, if it doesn't work out, there's no social fallout. But then how do I meet new people specifically for working out? That seems weird.
I get your concerns, but I think you're overthinking it. Just talk to your friends honestly about what you're looking for. Hey, I'm trying to get more consistent with working out, and I think having a partner would help. Would you be interested in going to the gym together a couple times a week? If they're more fit than you, that's fine. They can do their own workout and you can do yours, but you're there together for accountability and support. It doesn't have to be perfectly matched. Or if you really want to find new people, look for workout groups or classes. Group fitness classes are great for meeting people with similar fitness interests. Or check if your gym has any social boards or online groups where people look for workout partners.
Group fitness classes. That's actually a great idea. I've been intimidated by those, but maybe that's exactly what I need. Built-in community and accountability. And everyone's doing the same workout, so there's no pressure to keep up with someone else's routine. What kind of classes would you recommend for someone who's kind of a beginner? I don't want to walk into some intense CrossFit class and die on my first day. I want something challenging, but accessible. Something where I can meet people who are friendly and supportive, not super competitive.
For beginners, I'd recommend trying things like yoga, Pilates, spin class, or boot camp style classes. Those tend to be inclusive of different fitness levels, and the instructors usually offer modifications. Avoid anything labeled advanced or high intensity until you've built up your base fitness. And here's a tip. Go to the same class at the same time every week. You'll start seeing the same faces and naturally build relationships with the regulars. Chat with people before or after class. Most people in fitness classes are friendly and supportive. And if you find someone you click with, suggest grabbing coffee after class sometime or meeting up for a different workout. Natural connections happen when you're consistently in the same space.
Same class, same time, become a regular. That's a smart strategy. And it's less pressure than explicitly asking someone to be my workout partner. It's just naturally building community through shared activity. I can do that. Okay, I'm going to look at the class schedule at my gym and pick one or two classes to try. Maybe a yoga class on Tuesdays and a spin class on Thursdays. Go consistently for a month and see if I connect with anyone. And even if I don't find a specific workout partner, at least I'll be working out more regularly because I have class time scheduled. That's progress either way.
Exactly. Even if the workout partner thing doesn't happen immediately, you're still benefiting from the structure and accountability of scheduled classes. And honestly, the community aspect of group fitness might be all you need. You don't necessarily need one specific person to be your dedicated workout partner. Having a whole class of people who you see regularly and who notice when you're not there can provide that same accountability. Plus, classes are led by an instructor, so you don't have to think about what exercises to do. You just show up and follow along. That removes a lot of the barriers that might keep you from working out on your own.
You're right. The community of a class might be even better than a single workout partner. More backup. If one person can't make it, the rest of the class is still happening. Okay, I'm convinced. I'm going to try the group fitness class route. I'm nervous about it, but also excited. This could be exactly what I need to finally stick with a consistent workout routine. And who knows, I might even make some new friends in the process. Thank you for talking through this with me. I feel like I have a real plan now instead of just wishing for a magic solution to my motivation problems.
You've got a great plan. And remember, the first class or two might feel awkward or intimidating. That's normal. Push through that initial discomfort and give it a few weeks before you decide if it's for you. By the third or fourth class, you'll feel much more comfortable, and you'll start to see familiar faces. That's when the community really develops. Now go sign up for those classes and get ready to meet your new workout crew. You're going to do great.
I signed up for a bar class tomorrow, and I'm already regretting it. I have no idea what bar even is, except that it's involved ballet moves and it's supposed to be really hard. I don't have any dance experience. I'm not flexible. I'm probably going to make a complete fool of myself. Why did I think this was a good idea? Maybe I should cancel and just stick to what I know. But I also want to try new things and challenge myself. I'm so torn. Should I go or should I back out while I still can?
You should definitely go. Being nervous about trying something new is completely normal, but it's not a good reason to avoid it. Everyone in that class was a beginner once. The instructor will probably offer modifications for people at different levels, and nobody's paying attention to you. Everyone is focused on their own workout and their own struggles. You're not going to be judged for being new or inflexible or anything else. The whole point of trying new things is to expand your comfort zone. If you only stick to what you already know, you'll never grow. Go to the class, give it a real try, and then decide if it's for you. You might hate it, or you might love it, but at least you'll know.
You're right. I need to stop psyching myself out. It's just one class, 1 hour of my life. Even if it's terrible and I embarrass myself, so what? I'll survive, and maybe it'll actually be fun. I won't know unless I try. Okay, I'm going. I'm committed. But I need some advice on how to not be a total disaster. What should I wear? What should I bring? Should I tell the instructor it's my first time? I want to be prepared so I'm not scrambling and adding to my anxiety tomorrow.
Great questions. For bar, you'll want to wear fitted athletic clothes, leggings and a tank top or t-shirt, something you can move in that won't get in the way. Most bar classes are done barefoot or in grip socks, so check with your gym about their policy. Bring water and maybe a towel. And yes, absolutely, tell the instructor it's your first time when you arrive. Come a few minutes early, introduce yourself, let them know you're new. They'll probably give you some tips or keep an eye on you during class to make sure you're doing okay. Instructors want you to have a good experience. They're not there to make you feel bad. They want you to come back.
Arrive early, introduce myself to the instructor, let them know I'm new. That actually makes me feel better. At least then they'll know why I'm confused or struggling instead of just thinking I'm incompetent. What about keeping up with the class? What if everyone else is doing the moves perfectly and I'm completely lost? Should I just try my best, even if I'm doing it wrong? Or should I stop and watch if I don't understand? I don't want to injure myself by doing something incorrectly, but I also don't want to just stand there the whole time.
If you're confused about a move, it's better to watch for a second and figure it out than to do it wrong. But in most classes, the instructor will demonstrate while explaining, so you'll have a chance to see before you do. And remember, modifications are your friend. If something's too hard or you can't do it, do a modified version, or skip that particular move and jump back in when you can. Your first priority is to not hurt yourself. Your second priority is to have a positive experience so you'll want to come back. Doing every single move perfectly is not the priority. This is about trying something new and having fun. Keep that perspective and you'll be fine.
Safety first, then enjoyment, then performance. That's a good hierarchy. I tend to be really hard on myself and compare myself to others, so I need to remember that this is my journey, and it doesn't matter what anyone else is doing. I'm just there to try my best and see if I like this type of exercise. Okay, I'm feeling more confident now. I'm going to pack my bag tonight so I'm ready. Fitted clothes, water, towel, positive attitude. I'll arrive early and talk to the instructor. I'll focus on doing what I can and not judging myself. And after class, regardless of how it went, I'll be proud of myself for trying something new. How's that for a plan?
That's a perfect plan and a perfect mindset. You're going into this with realistic expectations and self-compassion. That's the recipe for success. And hey, even if bar ends up not being your thing, you'll have learned something about yourself and what you do or don't enjoy. That's valuable information. But I have a feeling you're going to do better than you think. A lot of times, our anxiety about something is way worse than the actual experience. You're going to walk out of that class feeling accomplished and proud. I can almost guarantee it. Now go some good sleep tonight and go rock that bar class tomorrow.
Thank you so much for the pep talk. I really needed this. I'm actually starting to feel a little bit excited instead of just terrified. Tomorrow, I'm trying something completely new, and that's pretty cool. Not many people push themselves out of their comfort zones like this. I should be proud of myself just for signing up. Okay, I'm doing this. Bar class, here I come. Wish me luck. Actually, I don't need luck. I've got preparation, a good attitude, and realistic expectations. That's better than luck. I've got this.
You absolutely do. Now go show that bar class what you're made of, and let me know how it goes. I want to hear all about it. Good luck, have fun, and remember to breathe.
I've been really stressed and anxious lately, and I know I should be doing more self-care, but I don't even know what that means. Everyone talks about self-care like it's this magical solution, but what is it actually? Bubble baths and face masks? That feels superficial. I need something more substantial to deal with the stress I'm feeling. How do you actually take care of your mental health in a meaningful way? I'm tired of feeling overwhelmed and burnt out all the time.
Self-care is definitely more than bubble baths, although those can be nice too. Real self-care is about taking care of your fundamental needs. Are you sleeping enough? Are you eating regular, nutritious meals? Are you moving your body? Are you connecting with people you care about? Are you setting boundaries at work and in relationships? Those are the basics that actually matter. Instagram makes it look like self-care is all about expensive products and spa days, but the reality is much more mundane and practical. It's about the daily habits that keep you functioning well, physically and emotionally.
Sleep, food, movement, connection, boundaries. When you put it that way, I'm failing at most of those things. I'm sleeping maybe 5 or 6 hours a night because I'm working late. I'm skipping meals or eating junk because I don't have time to cook. I'm definitely not exercising regularly. I see my friends maybe once a month if I'm lucky. And boundaries? I say yes to everything at work, even when I'm already overwhelmed. No wonder I'm stressed. I'm not taking care of any of my basic needs. But I don't know how to change that when I'm already so busy and overwhelmed. Adding more things to my to-do list just feels like more stress.
Here's the thing. Self-care isn't another item on your to-do list. It's about protecting your well-being so you can actually function. If you keep neglecting sleep and food and exercise, you're going to burn out completely. You'll get sick or you'll have a breakdown. Taking care of yourself isn't selfish or optional. It's necessary. So we need to look at what you can change. What's making you work so late? Can you set better boundaries at work? Can you be more efficient with your time? And what can you simplify in other areas of your life to create space for the basics like sleep and healthy food? This isn't about adding more. It's about prioritizing what matters and letting go of what doesn't.
Letting go of what doesn't matter. That's hard for me. I feel like everything matters and I have to do everything perfectly. But you're right that I can't keep going like this. Something has to give. Maybe I need to start by just picking one thing to improve. Like, what if I committed to getting 7 hours of sleep every night? That means going to bed earlier, which means not working as late. I'd have to leave some work undone or delegate it or just accept that I can't do everything. That makes me anxious to think about, but it might be necessary. Would that be a good place to start?
That's an excellent place to start. Sleep is foundational. When you're well rested, everything else becomes easier. Your stress tolerance goes up, your decision-making improves, your mood stabilizes. It's like the keystone habit that supports everything else. And I bet if you started sleeping better, you'd actually be more productive in the hours you are working.
Sleep deprivation kills productivity and creativity. You're probably spending extra hours working just to compensate for how inefficient you are when you're exhausted. So getting 7 hours might actually save you time in the long run. It's counterintuitive, but true.
Sleep makes me more productive, so getting more sleep doesn't mean getting less done. I never thought about it that way, but it makes sense. Okay, I'm committing to 7 hours of sleep every night for the next month. That's my one self-care goal. And once I have that established, I can work on the other things: food, exercise, social connection, boundaries, one step at a time. I'm already feeling a bit better just having a concrete starting point instead of this vague, overwhelming sense that I need to do everything differently. Thank you for helping me break this down into something manageable.
You're so welcome, and I'm really proud of you for recognizing that you need to make changes and for being willing to prioritize your well-being. That takes courage and self-awareness. A lot of people just keep pushing until they completely break. You're being smart and proactive. Now, go set some sleep boundaries and stick to them. Your mental health and your body will thank you. And check in with yourself in a month. I bet you'll be amazed at how much better you feel just from that one change. Self-care doesn't have to be complicated. Sometimes it's just about honoring your basic human needs. You've got this.
I can't sleep. I lie in bed for hours just staring at the ceiling. My brain won't shut off. I'm thinking about work, about things I need to do tomorrow, about random conversations from 5 years ago. It's exhausting. And then when I finally do fall asleep, I wake up multiple times during the night. I'm so tired all the time, but I can't seem to get quality sleep. I've tried melatonin and it doesn't help. What else can I do? I'm desperate for a good night's sleep. This is affecting everything in my life.
Chronic sleep problems are awful, and I'm sorry you're dealing with that. Let's talk about sleep hygiene first. That's all the habits and environmental factors that affect sleep quality. Are you looking at screens right before bed? That blue light suppresses melatonin and makes it harder to fall asleep. Do you have a consistent sleep schedule? Going to bed and waking up at the same time every day helps regulate your body's internal clock. Is your bedroom dark, cool, and quiet? Those environmental factors matter a lot. What about caffeine? If you're having caffeine after 2 or 3 p.m., that could be keeping you awake. Let's start with the basics and see if any of those things might be contributing to your sleep issues.
Okay, let's see. I definitely look at my phone in bed. I usually scroll social media until I feel tired enough to sleep. My sleep schedule's all over the place. Sometimes I go to bed at 10, sometimes at midnight or later. My bedroom is okay, but there's light coming in from the street and my partner snores. And I drink coffee all day, including in the evening sometimes. So basically, I'm doing everything wrong. No wonder I can't sleep. But changing all of those things feels overwhelming. Where do I even start? What's the most important thing to fix first?
Start with the screen issue and the sleep schedule. Those are probably the biggest culprits. Set a rule that you put your phone away at least an hour before bed. No screens in the bedroom. Read a book instead, or listen to calm music or a podcast. And pick a consistent bedtime and wake time, even on weekends. Your body craves routine. Even if you're not falling asleep right away, get in bed at the same time every night and wake up at the same time every morning. It might take a week or two, but your body will start to adjust and expect sleep at that time. As for the caffeine, cut yourself off by 2 p.m. That gives your body enough time to process it before bedtime.
No phone an hour before bed, consistent sleep schedule, no caffeine after 2 p.m. Those are concrete changes I can make. But what about the racing thoughts, though? Even if I create the perfect sleep environment, I still have trouble shutting my brain off. I'll be lying there and suddenly I'm thinking about a project at work or remembering something embarrassing I said 10 years ago. How do you quiet your mind when it's running a million miles an hour? That's the hardest part for me.
Racing thoughts are tough. A few strategies that help. First, try a brain dump before bed. Get a notebook and write down everything that's on your mind. Work tasks, worries, random thoughts, everything. Getting it out of your head and onto paper can help quiet your mind.
Second, try some relaxation techniques. Deep breathing, progressive muscle relaxation, guided meditation. There are apps like Calm or Headspace that have sleep meditations specifically designed to help you fall asleep. Third, if you can't fall asleep after 20 minutes, get up. Don't lie there struggling. Get up, do something calm and boring and low light until you feel sleepy, then go back to bed. Fighting with yourself to fall asleep just creates anxiety around sleep.
Brain dump, relaxation techniques, get up if you can't sleep after 20 minutes. I can try those things. The brain dump especially sounds helpful. I definitely lie there making mental to-do lists instead of sleeping. If I wrote them down before bed, maybe my brain would let go of them. What about sleep medications? Should I talk to my doctor about prescription sleep aids, or is that a bad idea? I'm hesitant about taking pills, but I'm also so desperate for sleep that I'm willing to consider it if it would help.
I think it's worth talking to your doctor, especially if your sleep problems persist even after you've tried improving your sleep hygiene. But medication should probably be a last resort, not a first line of defense. A lot of sleep medications have side effects, and they don't address the underlying issues, they just mask the symptoms. Your doctor might also screen you for things like sleep apnea or other sleep disorders that could be interfering with your sleep quality. Sometimes sleep problems are medical issues that need medical treatment, but start with the behavioral changes first. Give yourself a solid month of good sleep hygiene and see if that makes a difference. If you're still struggling after that, then definitely consult your doctor.
Try behavioral changes first. Talk to doctor if problems persist. That makes sense. I don't want to rely on medication if I can solve this through better habits. Okay, here's my sleep improvement plan. Starting tonight, I'm putting my phone away an hour before bed and reading instead. I'm setting a consistent bedtime of 10:30 p.m. and wake time of 6:30 a.m. I'm cutting off caffeine at 2 p.m. I'm doing a brain dump every night before bed, and I'm going to try some sleep meditation apps. I'm giving myself a month to see if these changes help. If I'm still having sleep problems after a month of consistent effort, I'll make a doctor's appointment. Sound good?
That sounds like a comprehensive and realistic plan, and I love that you're giving yourself a month to see results. Change takes time, and you might not see immediate improvement, but if you're consistent with these new habits, I'd be shocked if your sleep doesn't get significantly better. Sleep is so important for everything: your physical health, your mental health, your mood, your productivity. Prioritizing sleep is one of the best things you can do for yourself. Now, go start implementing these changes tonight. Here's to better sleep and better days ahead. You've got this.
I have too many bad habits, and I don't know which one to tackle first. I drink too much, I smoke when I'm stressed, I eat junk food constantly, I bite my nails, I spend too much time on my phone. I know all of these things are bad for me, but I feel overwhelmed by the idea of changing everything at once. Should I try to fix all of them simultaneously, or should I focus on one at a time? And if I focus on one, which one should I prioritize? I want to be healthier, but I don't know where to start.
First, give yourself some credit for recognizing these habits and wanting to change them. That's huge. Most people deny their bad habits or make excuses. You're being honest with yourself. Now, the answer to your question is definitely focus on one habit at a time. Trying to change everything at once is a setup for failure. You'll get overwhelmed, you'll slip up, and then you'll feel like a failure and give up entirely. It's better to succeed at changing one thing than to fail at changing 5 things. So let's prioritize. Which habit do you think is doing the most damage to your health? Or which one feels most achievable to change? Sometimes starting with a small win builds momentum for bigger changes.
The drinking is probably the most damaging. I drink almost every night, usually more than I should. It's affecting my sleep, my weight, my mood. I wake up feeling foggy and regretful a lot. But it's also the habit I'm most attached to. It's how I relax after a stressful day. I don't know how to unwind without alcohol. The phone thing might be easier to change because I'm less emotionally attached to it. But you're right that the drinking is probably the priority from a health perspective. I'm just scared I won't be able to do it. What if I try and fail? Then I'll feel even worse about myself.
Okay, let's talk about the drinking. You don't necessarily have to quit completely unless you think you have a serious problem that requires abstinence, in which case you should talk to a doctor or consider a program like AA. But if you just want to cut back to a healthier level, that's doable. What if you set a limit, like 2 drinks maximum on any given night, and only 3 nights a week? That's moderate drinking instead of daily drinking. It gives you the option to have alcohol socially or to relax occasionally, but it prevents the nightly habit that's impacting your health. Does that feel more manageable than completely quitting?
2 drinks max, 3 nights a week. That does feel more manageable than total abstinence. But how do I stick to it? What do I do on the nights when I'm not drinking? That's usually when I'd pour a glass of wine to decompress. I need a replacement activity, or I'll just break my rule. Do you have suggestions for other ways to relax that don't involve alcohol? Because right now, having a drink is my go-to stress relief, and I don't know what else to do.
You need to find healthy coping mechanisms to replace the drinking. Exercise is great for stress relief. Even just a walk after work can help you decompress. Or try a relaxing hobby like reading, puzzles, crafts, cooking. Or take a hot bath, or call a friend and talk through your day. The key is finding something that actually helps you transition from work mode to relaxation mode. Alcohol is effective because it chemically alters your state, but there are other ways to achieve that shift without the negative health effects. You might have to experiment to find what works for you. Different things work for different people, but I promise you, you can learn to relax without alcohol. It just takes practice and intentionality.
Find healthy replacements for alcohol as a stress reliever. I can try that. Maybe I'll make a list of things to do instead of drinking. Go for a walk, do some yoga, call my sister, work on that puzzle I bought months ago. And I'll try to identify my triggers, like what specifically makes me want to drink. Is it stress, boredom, habit? If I can identify the trigger, maybe I can address the underlying need without alcohol. Does that make sense? Am I overthinking this?
No, you're not overthinking it. That's actually really smart. Understanding your triggers is key to changing any habit. If you drink because you're stressed, you need stress management strategies. If you drink because you're bored, you need engaging activities. If you drink out of pure habit, you need to disrupt the routine. All of those require different approaches. So yes, pay attention to what's driving the behavior and address that. And here's another tip. Remove temptation. If there's alcohol in the house, you're more likely to drink. On your non-drinking nights, don't have it easily accessible. Make it harder to break your rule by creating obstacles. Out of sight, out of mind.
Remove alcohol from the house, or at least make it less accessible. That's practical. I'm always more likely to drink if it's right there in the fridge staring at me. Okay, here's my plan. I'm limiting myself to 2 drinks max, 3 nights per week. I'm identifying my drinking triggers and finding healthy replacements. I'm removing alcohol from easy access on non-drinking nights. I'm making a list of alternative activities for stress relief. And I'm tracking my progress so I can see how I'm doing and hold myself accountable. Is there anything else I should do? Any other strategies that might help?
That's a comprehensive plan. The only other thing I'd add is to be compassionate with yourself when you slip up, because you probably will at some point. Most people do when changing habits. One slip doesn't mean you've failed. It just means you're human. The important thing is to get back on track the next day instead of using it as an excuse to give up entirely. Progress, not perfection. That's the goal. You're making a positive change for your health, and that's something to be proud of. Now go implement your plan and check in with yourself regularly. You can do this. I believe in you.
I need to go to the doctor for my annual checkup, but I keep putting it off because I'm anxious about it. I haven't been in over 2 years. I know I'm probably going to get lectured about my weight and my lifestyle choices, and I just don't want to deal with that. But I also know I need to go because preventative care is important. How do you deal with doctor anxiety? How do you make yourself go to appointments even when you really don't want to? I'm scared they're going to find something wrong with me or make me feel bad about myself.
Doctor anxiety is really common, and I totally understand where you're coming from. But here's the thing. Avoiding the doctor doesn't change reality.
If there is a health issue, it's better to catch it early when it's easier to treat. And as for being lectured, a good doctor won't lecture you. They'll have a professional conversation about your health and offer suggestions for improvement. If your doctor makes you feel bad or shamed, you should find a different doctor. You deserve healthcare providers who treat you with respect. That said, you might hear some things you don't want to hear, but that information is power. It gives you the chance to make changes before small problems become big ones.
You're right that avoiding it doesn't help. I'm just really uncomfortable with the idea of being weighed and measured and judged. I've gained weight since my last appointment, and I know that's going to come up. I'm already hard enough on myself about it. I don't need a doctor piling on. What if they tell me I need to lose weight? I already know that. It doesn't help to hear it from someone in a white coat. Actually, it just makes me feel worse and more hopeless. How do I handle that conversation if it comes up?
First, remember the doctors mention weight because it's medically relevant, not because they're trying to shame you. But you're also allowed to set boundaries in that conversation. You can say something like, "I'm aware of my weight and I'm working on it. I'd prefer to focus on other aspects of my health right now." Most doctors will respect that, and if they don't, that's a sign you need a different doctor. You can also ask them to skip the weight altogether if that's too triggering for you. Some practices will accommodate that request. The power dynamic feels like the doctor is in charge, but actually you're the customer and you get to advocate for what you need. Don't be passive. Speak up about what kind of care you want to receive.
I can set boundaries with my doctor. I didn't really think about that. I always just assumed I had to sit there and take whatever they said. But you're right that I'm paying for a service and I deserve respectful treatment. Okay, what about the actual exam part? The physical exam makes me really uncomfortable. Being in a gown, being touched, having my body scrutinized. I know it's necessary, but I hate it. How do you get through that without feeling completely vulnerable and embarrassed? Is it okay to ask for a same-gender doctor, or is that being too picky?
It's absolutely okay to request a same-gender doctor if that makes you more comfortable. Most medical practices will accommodate that request. And it's okay to ask questions during the exam. What are you checking for now? Why do you need to do that? Understanding what's happening and why can reduce anxiety. You can also bring a support person if that helps. A friend or family member can sit in the room with you. And remember, doctors do this all day, every day. They're not judging your body. They're looking for medical information. It's clinical, not personal. I know it doesn't feel that way, but try to remind yourself that they're professionals doing their job, not critics evaluating you.
Bring a support person, ask questions. Remember, it's clinical, not personal. Those strategies help, and knowing I can request a female doctor makes me feel better. I think I'm going to call tomorrow and schedule an appointment. And I'm going to be honest with the receptionist about my anxiety and ask if they can match me with a doctor who's good with anxious patients. Is that a reasonable request, or will they think I'm being difficult? I just want to set myself up for the best possible experience instead of dreading it and possibly canceling again.
That's not only reasonable, it's smart. You're advocating for your needs. Any good medical practice wants their patients to feel comfortable and will try to accommodate reasonable requests. And honestly, tons of people have doctor anxiety. You're not unusual or difficult for feeling this way. The fact that you're taking steps to address it and still get the care you need shows maturity and self-awareness. So yes, call tomorrow, be honest about your needs, schedule the appointment, and follow through. Once it's done, you'll feel so much relief and accomplishment, and you'll have that checkup taken care of for another year. You can do this. It's just one appointment, 1 hour of your life, and then it's over, and you can feel proud of yourself for taking care of your health despite your anxiety.
One appointment, 1 hour, then it's done. I can handle that. And I'll feel so much better once it's over. The anticipation is probably worse than the actual appointment anyway. I always build things up in my head to be worse than they are. Okay, I'm committing. Tomorrow, I'm calling to schedule. I'm requesting a female doctor and mentioning my anxiety. I'm going to prepare some questions ahead of time so I don't forget to ask important things, and I'm going to bring my best friend with me for support if she's available. This is happening. I'm taking care of my health, even though it's scary. Thank you for the encouragement. I really needed someone to validate my feelings, but also push me to do the right thing.
I'm so proud of you. You're being brave and taking care of yourself. That's huge. And yes, call tomorrow before you lose your nerve. Get it on the calendar. And then, when the appointment day comes, you show up and you get through it. And afterward, treat yourself to something nice. You deserve it for facing your fear and prioritizing your health. Now, go make that call tomorrow. You've got this. And let me know how it goes. I'll be thinking about you.
I've been working out consistently for 6 months now, and I'm hitting a wall. I'm not seeing any more progress. My weight isn't changing, I'm not getting stronger, my endurance isn't improving. It's like my body just decided this is as good as it gets. I'm so frustrated because I'm still putting in the work, but I'm not getting results anymore. I'm tempted to just quit because what's the point if nothing is changing? How do you push through a fitness plateau? Or is this just where my body is supposed to be and I need to accept it?
Hitting a plateau is super frustrating, but it's also totally normal. When you first start working out, you see rapid progress because your body is adapting to new stimulus. But after a while, your body gets efficient at what you're doing and you stop seeing changes. That doesn't mean you should quit. It means you need to change things up. Are you doing the same workout routine you've been doing for 6 months? If so, that's probably the problem. Your body needs new challenges to continue adapting. You need to change your routine. Different exercises, different intensity, different structure. Shake things up.
I am doing pretty much the same routine I started with. I didn't realize I needed to change it. I thought the whole point of a routine is that it's routine. You do the same thing consistently. But you're saying I need variety? How often should I change my workout, and how drastically? Do I need to completely overhaul everything, or just tweak things a bit? I don't want to feel like I'm starting from scratch. I like my current routine, and I know what I'm doing. The idea of learning all new exercises sounds overwhelming.
You don't have to overhaul everything, but you do need to introduce some variety. Maybe every 4 to 6 months, change something significant. If you've been doing 3 sets of 10 reps, try 4 sets of 8 reps with heavier weight. If you've been running the same pace every time, add some interval training or hill work. If you've been using the same machines, try free weights instead. Small changes can make a big difference, and you don't have to change everything at once. Just modify 1 or 2 elements of your routine and see how your body responds. The goal is to keep challenging your body in new ways so it has to keep adapting.
Change things every 4 to 6 weeks, add new challenges. I can do that. What about nutrition? I've been eating pretty much the same way throughout this whole process. Could my diet be contributing to the plateau? Maybe I need to eat more to fuel harder workouts, or eat less to see more weight loss. I honestly don't know. I feel like nutrition is even more confusing than exercise. There's so much conflicting information, and I don't know what to believe or what would actually help me break through this plateau.
Nutrition could definitely be a factor. If you're trying to build muscle, you might need to eat more protein. If you're trying to lose weight, but you've been eating the same calories for 6 months, your body might have adapted, and you might need to slightly reduce intake or increase expenditure. Or if you're not eating enough, your body might be holding on to weight because it thinks you're in scarcity. It's tricky, and it really depends on your specific goals and situation. This might be a good time to consult with a nutritionist or dietitian who can look at your whole picture and make specific recommendations. General advice can only go so far. Personalized guidance is much more effective.
Work with a nutritionist for personalized advice. That makes sense. I've been trying to figure everything out on my own through Google and YouTube, and it's overwhelming. Having someone who can look at my specific situation and give me tailored advice would be so much more helpful. Okay, so my plan is to modify my workout routine to add variety and new challenges, and to consult with a nutritionist about whether my diet needs adjustment. Is there anything else I should consider? Any other reasons why I might be plateauing that I haven't thought of?
A couple other things to consider. Are you getting enough rest and recovery? Sometimes plateaus happen because you're overtraining and your body needs more recovery time. Make sure you're taking at least 1 or 2 rest days per week and getting adequate sleep. And consider whether your goals are still realistic. If you've lost 30 pounds and now you're at a healthy weight, your body might be resisting further weight loss because it's where it wants to be. Or if you've been strength training for 6 months, maybe you've reached the upper limit of what you can achieve with your current program and you need to commit to a more advanced program to see further gains. Sometimes plateaus are your body's way of saying, this is good, we can maintain here, and that's okay too.
Rest and recovery, realistic goals. Those are important points. I have been going pretty hard without much rest because I'm scared that taking days off will undo my progress. But you're right that rest is when the body actually builds strength. And maybe I do need to reevaluate my goals. I've achieved a lot in 6 months. Maybe instead of being frustrated about plateauing, I should be proud of how far I've come and focus on maintaining instead of constantly pushing for more. That's a mindset shift I need to make. Fitness isn't about constantly getting better forever. Sometimes it's about sustaining a healthy level and being content with that.
Exactly. There's this toxic mindset in fitness culture that you always have to be progressing, always improving, never satisfied. But that's not sustainable or healthy. At some point, you reach a level of fitness that feels good and works for your life, and maintaining that is a success, not a failure. So yes, try the things we talked about to see if you can break through the plateau, but also consider whether you're already where you need to be, and the plateau is actually your body finding its equilibrium. Either way, you're not failing, you're just in a new phase of your fitness journey, and that's okay. You're doing great. Keep showing up, keep moving your body, and trust the process.
I just moved to a new city, and I don't know anyone here. And I'm realizing how hard it is to make friends as an adult. When you're in school, you're surrounded by people your age, and friendships just happen naturally. But now, I have no idea how to meet people or where to even start. I can't just walk up to random strangers and say, "Want to be friends?" That would be weird. How do adults make friends? I'm feeling really lonely, and I don't know what to do about it.
Making friends as an adult is genuinely difficult, and you're not alone in struggling with it. It requires more intentionality than it did when we were younger. The key is to put yourself in situations where you'll regularly see the same people and have something in common with them. Think about joining clubs, taking classes, doing group activities, things like running clubs, book clubs, volunteer organizations, recreational sports leagues, hobby groups, any activity where you're showing up consistently and interacting with the same people over time. Friendships develop through repeated exposure and shared experiences. You have to create those opportunities.
Joining groups and clubs makes sense, but I'm shy, and the idea of walking into a room full of strangers is terrifying. What if everyone already knows each other and I'm the awkward new person? What if I don't fit in? I'm worried I'll just stand there by myself, feeling uncomfortable, and then never go back. How do you push through that initial awkwardness and actually connect with people? Because just showing up doesn't guarantee friendship. You still have to talk to people, and I'm terrible at small talk with strangers.
I completely understand that fear. But here's the thing. Most groups that welcome new members are expecting new people and are usually pretty friendly. And you don't have to be amazing at small talk. You just have to be willing to show up consistently. Go to the same thing multiple times. The first time might be awkward, but the second time, people will recognize you. By the third or fourth time, you're not the new person anymore. You're a regular. And conversations get easier when you have context and history. Start with simple questions. Ask people how long they've been part of the group, what they like about it, that kind of thing. Most people are happy to talk about themselves. You don't have to be super charismatic. You just have to be friendly and consistent.
Be consistent, ask questions, focus on being friendly rather than being perfect. Okay, I can try that. What kind of groups should I look for? I like reading and hiking, and I'm interested in learning to cook better. Are those good starting points? Should I join a book club and a hiking group and a cooking class, or is that too much at once? I don't want to overcommit and then burn out, but I also want to maximize my chances of meeting people I click with. How many new activities should I try?
Start with 1 or 2 activities max. You want to be able to commit to showing up regularly, and if you spread yourself too thin, you won't be able to do that. Pick the 1 or 2 that sound most appealing or most aligned with your interests. A book club would give you built-in topics to discuss, which might make conversation easier. A hiking group would give you active outdoor time, which is good for mental health, and the activity itself provides structure, so there's less pressure on conversation. Either or both sound like good options. Try them for at least a month or 2 before deciding if they're working for you. Give it real time before judging.
1 or 2 activities, commit for at least a month. That's doable. I think I'll try a book club and a hiking group. Reading and outdoor stuff are both important to me, so those feel authentic. I don't want to join something just to meet people if I don't actually enjoy the activity. That seems disingenuous. What about being direct about wanting to make friends? Should I mention that I'm new to the city and looking to build a social circle? Or does that sound desperate? I don't want to come across as needy, but I also don't want to pretend I have a full social life when I don't.
Being honest about being new to the city is totally fine. It's relatable, and people are often want to help newcomers feel welcome. You can casually mention, I just moved here a few months ago and I'm still getting to know the city, and most people will respond positively. They might offer recommendations or suggestions or just be more inclined to include you. But I wouldn't lead with, I'm desperately lonely and need friends. That is a bit much. Just be authentic about being new and open to connections. And when you meet someone you click with, it's okay to suggest hanging out outside the group context. Hey, I really enjoyed talking with you. Would you want to grab coffee sometime? That's how group acquaintances turn into actual friends. You have to take that next step.
Mention being new, but don't overshare about loneliness. And if I click with someone, suggest one-on-one hangouts. That makes sense. I'm nervous about that part, though. What if they say no? What if they're just being polite in the group setting, but don't actually want to be my friend? Rejection would be mortifying. Although I guess you can't make friends without taking social risks. You have to put yourself out there, even though it's scary. Why can't making friends be easier? Why does adulting have to be so hard?
I know it feels hard, but you can do this. And yes, there's a risk of rejection, but most people are actually pretty receptive to friendship invitations. We're all kind of lonely and craving connection. The worst case scenario is someone says they're too busy, and that's not personal, it's just timing. But more likely, people will be flattered and happy to hang out. You just have to be brave enough to ask. And remember, making 1 or 2 good friends takes time. You're not going to walk into a book club and immediately have a best friend. It's a process. Be patient with yourself and with the process. Keep showing up, keep being friendly, keep taking small social risks. In 6 months, your social life is going to look completely different. You've got this.
6 months feels like forever, but I know you're right that good friendships take time to develop. Okay, I'm committing to this. I'm going to find a book club and a hiking group this week. I'm going to show up consistently for at least 2 months. I'm going to be friendly and open, and I'm going to push myself to suggest one-on-one hangouts when I meet people I like. It's scary, but it's necessary. I can't sit at home alone feeling sorry for myself forever. I need to take action. Thank you for the pep talk and the practical advice. I actually feel hopeful now instead of just lonely and overwhelmed.
I'm so glad you're feeling more hopeful. You're taking all the right steps, and I'm confident you're going to build a great social circle in your new city. It just takes time and consistent effort. Remember to be kind to yourself throughout the process. Some social interactions will go great, others might be awkward. That's normal. What matters is that you keep trying. Now go find those groups and start your friend-making journey. And hey, maybe in 6 months, you'll be the one welcoming the next new person and making them feel included. Pay it forward. You've got this.
I need advice about a friend who I think might be toxic, but I'm not sure if I'm overreacting.
She's been my friend for 5 years, but lately being around her just drains me. She's constantly negative, she complains about everything, she makes everything about her, even when I'm trying to talk about my own problems, and she's really critical. Like, she'll make subtle digs about my appearance or my choices, disguised as concern or jokes. I always leave our hangouts feeling worse than when I arrived. Is that normal in friendships, or is this a sign I should distance myself?
That doesn't sound like a healthy friendship. Good friends should make you feel supported and energized, not drained and criticized. It's okay for friends to vent sometimes or have rough patches, but it shouldn't be a constant pattern where you're always the emotional dumping ground and never receiving support in return. And criticism disguised as jokes or concern is a red flag. That's passive-aggressive behavior. Have you tried talking to her about how you feel? Sometimes people don't realize they're being draining or hurtful. A direct conversation might help. But if you've already tried that and nothing changed, it might be time to create some distance.
I haven't directly addressed it because I'm afraid of her reaction. She can be really defensive, and she has a way of turning things around to make me feel like I'm the problem. Like, if I brought this up, she'd probably say I'm too sensitive or I'm being a bad friend for not being there for her in her time of need. She's really good at making me feel guilty. That's part of why I'm questioning myself. Maybe I am being too sensitive. Maybe I should be more supportive. I don't know if the problem is her or me. How do you know when a friendship is actually toxic versus when you're just being a bad friend?
The fact that you're afraid to communicate honestly with her and that she makes you feel guilty for having needs is a pretty clear sign this isn't a healthy dynamic. In good friendships, you should be able to express concerns without fear of manipulation or retaliation. And her pattern of making everything about her and deflecting when you try to set boundaries is classic toxic behavior. You're not being too sensitive. You're recognizing that this relationship isn't serving you. Friendship should be reciprocal. Both people should give and receive support. If it's always one-sided, that's not a real friendship. That's an emotional vampire situation where one person takes and the other person gives until they're depleted.
Emotional vampire. That's exactly what it feels like. I'm constantly giving and she's constantly taking. And I never feel like I can lean on her when I need support because she'll either make it about herself or minimize my problems. Last week, I was really upset about something at work, and when I tried to talk to her about it, she immediately launched into a story about her own work drama, and I never got to finish what I was saying. I just sat there and listened to her for an hour. That's the dynamic. It's always about her. So what do? Do I end the friendship? Do I try to salvage it? I feel guilty about the idea of cutting her off, especially because she doesn't have many other friends. I feel responsible for her somehow.
You are not responsible for her emotional well-being or her social life. That's not your job. I know it feels harsh, but you have to prioritize your own mental health. You have a few options. You could try one direct conversation where you clearly state your boundaries and needs. I feel like our friendship has become one-sided. I need to feel heard and supported too. Can we work on balancing our conversations better? See how she responds. If she's defensive and dismissive, that tells you everything. Or you could gradually distance yourself without a big confrontation, become less available, respond less quickly to messages, decline invitations more often, slow fade. Or you could end it directly if you feel that's necessary. There's no right answer. It depends on what you're comfortable with and what you think will cause you the least stress.
I think the slow fade might be my best option. I don't have the energy for a confrontation, and I know it won't go well. She'll make me feel terrible, and nothing will actually change. But if I just gradually become less available, maybe she'll get the hint and find other people to lean on. Is that cowardly, though? Should I be more direct? I feel like I owe her honesty after 5 years of friendship, but I also just want to protect myself from the drama that a direct conversation would cause. What's the most ethical way to end a friendship? Do I owe her an explanation?
There's debate about this, but I don't think you owe anyone a detailed explanation for ending a friendship, especially if you have good reason to believe the conversation would be emotionally harmful to you. If this was a healthy friendship having natural difficulties, yes, a conversation would be ideal. But in a toxic dynamic where communication has been difficult and manipulative, protecting yourself is valid. The slow fade is a legitimate strategy. You're not being cruel, you're creating boundaries. And honestly, she might not even notice if she's as self-absorbed as you describe. She'll probably just move on to someone else who will tolerate her behavior. Don't set yourself on fire to keep someone else warm. Your well-being matters more than her feelings about you pulling back.
Don't set myself on fire to keep someone else warm. I really needed to hear that. I've been sacrificing my own mental health to maintain this friendship out of guilt and obligation, but that's not sustainable. Okay, I'm going to start creating distance. I'll be less responsive, I'll be busy when she wants to hang out, I'll gradually phase her out of my life, and I'm going to work on releasing the guilt. This is what's best for me, and that's okay. Thank you for validating my feelings and giving me permission to prioritize myself. I was so worried I was being a terrible person, but you've helped me see that protecting myself from a draining relationship is actually healthy, not selfish.
Exactly. Self-protection is not selfishness. And you might feel guilty initially, but that guilt will fade as you start to feel better without that constant negativity in your life. You'll probably feel lighter, more energetic, less stressed. That's when you'll know you made the right decision. Surround yourself with people who reciprocate your energy and care. You deserve friendships that feel good, not friendships that drain you. Now go reclaim your peace and mental health. You've got this.
I'm trying to plan a group hangout with 5 friends, and it's turning into a logistical nightmare. Nobody can agree on a date or an activity. One person only has weekends free, another person works weekends, someone wants to do something outdoors, someone else hates outdoor activities. I've sent out 3 different polls, and we still haven't reached consensus. I'm getting frustrated, and I'm starting to think we should just cancel the whole thing. How do you actually organize group plans when everyone has different schedules and preferences? This shouldn't be this hard.
Group planning is genuinely one of the most frustrating social challenges. Here's the hard truth. You're probably never going to find a date and activity that works perfectly for everyone. Someone is going to have to compromise. So instead of trying to please everyone, make a decision and let people opt in or out. Pick a date and activity that works for most people and announce it. We're getting together on Saturday at 2 p.m. for brunch at this restaurant. Hope you can make it. People who can come will come. People who can't will sit it out and hopefully make the next one. Trying to accommodate everyone perfectly is impossible, and it's why nothing ever happens. Just make a decision.
Just make a decision and let people opt in or out. That feels kind of bossy, though. What if people get offended that I didn't consult them more or try harder to find something that works for everyone? I don't want to be that person who steamrolls the group. But you're right that the endless polling isn't working. Nobody is making decisions. We're all just waiting for someone else to decide. Maybe that someone needs to be me. But how do I make the call about what we're doing? Should I go with the majority preference, or should I just pick something I want to do and hope others join?
Go with something you think most people would enjoy and that's relatively accessible. Middle ground activities like brunch, happy hour, game night, movie night. Things that are low stakes and low cost. Save the more specific or expensive activities for smaller groups with aligned interests, and frame it as an invitation, not a decree. Hey everyone, I'm organizing brunch on Saturday at 2. Would love to see you there if you can make it. That's friendly and casual, not bossy. And if only 3 out of 5 people can come, that's fine. It's still a hangout. Don't let the goal of getting everyone together prevent you from seeing anyone at all. Something is better than nothing.
Accessible middle ground activity, frame it as an invitation, except that not everyone will make it. That's actually a relief. I've been putting so much pressure on myself to get everyone there that I've been paralyzed. But you're right that seeing 3 friends is still valuable even if 2 can't make it. Okay, I'm going to announce brunch this Saturday at a centrally located restaurant. Those who can come will come. And if someone complains that they can't make it, I'll just say, sorry you can't make this one, we'll catch you next time. I need to stop overthinking this. Planning a simple hangout shouldn't require a PhD in logistics and diplomacy.
Exactly. You're way overthinking it. Most people will appreciate that you took the initiative to organize something instead of letting the group chat fizzle into nothing. And here's a tip for future planning. Don't do it all by committee. Democracy is great in theory, but it makes group planning impossible. Instead, rotate who plans. One person organizes something one month, someone else does it the next month, and so on. That way, nobody feels like they're always doing the work, but there's also a clear decision maker for each event. It takes the pressure off, and things actually happen. You could suggest that system to your friend group going forward.
Rotating planner responsibility. That's brilliant. Then I don't have to feel guilty about making executive decisions because it's my turn to plan, and next time someone else deals with the headache of coordinating everyone. That distributes the labor and the stress. I'm definitely suggesting this to the group. Maybe I'll bring it up at Saturday brunch. Hey, this was exhausting to coordinate. What if we take turns planning so one person isn't always doing it? I bet everyone will be relieved to have a system instead of the current chaos. You've really helped me think this through. I feel much better now, less stressed and more empowered to just make it happen.
I'm glad you're feeling better about it. And honestly, your friends will probably be grateful that you took charge and made a decision. People often complain about group organizers, but secretly they're relieved someone is doing it because they don't want to. So own that role when it's your turn and don't apologize for making decisions. You're providing a service to the group. Now go send that brunch announcement and stop stressing. Saturday's going to be fun, and you'll be glad you pushed through the logistical annoyance to make it happen. You got this.
My best friend just went through a terrible breakup, and I want to be there for her, but I don't know what to say or do. She's devastated. They were together for 3 years, and she thought they were going to get married. Now she's heartbroken, and I feel helpless. Every time I try to comfort her, I say something that seems to make it worse. Like yesterday, I said, "You'll find someone better," and she got angry and said I was dismissing her feelings. I'm trying so hard to help, but I keep messing it up. What's the right way to support someone through a breakup? What should I say? What should I avoid saying?
Supporting someone through a breakup is tricky because what they need changes day by day. But generally, avoid toxic positivity and cliches. Don't say things like everything happens for a reason, or you'll find someone better, or at least you found out now instead of after getting married. Even though those things might be true, they're not what someone needs to hear when they're freshly heartbroken. What they need is validation and presence. Say things like, this really sucks, and I'm so sorry you're going through this, or your feelings are completely valid, or just, I'm here for you. Sometimes the best thing is to just listen without trying to fix or silver line the situation. Let her be sad. Let her vent. Don't try to rush her to the positive outlook stage.
Validate feelings, be present, avoid trying to fix it or make it positive too soon. That makes sense. I think I've been trying to cheer her up because I hate seeing her in pain, but maybe that's not what she needs right now. She needs to feel her feelings and process them. So I should just listen. But what if she keeps talking about her ex and rehashing the relationship over and over? How many times do I have to hear the same story? I want to be supportive, but I also don't want to enable her dwelling in the past forever. Where's the line between being a good friend and enabling unhealthy rumination?
In the beginning, let her talk as much as she needs to. Repetition is part of processing. She's trying to make sense of what happened, and sometimes that means telling the story multiple times. But after a few weeks, if she's still completely consumed by it and not showing any movement toward acceptance or healing, you can gently encourage forward momentum, not by dismissing her feelings, but by suggesting activities or perspectives that might help. Want to come to yoga with me? It might help clear your head. Or, I know you're hurting, but I'm also seeing you get stuck in this loop. What do you think would help you move forward? You can be honest about your concern while still being compassionate. Good friends tell each other hard truths when necessary.
So be patient initially, but also willing to give honest feedback if she gets stuck. That's a balance. What about practical support? Should I bring her food or invite her to do things or give her space? I don't know if she wants company or solitude. Every time I text to check in, she gives me really short responses, and I can't tell if she wants me to leave her alone or if she's just depressed and needs me to push harder to engage. How do I know what kind of support to offer? Should I ask directly or should I just do things and see what she responds to?
Ask directly. What would be most helpful for you right now? Do you want company or space? Do you want to talk about it or be distracted? Different people need different things, and those needs change day to day. Some people want to be surrounded by friends, others need to cocoon alone for a while. There's no one right way to grieve a relationship, so just ask what she needs and respect her answer. And practical support is almost always appreciated. Bring food, especially if you know she's not eating well. Offer to help with tasks if she's really struggling to function. But also respect boundaries. If she says she needs space, give her space. Check in occasionally so she knows you're there, but don't force yourself on her.
Ask what she needs, offer practical support, respect boundaries. Okay, I think I can do that. What about if she starts bad-mouthing her ex? Part of me wants to join in because I'm angry on her behalf, but part of me is worried that if they get back together, she'll remember that I said terrible things about him. Should I trash talk him with her or should I stay neutral? It feels fake to pretend he's a good guy when he clearly hurt her, but I also don't want to cross a line that I can't come back from. What's the protocol for talking about a friend's ex during a breakup?
Tread carefully with the trash talk. You can validate her feelings without going scorched earth on the ex. What he did really hurt you, and that's not okay, is different from, he's a terrible person and I always hated him. The first supports her, the second might make things awkward if they reconcile. And realistically, a lot of couples do get back together after breakups. So unless he was abusive or truly awful, keep your criticism measured. Focus on how his actions affected her rather than attacking his character. That way, if they do get back together, you haven't burned bridges. But if he was genuinely abusive or horrible, then yes, be more direct about that. That's unacceptable. Context matters.
Validate her hurt without character assassinating him unless he was truly awful. That's diplomatic. I can do that. Okay, I think I have a better sense of how to support her now. Listen more than I talk, validate her feelings, avoid cliches, ask what she needs, offer practical support, be patient with repetition, but also willing to gently encourage forward movement when appropriate, and be careful about trash talk. Is there anything else I should know? Any other mistakes I should avoid? I really want to be a good friend for her during this. She's been there for me through hard times, and I want to return that support.
You're already being a good friend by caring this much and trying to do it right. The fact that you're asking these questions shows how much you care. Just be present, be patient, and be genuine. You don't have to be perfect. You'll probably still say the wrong things sometimes. That's okay. What matters is that you're showing up and trying. And remember to take care of yourself, too. Supporting someone through grief can be emotionally draining. Make sure you're also getting support and taking breaks when you need them. You can't pour from an empty cup. Now go be there for your friend. She's lucky to have you.
I need to confront my friend about something, and I'm dreading it. She borrowed money from me 3 months ago and still hasn't paid me back. It was $200, and she said she'd pay me back in 2 weeks. But every time I subtly hint about it, she changes the subject or makes excuses. I'm starting to think she's just not going to pay me back, and she's hoping I'll forget about it. But I can't afford to just let that money go. I need it. How do I bring this up without making things awkward or ruining the friendship? Or is the friendship already damaged and I just haven't admitted it yet?
Money can definitely complicate friendships, and this is a tough situation. First, stop hinting. Hints don't work. You need to be direct. Hey, remember that $200 I lent you 3 months ago? I really need that back. When can you pay me? Be clear and unapologetic. You're not being rude. You're asking for something that's rightfully yours. Her discomfort about the situation doesn't mean you should avoid the conversation. And if she gets defensive or angry, that tells you something about her character, and maybe this friendship isn't as solid as you thought.
Good friends pay back money they borrow, or at minimum, communicate honestly if they're having trouble doing so.
Be direct, not passive. You're right that hinting isn't working. I've been trying to avoid confrontation, but that's just dragging this out and making me more resentful. What if she says she doesn't have the money right now? Should I offer a payment plan? Or is that enabling her irresponsibility? I mean, she's been going out to restaurants and buying new clothes. It's not like she's completely broke. She just doesn't seem to be prioritizing paying me back. That makes me angry, but I also don't want to be judgmental about how she spends her money. But also, she owes me money, so maybe I do get to be judgmental. I'm conflicted about this.
You have every right to be frustrated. If she has money for restaurants and shopping but not to pay you back, that's a priority problem, and that's disrespectful to you. You can absolutely point that out. I notice you've been able to afford other things, but you haven't paid me back yet. That hurts because it makes me feel like you don't value our friendship or your commitment to me. Make it about the impact on you and the relationship. If she offers to do a payment plan, that's fine, but get it in writing. Even just a text message confirming, I'll pay you $50 every 2 weeks starting next Friday, so there's accountability. And honestly, this is a good lesson learned. Don't lend money to friends unless you're prepared to never see it again. It's unfortunate, but true.
Don't lend money unless you're prepared to lose it. I wish I'd known that before. I've learned my lesson now. Okay, I'm going to text her today and be direct. No more hints. Just a clear request for the money back. And if she makes excuses or gets defensive, I'll know that this friendship might not be worth saving. Because a real friend would prioritize paying back money they borrowed, especially when they made a commitment. If she can't do that basic thing, what does that say about her integrity in our friendship? Probably nothing good. I'm preparing myself for the possibility that this conversation reveals that she's not the friend I thought she was.
That's a mature and realistic perspective. Sometimes these difficult conversations reveal incompatibilities or character issues that were always there, but we were overlooking. And that's valuable information, even though it's painful. Whatever happens, you'll know where you stand. Either she'll pay you back and apologize for the delay, in which case the friendship can recover, or she'll make excuses and avoid responsibility, in which case you'll know to distance yourself. Both outcomes give you clarity. The worst thing is the current limbo where you're anxious and resentful but not addressing it. So yes, have the conversation, and whatever happens, you'll be better off than you are now. You've got this.
Clarity is better than limbo, even if the clarity is painful. You're right. I need to just do this and deal with whatever happens. I'm going to text her right now before I lose my nerve. Hey, I really need that $200 back that I lent you 3 months ago. Can you pay me this week? Simple and direct. No accusations, just a clear request. Okay, sending it now. Ugh, my heart is racing. Why is confrontation so stressful even when you're in the right? Okay, it's sent. Now I wait for her response and prepare for whatever comes next. Thank you for giving me the courage to actually address this instead of just stewing in resentment.
I'm proud of you for sending that message. Confrontation is hard, but avoiding it is often harder in the long run. Now, whatever her response is, stay firm. Don't let her make you feel bad for asking for your own money back. And let me know how it goes. I'm rooting for you and hoping she does the right thing. But if she doesn't, remember that you deserve friends who treat you with respect and honor your commitments. You've got this.
I feel like I'm being left out of my friend group, and I don't know if it's in my head or if it's real. They all hung out this weekend without inviting me, and I only found out because they posted photos on social media. And this isn't the first time. I feel like there's an inner circle, and I'm on the outside. But when I am with them, everyone seems friendly and normal. So am I being paranoid, or am I actually being excluded? How do I know the difference? And if I am being left out, what do I do about it?
That sounds really hurtful, and I'm sorry you're experiencing that. It's hard to know for sure without more context, but if you're consistently finding out about group hangouts after the fact, that does suggest you're not being included at the same level as others. It could be intentional exclusion, or it could be more subtle.
Like maybe there's a subset of the group that's closer and they default to planning things together. Or maybe someone is organizing and forgetting to include you. Either way, your feelings of being left out are valid. The question is whether you want to address it or whether you want to invest your energy elsewhere. What do you think is going on? Do you have theories about why this might be happening?
I honestly don't know why. I haven't had any conflicts with anyone. Nobody seems mad at me. But I also realize I might not be as close to some of them as they are to each other. Like, they all went to college together, and I met them later through one person. So maybe it's just that they have deeper history and I'm more peripheral. But that doesn't make it hurt less. I feel rejected even if it's not personal. Should I say something? Or should I just accept that I'm not as central to this group and maybe find other friends? I don't want to make things awkward by calling them out if this is just natural friendship dynamics.
It might be natural dynamics, but it's also okay to advocate for yourself. You could talk to the person you're closest to in the group and say something like, "I've noticed I'm not always included when you guys hang out, and that makes me feel left out. Is there something I'm missing or doing wrong?" Keep it non-accusatory and genuinely curious. Their response will tell you a lot. If they're apologetic and make more effort to include you, great. If they're dismissive or defensive, that tells you this might not be your crowd. But I also think you're right to consider diversifying your social circle. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Having multiple friend groups means you're not as affected if one isn't working out. You could keep this group as casual friends while building deeper connections elsewhere.
Talk to the closest person non-accusatorily and see how they respond, and build other friendships as backup. That's smart. I think I've been too dependent on this one group, and that's why being excluded feels so devastating. If I had other social options, this wouldn't sting as much. So maybe the answer is both. Have a gentle conversation to see if things can improve, but also actively work on making new friends so I'm not so vulnerable to this dynamic. Does that sound like a balanced approach? I don't want to give up on these friendships entirely, but I also don't want to keep feeling like this.
That sounds very balanced and mature. You're not being reactive or making it all or nothing. You're exploring whether the situation can improve while also protecting yourself by expanding your social circle. That's healthy. And who knows, once you have other friend groups and you're less available to this group, they might actually value you more and include you more. Sometimes people take us for granted when we're always available and always trying. A little distance can recalibrate dynamics. But regardless of what happens with this group, having diverse friendships is just good life practice. No single friend or group should be your entire social world. That's too much pressure on one relationship.
Diversify friendships to reduce dependence and vulnerability. I really like that framing. It takes the pressure off this one group and makes the situation feel less dire. Okay, I'm going to reach out to the friend I'm closest to and have a gentle conversation. And I'm also going to start saying yes to other social invitations and actively trying to build connections with other people. Maybe I'll join that book club I've been thinking about, meet some people outside this existing group. Even if things improve with my current friends, having options will make me feel more secure and less desperate for their approval. Thank you for helping me think this through. I feel less pathetic and more empowered now.
You were never pathetic. Wanting to belong is a basic human need. But you're right that having options makes you feel more secure and less desperate. So go have that conversation and go build those new connections. You're going to be fine. You're going to have a rich social life with multiple sources of connection and support. This current situation might work out or it might not. But either way, you're going to be okay because you're taking action and not just wallowing. I'm proud of you. Now go make it happen.
My best friend moved across the country 6 months ago, and our friendship is struggling. We used to see each other multiple times a week, and now we barely talk. I know she's busy settling into her new life, and I'm trying not to be needy, but I miss her. And every time we do talk, the conversation feels awkward and forced, like we don't know what to say to each other anymore. I'm worried we're drifting apart, and I don't know how to maintain this friendship across distance. Is it even possible? Or do friendships just naturally fade when people move away?
Long-distance friendships are definitely challenging, but they're absolutely possible if both people are committed. The key is being intentional and adapting how you connect.
You can't rely on spontaneous in-person hangouts anymore. You have to schedule time to connect. Video calls, phone calls, even just texting throughout the day. And you need to find new rituals that work for your long-distance dynamic, like maybe you watch the same TV show and discuss it weekly, or you have a standing video call every Sunday morning for coffee, or you send each other voice memos. The medium changes, but the connection can remain if you both prioritize it. Have you talked to her about how you're feeling? Does she know you're worried about drifting?
I haven't told her I'm worried because I don't want to guilt her or make her feel bad. She's already dealing with a lot adjusting to a new city. But you're right that we need to talk about it. Maybe she's feeling the same way and we're both just avoiding the conversation. What should I say? I don't want to be accusatory, like you never call me anymore. But I also want to be honest that I'm missing our closeness and I'm worried we're losing it. How do I frame that conversation in a way that's productive and not just me complaining?
Frame it as wanting to find a new system that works for both of you, rather than blaming her for the current situation. I miss you, and I feel like we haven't found our long-distance rhythm yet. Can we talk about how to stay connected even though we're far apart? Maybe we could schedule regular calls or find a new routine that works for both of us. That's collaborative, not accusatory. You're acknowledging that the distance is hard and you want to problem solve together. Most people respond well to that approach. And be prepared to hear that she might need a different level of contact than you do. Maybe weekly video calls feel like enough for her, while you're craving daily contact. You'll need to find a compromise.
Be collaborative. Propose finding a new rhythm together. Be prepared to compromise. Okay, I can do that. What if she's just not interested in maintaining the same level of closeness? What if moving away was her way of creating distance in the friendship and I'm just not picking up on the hint? I don't want to force a friendship on someone who's moved on. How do I know if she actually wants to maintain this or if she's just being polite when we do talk? I'm so scared of being the clingy friend who won't let go.
You'll know based on her response to the conversation and her follow-through. If you suggest scheduling regular calls and she's enthusiastic and actually shows up for those calls, that's a good sign. If she's evasive or consistently cancels or doesn't reciprocate effort, that tells you she's not as invested in maintaining the friendship. And that's painful, but it's also valuable information. You can't force someone to prioritize a relationship. All you can do is communicate your needs and see if they're willing to meet you halfway. If they're not, then you know it's time to scale back your expectations and invest your energy in friendships that are more reciprocal. It's hard, but it's reality.
Her response and follow-through will tell me what I need to know. That's actually reassuring, even though it's also scary. At least I'll have clarity instead of this uncertain limbo. Okay, I'm going to call her this week and have the conversation. I'll propose scheduling regular video calls and see how she responds. Maybe we do a weekly Sunday evening call where we catch up properly. And maybe we could also plan visits, like I could visit her in her new city or she could come back here. Seeing each other in person even once every few months would help. Does that sound like a reasonable ask, or is that too much to expect with distance?
That all sounds very reasonable. A weekly call and periodic visits are totally doable for close friends who want to stay connected despite distance. If she's truly committed to the friendship, she'll make it work. And having those visits to look forward to gives you something concrete to plan for. It can actually be really fun to visit each other in your respective cities and play tourist. Long-distance friendships can have their own unique joys, even though they're challenging. So have the conversation and see what happens. I hope she's as committed to maintaining the friendship as you are. But if she's not, you'll survive and you'll find friends who are closer and more available. Either way, you'll be okay. Now go make that call and advocate for what you need. You've got this.
A friend just asked if she could borrow $1,000, and I don't know how to respond. She's in a tough financial situation, and I do have the money, but I've also heard that lending money to friends is a bad idea. I want to help her, but I'm also worried about what happens if she doesn't pay me back, or if it creates weirdness in our friendship. What do I do? Should I lend her the money? Should I say no? Should I give it to her as a gift instead? I'm so conflicted. I feel guilty about the idea of saying no when I could help,
but I also don't want to jeopardize my own financial security or our friendship.
This is a really tough position to be in. First question, can you afford to lose this money? Because that's how you should think about it. If you lend it, there's a real possibility you'll never see it again. So only lend money you can afford to never get back. If losing $1,000 would hurt your financial situation, you have to say no, regardless of how guilty you feel. Your financial well-being comes first. If you can't afford it, then you have to decide if you're comfortable with the risk. What's her track record with money and responsibility? Do you trust she'll pay you back? Or do you have doubts? Your gut instinct matters here.
I can afford to lose it, technically, but it would still sting. It's not nothing. And honestly, I do have doubts about whether she'll pay me back. She's not great with money, and she already owes money to other people. She's always having financial crises, and I'm not sure lending her money will actually solve her problems or just enable her poor money management. But I also don't want to judge her or abandon her when she's struggling. She's my friend, and friends help each other. But maybe helping doesn't mean giving money? Maybe I could help in other ways? I'm so torn about this.
You're right that helping doesn't necessarily mean giving money. In fact, giving her money might not be the most helpful thing if the real issue is that she needs to address her financial habits. Maybe instead of lending money, you could offer to help her make a budget or point her toward resources like financial counseling or debt consolidation services. Or if she's in crisis because of an unexpected expense, maybe you could help her find other solutions like payment plans or community assistance programs. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do for someone is not bail them out, but help them develop better systems. Tough love is still love.
Offer alternative help instead of money. I really like that approach. It lets me be supportive without putting myself at financial risk or enabling her. What do I actually say to her, though? How do I say no to the money without making her feel rejected or judged? I don't want to damage the friendship, but I also need to protect myself. Is there a way to decline that maintains the relationship? Or is asking a friend for money just inherently going to create awkwardness no matter how I respond?
You can decline kindly and firmly. I care about you and I want to help, but I'm not in a position to lend money right now. However, I'd be happy to help you figure out other solutions. Can we sit down and look at your budget together or research other options? That acknowledges her situation without making it your financial responsibility. And yes, it might create some awkwardness, but that's on her for putting you in this position, not on you for having boundaries. Good friends don't ask friends for money unless it's truly an emergency and there are no other options. If she gets angry or resentful about you saying no, that's a sign the friendship might not be as healthy as you thought.
Acknowledge her situation, offer alternative help, maintain firm boundaries. Okay, I can do that. And you're right that her reaction will tell me a lot. If she's understanding and grateful for any help I can offer, the friendship is probably solid. If she gets upset or tries to guilt me, that's manipulative and maybe not a person I should be friends with. I hate that asking for money puts me in this position of having to evaluate the friendship, but I guess that's what happens. Money makes everything complicated. Okay, I'm going to respond to her and offer to help her with budgeting and finding other resources, but decline to lend money. Wish me luck. This is uncomfortable, but necessary.
You're doing the right thing by protecting your boundaries while still offering support. And you're right that her reaction will be revealing. Whatever happens, you're handling this with maturity and self-respect. That's commendable. Now go send that message and see how she responds. And remember, you're not being selfish or cruel. You're being realistic and responsible. You can care about someone without sacrificing your own well-being. That's healthy friendship. Good luck, and let me know how it goes.
I'm hosting a party next weekend, and I'm completely overwhelmed. I've never hosted before, and I have no idea what I'm doing.
How much food do I need? What drinks should I have? What if nobody comes? What if too many people come and I don't have enough of anything? What if people don't mix and there are awkward silences? I'm spiraling with anxiety, and I'm starting to regret committing to this. How do people host parties without having a nervous breakdown? Please tell me there's a formula or a system I can follow, because right now I'm just panicking.
Okay, let's break this down into manageable steps so it feels less overwhelming. First, how many people are you expecting? That determines everything else. Once you know the approximate number, you can plan food and drinks accordingly. General rule of thumb, plan for more than you think you'll need, but don't go crazy. Better to have leftovers than to run out. For drinks, have a variety. Some alcohol, some non-alcoholic options, wine, beer, maybe one cocktail, plus soda and water. For food, you don't need a full meal. Appetizers and snacks are fine. Cheese and crackers, veggies and dip, chips and salsa, maybe one or two warm appetizers. Keep it simple. You're not trying to impress anyone, you're just providing fuel for the party.
Okay, expecting about 20 people, so I need drinks for 20 and snacks for 20. I can do that. But what about the flow of the party? Do I need to plan activities, or do I just let people mingle? I'm worried it's going to be awkward and people will just stand around not talking. Should I have music playing? Should I have games available? I want people to have fun, but I also don't want to force anything or make it feel like a kid's birthday party with structured activities. What's the right balance?
Music is essential. Create a playlist ahead of time so you're not scrambling during the party. Keep it upbeat, but not too loud so people can talk. As for activities, you don't need structured games unless it's specifically a game night theme. Just let people mingle naturally. Your job as host is to facilitate introductions if people don't know each other and to keep conversation flowing. But you're not responsible for everyone's entertainment. People can entertain themselves. The awkward silence fear is overblown. Put on music, have drinks flowing, and people will loosen up. And if you're really worried, you could have some casual games available, like cards or board games that people can opt into if they want. But don't force it.
Music playlist, facilitate introductions, optional casual games. That feels manageable. What about timing? How long should a party be? If I say it starts at 7, when is it socially acceptable to kick people out? I don't want to be rude, but I also don't want people staying until 2 in the morning. And what if the party is dying and people are clearly bored, but nobody's leaving? How do I wrap things up without being obvious about it? I need to know the exit strategy before the party even starts, or I'll panic about it the whole time.
For a casual house party, give a time range in the invitation. Party from 7 to 11 gives people a clear framework. Most people will start leaving around 10:30 or 11. If someone is lingering past that, you can start cleaning up as a subtle hint. Thanks so much for coming. I should probably start cleaning up. Most people take the hint. And if the party is dying early, that's okay. Not every party is a rager. Sometimes people leave after a few hours, and that's fine. You provided the space and the opportunity. What they do with it is on them. Don't take it personally if people leave early or if the energy isn't wild. A chill hangout is still a successful party. Success is people showing up and having a decent time, not a movie-level epic night.
Lower my expectations, provide the framework, trust people to entertain themselves. Okay, I'm feeling more calm about this now. What about the actual day of logistics? How early should I start preparing? When should I shower and get ready? I want to be ready when guests arrive, but I also need time to set up food and drinks. And what if I'm still setting things up when people start showing up? Is it okay for them to see me in host mode stress? Or should everything be perfect and ready before anyone arrives?
Start prep in the afternoon. Set up furniture arrangement, lay out plates and cups and napkins, prep any food that can be done ahead, then give yourself an hour before party start time to shower and get ready. And honestly, it's totally fine if you're still putting out food when the first people arrive. They can help. People actually like having something to do when they first get to a party. Hey, can you help me put these appetizers on the table? Gives them a task and makes them feel useful. Don't try to be the perfect hostess with everything done in advance. It's okay to be a little chaotic. That makes it feel more authentic and less formal. Relax and let people see the behind the scenes. It's charming.
Let people help, be authentic, don't stress about perfection. That actually takes so much pressure off. I've been imagining I need to be this flawless hostess with everything perfect, but you're right that that's not realistic or necessary. People just want to hang out and have fun. They're not judging my hosting skills. Okay, I think I can actually do this. Make a food plan, create a playlist, set a time frame, prep what I can ahead of time, and then just be present and enjoy my own party. It's supposed to be fun for me too, right? I shouldn't be stressed the whole time. I should actually enjoy it.
Exactly. It's your party too. You should be having fun, not just serving everyone else. So yes, do the prep work, but once people arrive, relax and enjoy yourself. Have a drink, talk to people, laugh. That's the whole point. Your guests will have more fun if they see you having fun. So let go of the perfectionism and just be present. Your party's going to be great. People are going to have a good time. And even if something goes wrong, it'll be a funny story later. Now go make your lists and your playlist and get ready to host an awesome party. You've got this.
I'm meeting my boyfriend's friend group for the first time this weekend, and I'm really nervous. They've all been friends since college, and they're really close. I'm the outsider, and I want them to like me because I know they're important to him. But what if they don't approve of me? What if they think I'm not good enough for him? What if we just don't click and it's awkward? I know I'm overthinking this, but I can't help it. Meeting your partner's friends feels like a high-stakes audition, and I'm terrified of failing. How do I make a good impression without seeming desperate or fake?
Meeting your partner's friends is definitely nerve-wracking, but remember, you're not auditioning. You're just meeting people who are important to someone you care about. The pressure you're putting on yourself is way more than what's actually required. Just be yourself, be friendly, ask questions about them, and don't try too hard. People can tell when someone is being performative, and it's off-putting. Genuine and relaxed is better than trying to be the most charming person in the room. And honestly, if they're good friends to your boyfriend, they'll want him to be happy. If you make him happy, they should be supportive. That's what friends do.
Be genuine, don't try too hard, trust that they want him to be happy. Okay, I can try to relax. But what if they make inside jokes I don't understand or talk about people I don't know? I'm worried I'm going to feel left out and awkward. Should I just laugh along even when I don't get the reference, or should I ask for context? I don't want to constantly interrupt with, "Who's that?" But I also don't want to fake understanding when I'm lost. What's the right etiquette when you're new to an established friend group?
It's totally fine to ask for context when needed. I don't know that story, what happened, is perfectly acceptable, and good friends will realize they need to include you and will explain. If they keep making inside jokes and not including you, that's actually rude on their part, not a failure on yours. But most likely, your boyfriend will help bridge gaps and bring you into conversations. He should be making sure you're comfortable and included. And if he's not, that's something to talk to him about later. He needs to facilitate your integration into a social circle, not just throw you in the deep end and hope you swim.
He should be facilitating and helping me feel included. That's a good point. I should probably talk to him beforehand about that. Like, hey, I'm nervous about meeting your friends. Can you help make sure I'm included in conversations and explain inside jokes if they come up? That's a reasonable ask, right? Or is that putting too much pressure on him? I don't want him to feel like he has to babysit me all night. I'm an adult who can handle social situations, but I also think a little support would help me feel more confident. Is it okay to ask for that?
That's absolutely okay to ask for, and any good partner would want to support you in that way. You're not asking him to babysit you. You're asking him to be thoughtful about helping you integrate into a social circle. That's basic partnership. Frame it as, I want to make a good impression on your friends because they're important to you. Can you help me feel comfortable? That's collaborative, not needy. And if he acts like that's too much to ask, that's a red flag about how he handles social dynamics in your relationship. Supporting your partner in social situations should be automatic, not a burden.
Frame it as collaborative support, not neediness. I like that. I'm going to talk to him tonight and let him know I'm nervous and ask for his help in making the evening go smoothly. And I'm going to try to go into it with an open mind and a relaxed attitude.
I don't need these people to become my best friends overnight. I just need the evening to be pleasant and for them to see that I'm a good person who cares about their friend. That's achievable. That's not asking too much. Okay, I'm feeling better about this now. Less like a terrifying test and more like just meeting some new people. I can do that.
That's the perfect mindset. It's just meeting new people. Some you might click with, some you might not, and that's all okay. As long as you're respectful and kind and genuine, you're doing your part. The rest is up to them and their willingness to welcome you. But I have a feeling it's going to go better than you're anticipating. Most people are pretty friendly and welcoming, especially if they care about your boyfriend and see that he's happy with you. Now, go have that conversation with him and then go into this weekend with confidence. You've got this. They're going to like you because you're likable. Trust in that.
I ran into an old friend from high school that I haven't talked to in 10 years. And now we're following each other on social media, and I'm wondering if I should try to actually reconnect. We were really close back then, but we lost touch after graduation when we went to different colleges. I've thought about reaching out over the years, but I always chickened out. Now she's back in the same city, and it feels like maybe this is the universe giving me a second chance. But is it weird to try to rekindle a friendship after a decade of silence? Will we even have anything in common anymore? I don't know if I should pursue this or just let it be a nice coincidence and move on.
I think you should reach out. What's the worst that could happen? She doesn't respond, or the conversation's awkward and you realize you've grown apart. But the best case scenario is you reconnect with someone who was once important to you and maybe build a new adult friendship. That's worth the risk of a little awkwardness. People reconnect with old friends all the time. It's not weird. Just send her a casual message. Hey, it was so good to run into you. We should grab coffee and catch up properly. Are you free sometime next week? Keep it light and see how she responds. Her enthusiasm level will tell you if she's interested in reconnecting too.
Casual message suggesting coffee, see how she responds. That seems low pressure. But what if we meet up and we have nothing to talk about? What if the friendship we had in high school doesn't translate to adult life? We were friends as teenagers, but we're completely different people now. Different jobs, different lives, different interests, probably. What if we realize we don't actually like each other anymore? Is it better to just keep the good memories and not risk ruining them by trying to force something that's not there anymore?
You won't know unless you try. And if you meet up and realize you don't have much in common anymore, that's okay. It doesn't ruin the past memories. Those are still valid. But you'll never know if you could have a new friendship as adults if you don't give it a shot. Maybe you've both changed in compatible ways and you'll connect on a whole new level. Maybe you've diverged too much and you'll just have a nice catch-up coffee and that's it. Both outcomes are fine. There's no obligation to force a friendship if it's not working, but give it a chance. Don't write off the possibility before you even explore it. Worst case, you have a pleasant conversation and go your separate ways. Best case, you reconnect with an old friend and add richness to your adult social life.
Give it a chance, no pressure, see what happens. Okay, I'm convinced. I'm going to message her today. Something casual like, so great running into you. Want to grab coffee next week and catch up? I'd love to hear what you've been up to. And then we'll see. If she's enthusiastic and we have a good conversation, maybe we can build a new adult friendship. If not, at least I tried, and I won't spend the next 10 years wondering, what if? Either way, it's better than doing nothing. Okay, I'm messaging her now. This is exciting and terrifying at the same time. Here goes nothing.
That's the perfect message. Casual, friendly, no pressure. And yes, it's exciting and terrifying. That's the nature of putting yourself out there. But you're being brave and opening yourself to possibility. That's how good things happen. Even if this particular reconnection doesn't become a deep friendship, you're practicing reaching out and being vulnerable. That's a valuable skill. Now go send that message and see where it leads. I'm excited for you. This could be the start of something really nice, or it could just be a pleasant coffee. Both are good outcomes. You've got this.
I can't keep doing this. Every single morning is chaos. I wake up late, I rush around, I forget things, I skip breakfast, and I arrive at work stressed and already exhausted. It's like I'm starting every day from behind and I never catch up. I know I need a better morning routine, but I have no idea how to actually implement one. How do people have those calm, productive mornings where they meditate and make smoothies and arrive at work feeling centered? That seems impossible to me. What am I doing wrong?
You're probably trying to do too much in the morning, or you're not giving yourself enough time. The key to a good morning routine is preparation the night before and waking up early enough that you're not rushed. What time do you currently wake up, and what time do you need to leave for work? Let's do the math and figure out if you're being realistic about how much time you actually need. Most people underestimate how long their morning tasks take, and that's why they end up rushing.
I wake up at 7 and I need to leave by 7:45 to get to work on time. So I have 45 minutes. That should be plenty, right? But somehow it never is. I hit snooze a few times, so by the time I actually get up, it's more like 7:15 or 7:20. Then I have to shower, get dressed, maybe put on some makeup, pack my bag, and ideally eat something. But I never have time for breakfast, and I always forget something. Yesterday, I forgot my laptop charger. The day before, I forgot my lunch. It's a mess. How much time do I actually need?
If you're hitting snooze and actually getting up at 7:20 and you need to leave at 7:45, you only have 25 minutes. That's not enough time for everything you listed. You need at least an hour, maybe more if you're not a naturally fast-moving person in the morning. So you either need to wake up at 6:45 without hitting snooze, or you need to do some things the night before to save time. Like you could shower at night, pick out your clothes the night before, pack your bag before bed. Those things would cut down your morning time significantly. What sounds more doable to you? Earlier wake up or more night before prep?
Definitely night before prep. I am not a morning person, and the idea of waking up even earlier makes me want to cry. But I could shower at night, and I could definitely lay out my clothes before bed. I never thought about packing my bag the night before, but that makes so much sense. Half the time I'm running around looking for things in the morning. If everything was already packed and ready, I could just grab it and go. What about breakfast, though? I know I should eat something, but I don't have time to cook in the morning, and I don't want to wake up even earlier. What's a breakfast that requires zero morning prep?
Prep breakfast the night before, too. You could make overnight oats in a jar, just grab it from the fridge in the morning. Or hard-boil some eggs on Sunday and have those ready to grab. Or make a breakfast sandwich and wrap it up. You can eat it in the car or at your desk. Smoothies can be prepped, too. Put all the ingredients in a bag in the freezer, then just dump it in the blender in the morning with some liquid. Takes 2 minutes. The theme here is that successful mornings are really about successful evenings. If you prep the night before, your morning can be calm instead of chaotic. You're not actually a morning person who can't handle mornings. You're just not preparing properly the night before.
Prep everything the night before so mornings are just execution, not decision making. That's actually brilliant. I've been approaching this all wrong. I've been trying to do everything in the morning and wondering why I'm stressed. But if I shift some of that to the evening when I have more time and brain power, mornings become so much simpler. Okay, starting tonight, I'm going to shower before bed, lay out my clothes, pack my work bag, and prep my breakfast. Then in the morning, I just need to get dressed, grab my stuff, and go. That should be totally doable in 45 minutes, even with my slow morning pace. I'm actually excited to try this. Why didn't I think of this before?
Because we're all conditioned to think that morning routines happen in the morning, but really, successful morning routines start the night before. And once you get into the habit of evening prep, it becomes automatic. You won't even think about it. It'll just be part of your wind-down routine. Shower, lay out clothes, pack bag, prep breakfast. 15 minutes in the evening saves you so much stress in the morning. And then you can use your morning time for things that actually matter, like eating a real breakfast or having coffee without rushing, or even just sitting quietly for a few minutes before you start your day. You deserve calm mornings. Now go implement this system and transform your mornings. You're going to feel so much better.
By the time I get home from work, I'm so exhausted that I just collapse on the couch and mindlessly scroll on my phone or watch TV until it's time for bed. Then I wake up the next morning feeling like I wasted the entire evening and have nothing to show for it. I want to have a more productive evening routine. I want to exercise or read or work on hobbies, but I just don't have the energy. How do people have productive evenings after a full day of work? What's the secret? Because right now, my evenings are just a black hole of wasted time, and I hate it.
First, give yourself some grace. You're tired after work, and that's normal. Rest is productive too. Sitting on the couch isn't wasted time if you actually need rest. But if you're feeling unfulfilled by your evenings, we can work on that. The key is having a transition ritual when you get home. Don't immediately collapse on the couch. That makes it really hard to get back up. Instead, when you walk in the door, change out of your work clothes into something comfortable. Maybe take a quick walk or do some light stretching. Drink some water. Give yourself 15 minutes to transition from work mode to evening mode. That physical movement helps reset your energy instead of letting you sink into couch potato mode.
A transition ritual instead of immediately collapsing. That makes sense. Right now, I literally walk in, throw my bag down, and sit on the couch. And then I don't move for hours. So breaking that pattern with some kind of active transition could help. But what about when I'm genuinely exhausted? Not just mentally drained, but physically tired. On those days, is it okay to just rest, or should I push through and force myself to be productive anyway? I struggle with knowing when to push myself and when to actually listen to my body and rest.
Listen to your body, but also question whether you're actually physically exhausted or just mentally drained and being pulled toward the path of least resistance. Often what feels like exhaustion is really just decision fatigue or lack of motivation. If you planned your evening ahead of time, you wouldn't have to decide what to do, you'd just do it. So maybe on Sunday, plan out your evenings for the week. Monday is workout night, Tuesday is hobby night, Wednesday is meal prep night, Thursday is social night, Friday is free night where you can do whatever. Having a plan removes the decision-making that leads to defaulting to the couch. Does that sound like it would help?
Pre-planning evenings to remove decision fatigue. I like that. Right now, every evening is a decision, and I always choose the easiest option, which is doing nothing. But if I had already decided on Monday that Wednesday is meal prep night, then I don't have to think about it on Wednesday. I just do it because that's the plan. That could actually work. But what about flexibility? What if I plan to work out on Monday, but then Monday comes and I really don't feel like it? Do I force myself to stick to the plan, or do I allow flexibility? I don't want to be so rigid that I make myself miserable, but I also know I need structure or nothing will happen.
Build in flexibility by allowing yourself to swap days. If Monday you don't want to work out, that's fine, but you have to do it a different day that week. You can move things around, but you can't skip them entirely. That gives you agency while still maintaining accountability. Or you could have a backup plan for each category. If you plan to go to the gym, but you're not feeling it, your backup is a 20-minute home workout or a walk. You're still moving your body, but in a less intense way. The key is not to let "I don't feel like it" become an excuse to do nothing. There's usually something you can do, even if it's a modified version of your original plan.
Flexibility through swapping or modifying, not skipping entirely. That's a good system. It allows me to honor how I'm feeling without completely abandoning my goals. Okay, I'm going to try this. I'm going to plan out my evenings for next week, assign each night a focus, and then I'm actually going to follow through instead of just defaulting to the couch. I think having that structure will actually feel freeing instead of restrictive. Right now, I'm paralyzed by too many options, and I end up choosing nothing. Having a plan removes that paralysis. I'm actually excited about this. My evenings are going to feel so much more meaningful, and I'm going to feel better about how I'm spending my time.
Exactly. Structure creates freedom. When you don't have to decide, you can just do. And I bet you'll find that you actually have more energy in the evenings than you think. A lot of that couch collapse exhaustion is mental, not physical. Once you start being active in your evenings, you'll find you get a second wind. Exercise actually gives you energy. Hobbies energize you. Productive evenings make you feel good about yourself. So yes, make that plan and follow through. A month from now, you're going to be amazed at how much better your evenings feel and how much more you're accomplishing. You've got this.
I feel like I never have enough time. I'm constantly busy, but I never actually accomplish anything important. I spend my whole day putting out fires and responding to urgent things, but the big projects and goals just sit there, untouched. I know I need better time management, but I don't know where to start. I've tried to-do lists, and they just stress me out because the list gets longer instead of shorter. How do you actually manage your time effectively? How do you make sure you're working on what matters instead of just reacting to whatever is loudest and most urgent?
What you're describing is the tyranny of the urgent. Urgent things demand immediate attention even if they're not important, and they crowd out the important things that aren't urgent. You need to distinguish between urgent and important and protect time for the important stuff. Have you heard of time blocking? Instead of just having a to-do list, you actually schedule specific blocks of time for specific tasks, like 9 to 11 a.m. is for working on that big project. No email, no meetings, no distractions, just focused work on the important thing. You have to treat it like an appointment that can't be moved. That's how important work gets done. Everything else fills in around those protected blocks.
Time blocking for important work. I've heard of that, but I've never actually tried it. I'm always worried that something urgent will come up and I'll have to abandon my time block anyway. Like, what if my boss needs something or there's a crisis? I can't just ignore that because I'm in a time block. How do you balance protecting your time for important work while still being responsive to actual urgent needs? It seems impossible. There are always going to be interruptions and emergencies. How do you deal with those without your whole system falling apart?
First, most things that feel urgent aren't actually emergencies. They're just someone else's lack of planning becoming your problem. You can push back on some of those things. I'm in the middle of focused work right now. Can this wait until this afternoon? Most of the time, the answer is yes. But if you're truly in a role where emergencies are frequent and unpredictable, then you need to build buffer time into your schedule. Don't block your entire day. Block maybe 3 to 4 hours for focused work and leave the rest flexible for urgent things. That way, you're still protecting time for important work while acknowledging that you need to be responsive. And communicate your focused time to your team. Put it on your calendar. Set your status to Do Not Disturb. Train people to respect your focused time.
Communicate focused time, push back on false urgency, build in buffer time. Those are strategies I can actually implement. I think part of my problem is I've never communicated to anyone that I need uninterrupted time. I'm always available and responsive, so people expect that from me. But if I start setting boundaries and protecting time for deep work, maybe they'll adjust their expectations. What about my to-do list, though? How do I make that less overwhelming? Right now, I have like 50 things on my list, and it just makes me want to give up. How do you manage a to-do list without it becoming paralyzing?
You need to distinguish between your task dump and your daily priorities. Keep a master list of everything that needs to get done eventually, but each day pick only 3 to 5 things that are your priorities for that day. Those are the things that must get done. Everything else is secondary. If you get your 3 priorities done, the day is a success. If you also tackle some secondary tasks, that's a bonus. This prevents overwhelm and gives you clear focus. And at the end of each day, review what you accomplished and set your 3 priorities for tomorrow. That way, you always know what you're working toward and you're not drowning in an endless list of tasks.
Master list plus daily top 3 priorities. That's so much more manageable than my current system of trying to do everything all at once. I'm going to start doing this tomorrow. I'll make my master list of everything, and then each morning I'll identify my top 3 priorities for the day. That gives me focus and it makes success achievable instead of impossible. I think my problem has been trying to do too much and then feeling like a failure when I can't do it all. But if I narrow my focus to just 3 important things per day, that's realistic. I can do 3 things. That doesn't feel overwhelming. That feels doable. Thank you for giving me a system that might actually work for me. I'm hopeful about this.
I'm glad you're feeling hopeful. And remember, time management is a practice. You won't be perfect at it immediately. You'll have days where you don't stick to your time blocks or where your 3 priorities don't get done because of genuine emergencies. That's okay. What matters is the overall trend. If you're consistently protecting time for important work and focusing on your top priorities, you'll accomplish so much more than you are now. Give it a few weeks, and I bet you'll see a huge difference in your productivity and your stress levels. Now go make that master list and set up your time blocks. You've got this.
I'm a chronic procrastinator, and I hate it. I know I need to do things, but I just put them off until the last minute, and then I'm stressed and rushed, and the quality of my work suffers. I don't know why I do this to myself. It's not that I'm lazy. I actually want to get things done. But there's this mental block where I just can't start. I'll do anything else instead. Clean the house, organize my desk, scroll on my phone. Anything but the actual task I need to do. How do you break the procrastination cycle? How do you make yourself start when every part of you is resisting?
Procrastination is usually about fear or perfectionism, not laziness. You're probably afraid the task will be hard or that you won't do it well, so you avoid starting. The way to break through is to make the starting point so small that it's not scary. Don't say, I'm going to write this entire report. Say, I'm going to write 1 paragraph. Or even, I'm going to open the document and write 1 sentence. Make it so small that your brain can't come up with excuses. Once you start, momentum usually carries you forward, but that first step needs to be tiny and non-threatening. What's a task you're currently procrastinating on? Let's break it down into a ridiculously small first step.
I need to clean out my garage. It's been on my to-do list for 6 months, and I keep avoiding it because it feels overwhelming. There's so much stuff, and I don't even know where to start. So I just don't. Every time I think about it, I get anxious and decide to do it later. But later never comes. How do I make the first step small enough that I'll actually do it? Because clean the garage is clearly too big, and that's why I'm stuck. What would be a tiny first step?
A tiny first step would be, I'm going to stand in the garage for 2 minutes and look around. That's it. You don't have to move anything or decide anything, just observe. Or even smaller, I'm going to pick up 1 item from the garage floor and decide whether to keep, donate, or trash it. 1 item. That's not overwhelming. You can do 1 item. Once you've done that 1 item, you might feel motivated to do another. But even if you don't, you made progress. You broke the seal. Tomorrow, you could do 1 more item. Eventually, you'll build momentum. But trying to do the whole garage at once is paralyzing, so don't even think about the whole garage. Just think about one tiny action you can take today.
One tiny action instead of the overwhelming whole. That's actually doable. I could definitely stand in my garage for 2 minutes. I could definitely pick up 1 item and make a decision about it. That doesn't feel scary at all. And you're right that once I start, I might keep going. The hardest part is always starting. Once I'm in motion, it's easier to stay in motion. So my homework today is to go stand in my garage for 2 minutes. Just observe. That's all I have to do. And maybe I'll do more, but even if I don't, I made progress. I broke my pattern of total avoidance. That's something.
Exactly. Progress is progress, no matter how small. And here's another tip. Set a timer for short bursts. I'm going to work on this for 15 minutes. Then I can stop. 15 minutes is not intimidating. You can do anything for 15 minutes. And often, once the timer goes off, you're in the zone and you want to keep going. But even if you stop, you got 15 minutes of work done. If you do that every day, that's 7 15-minute sessions a week. That's almost 2 hours of progress on a task you were previously doing nothing on.
Small, consistent actions compound over time. You don't have to do everything at once. You just have to do something, however small, regularly.
15-minute timer method. I love that. It makes big tasks feel manageable. I can commit to 15 minutes on my garage project every day. That doesn't disrupt my life. That's not a huge time investment. But over a week or two, that adds up to real progress. Why have I been making this so hard on myself by thinking I need to dedicate an entire Saturday to it? That's so overwhelming, I never do it. But 15 minutes a day, that's easy. That's doable. I can start today. Right after we finish talking, I'm setting a timer for 15 minutes and I'm working on my garage. No more procrastination. I'm breaking the cycle right now.
I love your commitment, and I'm excited for you. Breaking a long-term procrastination pattern feels so good. You're going to feel accomplished and empowered once you start making progress. Remember, the task doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be done all at once. It just has to get started. 15 minutes today. That's your only goal. You can do this. Now go set that timer and prove to yourself that you're capable of overcoming procrastination. You've got this.
I spend 2 hours a day commuting, and I feel like it's just wasted time. I sit in traffic or stand on the train, and I'm not doing anything productive. It's frustrating because that's 10 hours a week that I could be using for something useful, but I don't know what to do with that time. I can't work because I'm driving, or I don't have good enough internet on the train. I can't really read because it makes me motion sick. So I just listen to random podcasts or music and zone out. How do people make their commute time productive? Or should I just accept that it's dead time and stop feeling guilty about it?
2 hours a day is a lot, so it makes sense that you want to use it better. But first, reframe what productive means. It doesn't have to mean work or learning. It could mean self-care or entertainment that enriches your life. You could listen to audiobooks, which gives you reading time without the motion sickness. You could listen to educational podcasts that teach you things you're genuinely interested in. You could learn a language with audio lessons. You could call friends or family and maintain relationships. You could listen to comedy and laugh. All of those things are valuable uses of time. They're not wasted time. They're enriching your life in different ways. What interests you? What would make you feel like your commute was time well spent?
I never thought about audiobooks. I love reading, but I never have time for it. But if I listened to audiobooks during my commute, I could get through a book a week probably. That would be amazing. I could also finally learn Spanish like I've been wanting to for years. Language lessons during my drive would be perfect. And calling my parents is a great idea. I always feel guilty that I don't talk to them more often, but I never have time. But during my commute, I'm just sitting there anyway. That time is already allocated to not doing anything else. So why not use it for maintaining family relationships? This is actually making me excited about my commute instead of dreading it.
See? Reframing makes all the difference. Your commute is no longer dead time. It's your reading time, your language learning time, your family connection time. That's valuable. And you can rotate through different activities depending on your mood and energy level. Some days you listen to audiobooks, some days you do language lessons, some days you call someone you care about. The variety keeps it from getting boring. And here's a bonus. If you have something you're looking forward to, like getting to the next chapter of an exciting book, your commute becomes less of a drag. You might even look forward to that quiet time to yourself. It's a mindset shift.
Mindset shift from dreading the commute to looking forward to it because I'm using it well. I like that. What about the days when I'm just too tired or stressed to do anything productive? Sometimes I just need to decompress and not think. Is it okay to have those days where I just listen to music and zone out? Or does that defeat the purpose of trying to optimize my commute time? I don't want to be so rigid that I make myself miserable, but I also want to make sure I'm generally using this time well.
Absolutely have decompression days. Optimization doesn't mean you have to be productive every single minute. Sometimes rest and zoning out is exactly what you need. Mental downtime is valuable too. So give yourself permission to have days where you just listen to music or even just sit in silence and think. The goal isn't to maximize productivity at all costs. The goal is to feel like your time is well spent overall. If most days you're listening to audiobooks or learning something or connecting with people, and some days you're just resting your brain, that's a good balance. Don't let optimization become just another thing to stress about.
Balance between intentional use and rest. That's healthy. Okay, here's my plan. I'm going to download some audiobooks and start listening during my commute. I'm going to look into Spanish learning apps that have audio lessons, and I'm going to call my mom once a week during my drive. That gives me variety and purpose. But I'm also giving myself permission to just listen to music and decompress when I need it. My commute doesn't have to be productive every single day, but overall, I'm going to use it as an opportunity instead of seeing it as a burden. Thank you for helping me reframe this. I actually feel better about my commute now.
I'm so glad. Your commute is about to become a highlight of your day instead of something you dread. You're going to read more books, learn a language, stay connected with family, and have time to yourself. That's amazing. Now, go download those audiobooks and start transforming your commute. You've got this.
Rotation of reliable meals plus one new thing if desired. That's so much less pressure than trying to be creative every night. I like having a framework. Monday, tacos. Tuesday, pasta. Wednesday, stir-fry. Thursday, chicken. I know what groceries to buy for those things. I know how to make them. It becomes automatic. And if I want to try something new on Friday, I can. But if I'm tired or busy, I can just do another easy meal. That flexibility is important. Okay, what about lunch? That's where I struggle the most because I'm at work and I don't have access to a kitchen. What's a good lunch strategy for someone who works in an office?
Make extra dinner and bring leftovers for lunch the next day. That's the easiest solution. You're already cooking dinner, just make more of it. Or dedicate Sunday afternoon to making one big batch of something that portions well, like a big pot of soup or chili, or a grain bowl situation with rice and protein and vegetables that you can mix and match. Portion it into containers and you have lunch for the whole week. It doesn't have to be fancy, it just has to be edible and reasonably healthy. And honestly, eating the same lunch every day is fine. Breakfast people do it all the time with cereal or oatmeal. Lunch can be repetitive too. It's just fuel.
Leftovers or one big batch of something. Both of those are doable. I think I'll start with leftovers because that requires zero extra work. Just make more dinner. Easy. And maybe once I get into a rhythm with that, I can add in the batch cooking for weeks when I want more variety. This is feeling so much more manageable now. I thought meal planning was this huge, complicated thing, but it's really just thinking ahead and making decisions in advance instead of in the moment. That's something I can do. I'm going to sit down this weekend and plan my meals for next week, make my grocery list, shop on Sunday, and then I'll actually have food and a plan for the whole week. This is going to save me so much money and stress.
Exactly. And once you get into the habit, it becomes second nature. You won't even think about it. Sunday planning and shopping will just be part of your routine, and you'll feel so much better when you're eating real food instead of expensive takeout. Your wallet and your body will thank you. Now, go make that meal plan and transform your relationship with food and cooking. You've got this.
I'm on my phone way too much, and I know it's a problem. I'll be scrolling on social media and suddenly an hour has passed, and I have nothing to show for it. It's like a black hole, and I do this multiple times a day. Before bed, first thing in the morning, during breaks at work, while watching TV. I'm constantly on my phone, and I hate it. I want to reduce my screen time, but every time I try to put my phone down, I get anxious. I feel like I'm missing something. How do you break phone addiction? How do you create boundaries with technology when it's designed to be addictive?
Phone addiction is real, and it's incredibly hard to break because these apps are literally engineered to keep you hooked. But you can create systems that help. First, turn off all non-essential notifications. Every notification is a little hit of dopamine that pulls you back to your phone. Turn off notifications for social media, news, email, everything except calls and texts from actual people you know. That alone will reduce how often you pick up your phone. Second, delete social media apps from your phone.
You can still access them through a web browser if you really want to, but adding that extra step makes it less automatic. You have to consciously decide to check instead of mindlessly opening the app.
Turn off notifications and delete apps. Those are concrete actions I can take right now. But what about the compulsion to check? Even without notifications, I find myself picking up my phone out of habit. Waiting in line, sitting at a red light, during commercial breaks. My brain defaults to phone mode whenever there's a tiny bit of downtime. How do I break that habit? How do I retrain my brain to be comfortable with boredom or stillness instead of constantly needing stimulation? Because I think that's the real issue. I've lost the ability to just be. I always need to be consuming content.
That's incredibly insightful. You're right that the issue is deeper than just phone habits. It's about rebuilding your tolerance for boredom and stillness. One strategy is to replace the phone habit with a different habit. Keep a book or journal with you. When you feel the urge to pick up your phone, pick up the book instead. Or just sit with the discomfort. Practice being bored. Notice what happens when you don't immediately reach for stimulation. It's uncomfortable at first, but it gets easier. Your brain will eventually readjust. Another strategy is phone-free zones and times, like no phone in the bedroom, no meals during phone, no phone for the first hour after waking up. Create spaces in your life that are sacred from screens.
Replace the habit, practice discomfort, create phone-free zones. I can try those things. The phone-free bedroom is especially appealing because I know scrolling before bed is destroying my sleep quality, but I use my phone as an alarm, so I'd need to get an actual alarm clock. And I use it to check the weather in the morning, and I read news on it. Basically, my phone is integrated into every part of my routine, and untangling it feels overwhelming. How do you separate from your phone when it's so useful for so many things? It's not just social media. It's my alarm, my calendar, my camera, my music player, my GPS. Everything is on my phone.
You don't have to go completely analog. You can use your phone for genuinely useful things like alarm and calendar. The key is to separate those functional uses from the addictive uses. Put your phone on airplane mode or do not disturb before bed so you can use the alarm without being tempted to check social media. In the morning, don't unlock your phone until you've done your morning routine. Alarm goes off, you turn it off, you get up and start your day. No checking anything. Save that after breakfast or after you're ready for work. Functional phone use is fine. Mindless scrolling and compulsive checking is what you're trying to eliminate. Make that distinction and enforce it.
Functional use versus mindless scrolling. That's a helpful distinction. I can use my phone for tools without using it for entertainment addiction. I just need to be intentional about which is which. Okay, starting today, I'm turning off all social media notifications. I'm putting my phone on Do Not Disturb mode from 9 p.m. to 8 a.m., and I'm going to practice not checking my phone first thing in the morning. I'll do my morning routine first, then I can check if I want to, but I'm going to see if I can delay it, build that muscle of not immediately reaching for my phone. This is going to be hard, but I think it's necessary. I want to reclaim my attention and my time. I want to be present in my life instead of constantly distracted by my phone.
Those are excellent boundaries, and I'm proud of you for committing to them. It will be hard at first. You'll feel that compulsion and anxiety, but push through it. Each time you resist the urge to check your phone, you're retraining your brain. Eventually, the compulsion weakens. You'll start to enjoy the freedom of not being tethered to your device, and you'll find you have so much more time and mental space for things that actually matter. Now, go make those changes and reclaim your life from your phone. You've got this.
Lower my standards and let some things slide for the sake of sleep. That's hard for me because I like things to be done in order. But you're right that I'm prioritizing perfection over my health, and that's backwards. Sleep is more important than folded laundry. Personal time is more important than spotless counters. Those things can wait. Okay, so if I give myself permission to not do all the chores every night, and I prioritize personal time earlier in the evening, then I can start my wind-down routine at a reasonable hour and get to bed at a decent time. What time should I actually be aiming for? What's a good bedtime for an adult?
It depends on what time you need to wake up. Most adults need 7 to 9 hours of sleep, so if you need to wake up at 6:30, you should be asleep by 10 or 10:30 at the latest, which means starting your wind-down routine by 9:30. That gives you an hour to transition and fall asleep. So work backwards from your wake-up time and figure out your target bedtime, and then actually stick to it. Set an alarm for when you need to start winding down. Treat it as seriously as you would treat a meeting or an appointment. Your sleep is important. It affects everything else in your life: energy, mood, productivity, health. Prioritizing sleep is one of the best things you can do for yourself.
Set an alarm for wind down time and treat it as a non-negotiable appointment. That's a strategy I haven't tried. Usually I just intend to go to bed earlier and then I get caught up in something and it's suddenly midnight. But if I have an alarm that tells me it's time to start winding down, that's a concrete trigger. I can't ignore that. Okay, I'm setting my wind down alarm for 9:30, starting tonight, and I'm committing to my wind down routine. Put away screens, dim lights, read, or do something calm. Then lights out by 10:30, wake up at 6:30. That gives me 8 hours of sleep, which is what I need to actually function. This is going to be hard at first, but I know it's necessary. I can't keep being exhausted all the time. I deserve to feel rested and energized.
You absolutely deserve that. And yes, it'll be hard at first to adjust to an earlier bedtime. Your body's used to staying up late. But if you're consistent for a week or two, your circadian rhythm will adjust and you'll naturally start feeling tired earlier. It just takes time to reset. Stick with it even when it's hard. Future you will be so grateful for the investment you're making in better sleep. Now, go set that alarm and commit to your new sleep schedule. You've got this.
I waste my weekends. I have these grand plans to be productive and accomplish things, but then Saturday and Sunday disappear in a blur of sleeping in and watching TV, and suddenly it's Sunday night and I haven't done any of the things I meant to do. Then I start the week feeling behind and unprepared. I know I need my weekends for rest, but I also need to use them to reset and prepare for the upcoming week. How do you balance relaxation with productivity on weekends? How do you make sure you're resting but also getting things done so Monday doesn't feel like chaos?
The key is to have a simple weekend routine that includes both rest and essential tasks, not an overwhelming list of productivity, but a few non-negotiables that set you up for success. For example, maybe Saturday is mostly free time and rest, but you do one load of laundry and maybe tidy the house for 30 minutes. Sunday, you do your meal planning and grocery shopping, and maybe some meal prep. Those basics ensure you have clean clothes and food for the week. Everything else is optional. That way you're not working all weekend, but you're also not starting Monday in chaos. Does that balance sound reasonable?
One load of laundry Saturday, meal planning and grocery shopping Sunday, everything else is rest. That actually sounds totally doable and way less overwhelming than what I've been trying to do. I think my problem is I make huge to-do lists for the weekend with like 20 things on them, and then I get overwhelmed and don't do any of them. But if I just focus on the essentials, laundry and food prep, I can actually accomplish those and still have plenty of time to relax. What about the sleeping in problem? I love sleeping in on weekends, but then I feel like half the day is gone. Should I set an alarm even on weekends? Or is sleeping in okay?
Sleeping in occasionally is fine. But if you're sleeping in every weekend until noon, you're disrupting your sleep schedule, and that makes Monday morning harder. Try to wake up within an hour or two of your weekday wake time. So if you wake up at 6:30 on weekdays, you should be up by 8 or 8:30 on weekends. You still get extra sleep, but you're not completely throwing off your rhythm. And honestly, waking up at a reasonable hour on weekends gives you more time to enjoy your day. The weekend feels longer when you're awake for more of it. Sleeping until noon means you only have a few hours before it starts getting dark. That's kind of depressing.
Wake up within an hour or two of weekday wake time, even on weekends. That makes sense for sleep schedule consistency. Man, you're right that the day feels longer and more satisfying when I'm actually awake for it. Okay, what about Sunday evening? I always get this dread on Sunday night thinking about the week ahead. How do you prevent or manage that Sunday scaries feeling?
Is there a routine or mindset that helps with that transition from weekend to work week? Because right now it kind of ruins my Sunday evening. I can't fully enjoy it because I'm already anxious about Monday.
Sunday scaries are real. The best antidote is preparation. If you've already done your meal prep, picked out your clothes for Monday, packed your bag, made your to-do list for the week, you feel more in control. The anxiety often comes from feeling unprepared or overwhelmed. But if you've set yourself up for success, Monday doesn't feel as daunting. Also, create a Sunday evening ritual that you enjoy. Maybe you watch a favorite show or take a relaxing bath or call a friend. Something that helps you transition into the new week with a positive mindset rather than dread. Frame it as preparation for opportunity rather than doom. Monday isn't the end of freedom, it's the start of a new week where you can accomplish things and make progress on your goals.
Preparation reduces anxiety. Create a positive ritual. Reframe Monday. Those are all strategies I can implement. I like the idea of Sunday evening being a transition ritual rather than just dread. If I prepare everything I need for the week and then do something enjoyable and relaxing, that's a much better way to end the weekend. And you're right about the mindset reframe. Monday is an opportunity, not a punishment. I can choose to see it that way. Okay, starting this weekend, I'm implementing a weekend reset routine. Laundry Saturday, meal prep Sunday, reasonable wake times, Sunday evening preparation, and ritual. I think this is going to make a huge difference in how I feel going into the work week. Thank you for helping me create a system that balances rest with the practical needs of adult life.
You're so welcome. And I think you're going to love having this structure. It takes the chaos out of weekends while still preserving rest and enjoyment. You'll feel more in control and less like you're constantly playing catch-up. Now go implement your weekend reset routine and enjoy the benefits of starting each week prepared and refreshed. You've got this.
By the end of the day, I can't make decisions anymore. My brain is exhausted from making choices all day at work, and when I get home, even simple decisions feel impossible. What do I want for dinner? I don't know. What do I want to watch? I don't know. What should I wear tomorrow? I don't know. I just stand there paralyzed by options, and then I make bad choices or no choices because I'm so mentally depleted. How do you deal with decision fatigue? How do you preserve your decision-making energy throughout the day? I feel like I'm using it all up on work stuff, and I have nothing left for my personal life.
Decision fatigue is real, and it's exhausting. The solution is to reduce the number of decisions you have to make, especially for low-stakes things. Steve Jobs wore the same outfit every day. Barack Obama only wore blue or gray suits. They eliminated clothing decisions to preserve mental energy for important decisions. You can do the same. Create systems that remove decisions from your daily life. Plan your meals for the week on Sunday so you don't decide what to eat every day. Lay out your clothes the night before. Have a default answer for common situations. Reduce options and create routines. The less you have to decide, the more mental energy you have for things that actually matter.
Reduce decisions through systems and routines. That makes so much sense. I'm wasting mental energy on things that don't matter while I'm depleted for things that do. If I planned my meals and outfits in advance, I wouldn't have to think about those things every day. They'd be decided, automatic. What other daily decisions could I systematize? I feel like my whole life is just constant decision-making, and it's exhausting. Where else can I create structure that reduces mental load? Because I'm open to systematizing anything if it means I have more brain power for things that are actually important.
Think about your morning and evening routines. Can you do the same sequence of tasks every day so you're not deciding what to do next? Can you have the same breakfast options? Can you drive the same route to work? Can you have default plans for different days of the week, like Monday is always gym night, Tuesday is always meal prep night, Wednesday is always social night? You're not deciding what to do every single day. You're following a system. And for bigger decisions, give yourself time limits. I'm going to decide on this vacation destination by Friday. Make the decision and move on. Don't deliberate forever. Perfectionism in decisions leads to fatigue. Good enough is often good enough. Make a choice and commit instead of endlessly weighing options.
Create routines, have defaults, make decisions with time limits. I can do all of those things. I think my problem is I'm trying to optimize every decision, and that's exhausting. Like I spend 20 minutes trying to decide what to have for dinner because I want to make the perfect choice. But really, any reasonable meal is fine. I don't need to agonize over it. I could just have a rotation of 7 meals and eat them on repeat, and that would be totally fine. It doesn't have to be different and exciting every night. Simple and consistent is actually better because it requires less mental energy. I need to lower my expectations for variety and novelty in everyday decisions. Save that mental energy for things that actually matter.
Exactly. Routine is not boring. Routine is freedom. When you don't have to decide, you have mental space for creativity and important thinking. So yes, embrace the meal rotation. Embrace wearing similar clothes. Embrace routines. It's not about being rigid or uncreative. It's about being strategic with your mental energy. And here's the thing. When you're not exhausted by a million tiny decisions, you actually have energy for the decisions that matter. You can make better choices about your career, your relationships, your goals. You can be thoughtful and intentional instead of depleted and reactive. That's the real benefit, mental clarity and capacity for what matters.
Routine is freedom. I love that framing. I've always seen routine as boring or limiting, but you're right that it actually creates space for what matters. If I'm not exhausted by everyday decisions, I can be present and thoughtful about the big stuff. That's what I want. I want to have energy for meaningful decisions and meaningful activities, not waste it all on what should I wear and what should I eat. Okay, starting this week, I'm creating systems for my common decisions. Meal rotation, outfit planning, default evening plans. I'm going to reduce the decision load so I can preserve energy for what actually matters. This is going to be life-changing. I can already feel the relief of not having to decide every day.
It really is life-changing. You're going to feel so much less exhausted, and you're going to make better decisions overall because you'll have the mental capacity for thoughtful choices when they matter. Now go create those systems and reclaim your mental energy. You deserve to feel clear-headed and capable instead of depleted and overwhelmed. You've got this.
I used to read all the time when I was younger, but now I barely read at all. I want to get back into reading, but I can't seem to make it happen. I buy books with the best intentions and they just sit on my shelf untouched. I tell myself I'll read before bed, but then I'm too tired and I just scroll on my phone instead. I miss reading. I miss getting lost in a story. But I can't seem to build the habit. How do you actually make time for reading as an adult with a busy life? It feels impossible. There's always something else that needs to be done or something more immediately gratifying to do.
Building a reading habit is like building any habit. You have to start small and be consistent. Don't set a goal like read for an hour every night. That's too ambitious and you'll fail. Instead, commit to reading just 10 pages a day. That's it. 10 pages takes maybe 10 to 15 minutes. You can find that time. Maybe you read first thing in the morning with your coffee, or right before bed, or on your lunch break. The specific time doesn't matter as much as doing it consistently. Every single day, 10 pages. Even if you're tired, even if you're busy, just 10 pages. That's about 3 to 4 books a year, which is way more than you're reading now.
10 pages a day. That's actually not intimidating at all. I was thinking I needed to dedicate an hour or I wasn't really reading. But you're right that 10 pages is achievable no matter how busy I am. And if I read 10 pages every day, that does add up. 3 or 4 books a year is significant. Right now I'm reading 0 books a year, so that would be a huge improvement. What about choosing what to read? I get overwhelmed by all the options. I'll stand in front of my bookshelf or browse online, and I can't decide what to read, so I end up not reading anything. How do you choose books without getting decision paralysis?
Keep a longing list of books you're interested in. When you hear about a book that sounds good, add it to the list. Then when you finish a book, you just go to your list and pick the next one. No decision-making required in the moment. Or join a book club or follow a reading challenge that gives you structure, like this month I'm reading a classic, or this month I'm reading a book by an author from a different country. Parameters actually make choosing easier. And here's permission to quit books you're not enjoying. You don't have to finish every book you start. If you're 50 pages in and you're not feeling it, move on to something else. Reading should be enjoyable, not a chore. Don't force yourself through books you hate just to say you finished them.
Keep a list, use structure, permission to quit books. Those are all helpful strategies. I definitely have a problem with forcing myself to finish books even when I'm not enjoying them. It feels wasteful to abandon a book partway through, but you're right that if reading feels like a chore, I'm not going to do it. I should only read books I'm actually enjoying. Life is too short to read bad books. Okay, what about integrating reading into my existing routine? You mentioned reading with morning coffee or before bed. Which is better? I want to set myself up for success by attaching reading to something I already do consistently.
It depends on your natural rhythm. Are you more alert in the morning or at night? Some people love morning reading because their brain is fresh. Others find evening reading relaxing and a good way to wind down before sleep. Try both and see what feels better. I will say that if you're reading before bed, make sure it's a physical book and not a screen, because blue light from screens interferes with sleep. And if you fall asleep while reading, that's actually a positive association your brain will build. Reading equals relaxation and sleep. That makes you more likely to want to read. So experiment with different times and see what sticks. The best time is whatever time you'll actually do it consistently.
Try both times and see what works. I think I'll start with morning reading with my coffee because I'm trying to reduce screen time before bed anyway. So reading a physical book in the morning with coffee sounds lovely. That's a routine I could look forward to. Okay, here's my commitment. Starting tomorrow, I'm reading 10 pages every morning with my coffee. I'm keeping a list of books I want to read so I always know what's next, and I'm giving myself permission to quit books that aren't working for me. I'm going to rebuild my reading habit and reconnect with something I used to love. I'm actually excited about this. Thank you for making it feel achievable instead of impossible.
You should be excited. You're about to rediscover the joy of reading, and that 10-page-a-day habit is going to transform your relationship with books. Suddenly, you'll be someone who reads regularly instead of someone who wishes they read. That's huge. Now go pick out your first book and start tomorrow. I can't wait to hear about all the books you read this year. You've got this.
My sleep schedule is a disaster. I stay up way too late, I'm exhausted in the morning, I hit snooze 5 times, and I start every day feeling behind. I know I need to go to bed earlier, but I have this problem where I get a second wind at night and I don't feel tired even though I should. Then I end up staying up past midnight doing random stuff that doesn't even matter. How do you actually fix a bad sleep schedule? How do you make yourself go to bed at a reasonable hour when your brain is still wired at 11 p.m.? I know what I should do, I just can't seem to do it.
What you're describing is called revenge bedtime procrastination. You feel like the end of the day is the only time that's yours, so you stay up late to reclaim personal time, even though you're sabotaging your sleep. The fix is twofold. One, you need to create a wind-down routine that signals to your body it's time for sleep. Starting about an hour before your target bedtime, dim the lights, put away screens, do calm activities like reading or stretching or taking a bath. Your body needs time to transition from awake to sleep mode. You can't just decide at 11 p.m. that now you're going to sleep. You need to prepare. 2, you actually need personal time earlier in the evening so you don't feel like staying up late is your only chance for yourself.
Wind down routine and earlier personal time. Both of those make sense. Right now, I come home from work, do chores and responsibilities, and by the time that's done, it's 10 p.m. and I feel like I haven't had any time for myself. So I stay up late scrolling or watching TV just to have some me time, but then I'm exhausted the next day. It's a vicious cycle. How do I find personal time earlier in the evening when there's so much other stuff that needs to be done? The chores and responsibilities don't just disappear. They still have to get done. I don't see how to fit in personal time without staying up late.
You have to prioritize personal time as a non-negotiable part of your evening, not the thing that happens after everything else is done. Maybe some chores can wait until the weekend. Maybe you can lower your standards a bit. Does every dish need to be washed tonight, or can it sit in the basket for a day? Does the laundry need to be folded immediately, or can it sit in the basket for a day? You're probably doing more than you need to because you have high standards or you feel guilty if things aren't perfect, but your sleep and well-being are more important than having a perfectly clean kitchen every night. Give yourself permission to let some things slide so you can have personal time and adequate sleep.
I keep trying to create the perfect daily routine, and I keep failing. I'll design this elaborate system with wake-up times and exercise and meditation and journaling and meal prep and reading and all these healthy habits. And I'll stick to it for like 3 days, and then it falls apart. I think I'm being too ambitious, but I don't know how to create a routine that's actually sustainable. How do you build a daily routine that you can maintain long term without burning out or giving up? What's the secret to consistency? Because clearly what I'm doing isn't working.
The problem is you're trying to do too much at once. You're trying to become a completely different person overnight, and that's not sustainable. Lasting change happens gradually. Start with 1 or 2 keystone habits that have ripple effects on other areas of your life. For most people, that's sleep and exercise. If you're sleeping well and moving your body regularly, everything else becomes easier. Mood improves, energy increases, willpower strengthens. Don't try to overhaul your entire life simultaneously. Pick 1 or 2 things to focus on for a month until they become automatic. Then add something else. Build slowly. That's how you create lasting change.
Focus on 1 or 2 keystone habits instead of trying to change everything. That's way less intimidating. I think sleep and exercise are good starting points for me too. Those are the 2 things that have the biggest impact on how I feel overall. So if I just focused on getting 7 hours of sleep consistently and exercising 3 times a week and nothing else, that would be progress. I don't need to also meditate and journal and meal prep and all the other things. Just sleep and exercise. That's achievable. That doesn't feel overwhelming. How long should I focus on just those 2 things before adding something else? What's the timeline for building a habit?
Research suggests it takes anywhere from 3 weeks to 3 months to solidify a habit, depending on the complexity and the person. Give yourself at least a month of consistency before adding something new. And when you do add something, add just 1 thing, not 5 things. 1. Maybe after a month of good sleep and regular exercise, you add a morning meditation practice. Give that another month. Then maybe you add meal planning. Slow and steady. The goal is to build a sustainable lifestyle, not to be perfect immediately. And here's important permission. Your routine doesn't have to look like anyone else's. It doesn't have to be the Instagram perfect morning routine with green smoothies and yoga at sunrise. It just has to work for you and your actual life. Customize it to fit your schedule, your preferences, your energy levels. Make it yours.
Build slowly, 1 habit at a time, and customize to my actual life, not some idealized version. That's such a relief. I've been comparing my routine to what I see online and feeling like a failure because I can't do all of that. But I don't need to. I just need to do what works for me. And right now, what works for me is going to be sleeping consistently and exercising regularly. That's my focus. That's my routine. It's simple, but it's achievable, and it's sustainable. That's what matters, not perfection, sustainability. I think this is the first time I've approached routine building with realistic expectations instead of perfectionist ones. I actually think I can stick with this because it's not asking me to be superhuman. It's just asking me to do 2 things consistently. I can do 2 things.
You absolutely can do 2 things. And honestly, those 2 things will probably transform your life more than trying to do 20 things inconsistently ever would. Compound effects of small, consistent actions are powerful. 6 months from now, if you've been sleeping well and exercising regularly that whole time, you're going to be a different person, more energetic, healthier, happier.
And from that foundation, you can build more good habits if you want. Or you can just maintain those two and be perfectly fine. Not everyone needs an elaborate routine. Some people thrive with simplicity. Figure out what you need, not what you think you should need. Now go focus on those two keystone habits and build the sustainable routine that actually works for your real life. You've got this.
I feel like I need a hobby. All I do is work and watch TV, and I'm so bored with my life. I want something to be passionate about, something to look forward to, something that makes me feel creative or accomplished or just different than I feel at work. But I have no idea what hobby to try. I'm not particularly artistic or athletic or musical. I don't have any obvious talents or interests. How do you find a hobby when you don't know what you're interested in? Do I just try random things until something clicks? That feels overwhelming and expensive.
You don't need to have a talent to start a hobby. Hobbies are for enjoyment and learning, not for being immediately good at something. The whole point is to try things and develop skills over time. Think about what sounds appealing, even if you've never done it before. Do you like being active, or do you prefer sitting activities? Do you like making things with your hands, or would you rather read or learn? Do you want social hobbies or solitary ones? Start narrowing down the type of activity that appeals to you, and then you can explore specific options within that category. What sounds more appealing to you right now? Active or sedentary? Social or solo? Creative or intellectual?
I think I want something creative that I can do at home. I work in a very analytical job and I sit at a computer all day, so I don't want another screen-based hobby. And I'm not super social, so I'd prefer something I can do alone or with just one or two people, not big groups. Does that narrow it down enough? What hobbies fit those criteria? I'm thinking maybe painting or knitting or something like that. But I don't know if I'd be any good at those things. What if I try painting and I'm terrible and I waste money on supplies for something I hate?
Start small and cheap to test it out before investing heavily. For painting, you can get a basic watercolor set for like $20. Try it a few times and see if you enjoy the process, regardless of the results. Same with knitting. Get cheap yarn and needles and follow a YouTube tutorial. The barrier to entry is low. And here's the thing. Being bad at something when you start is normal and expected. That's part of the hobby. You're not trying to be a professional artist or sell your work. You're just trying to enjoy the process of creating. If you only do hobbies you're immediately good at, you'll never try anything new. Give yourself permission to be a beginner and to be bad at things while you're learning. That's where the growth and satisfaction come from.
Permission to be bad at things while learning. That's actually really freeing. I've been so focused on the outcome instead of the process. Like, I was worried about whether I'd make good paintings instead of whether I'd enjoy painting. But you're right that the point is the enjoyment and the learning, not being immediately skilled. Okay, I'm going to try watercolor painting. I'll get a cheap starter kit and just play around with it. No expectations, no pressure, just see if I like it. And if I don't, I've only spent $20 and I can try something else. That feels manageable. Thank you for helping me reframe this. I was making it way too complicated and intimidating. It's just trying something new and seeing what happens.
Exactly. Low-stakes experimentation. That's how you find hobbies. Try things, see what you enjoy, keep what works, and discard what doesn't. And you might try 5 things before you find something that really clicks. That's totally normal. The journey of exploration is valuable too. You're learning about yourself and what you enjoy. So go get that watercolor set and start painting. Even if you hate it, at least you'll know. And my guess is you'll probably like it more than you expect once you let go of the perfectionism and just enjoy the process. Now go create something. You've got this.
I have hobbies I want to do, but I never seem to have time for them. I have a guitar sitting in a corner that I haven't touched in months. I have art supplies I bought with enthusiasm that are collecting dust. I want to engage with these hobbies, but between work and household responsibilities and social obligations, there's just no time. How do people with busy lives actually make time for hobbies? It feels selfish to spend time on something just for fun when there are so many other things I should be doing. but I also feel resentful and unfulfilled because I'm not doing anything enjoyable. How do you balance responsibilities with personal leisure time?
Making time for hobbies isn't selfish, it's self-care. You need things in your life that bring you joy and fulfillment beyond just work and chores. If you're always in responsibility mode and never in enjoyment mode, you'll burn out. So you have to schedule hobby time, just like you schedule everything else. Look at your week and find even just 30 minutes a few times a week, maybe Tuesday and Thursday evenings from 8 to 8:30. That's your guitar time, non-negotiable. You're not going to magically find time. You have to make time by prioritizing it. What's currently filling your evenings? Can anything be eliminated or reduced to create space for hobbies?
My evenings are usually chores and then collapsing in front of the TV. So I guess I could replace some of the TV time with hobby time, but I'm so tired by the evening that all I want to do is zone out. Playing guitar or painting requires mental energy that I don't have at the end of a long workday. How do you push through the tiredness and actually engage with a hobby instead of just taking the easy path of passive entertainment? Because I genuinely want to do these things, but when the moment comes, I just don't have the energy. It's not laziness, it's legitimate exhaustion.
I understand that, but here's the thing. Hobbies actually energize you more than passive TV watching does. Yes, there's an activation energy required to start. It's easier to sit on the couch than to get your guitar and start playing. But once you're in it, you'll feel more alive and engaged. TV is sedating. Hobbies are activating. They require focus, but they also provide fulfillment in a way that passive entertainment doesn't. So yes, you have to push through that initial resistance, but commit to just 15 minutes. I'm going to play guitar for 15 minutes. That's not intimidating. And often once you start, you'll want to keep going. The hardest part is starting. Once you're in it, it's actually enjoyable and energizing, not draining.
15 minutes minimum commitment to overcome activation energy. I can do that. And you're right, that hobbies are more fulfilling than TV. When I do play guitar, I feel accomplished and creative. When I watch TV, I feel like I wasted time. So objectively, I know which is better for me. I just need to actually follow through. Okay, starting this week, I'm scheduling guitar time Tuesday and Thursday from 8 to 8:30. Minimum 15 minutes, but I can keep going if I want, and I'm putting it on my calendar like an appointment, so I can't just blow it off. This is part of my schedule now, non-negotiable. It's as important as any other commitment. Actually, it's more important because it's for my mental health and happiness. I deserve to spend time on things I enjoy.
Yes, that's the attitude. You deserve joy and fulfillment. Hobbies aren't frivolous. They're essential for a balanced, happy life. So honor that commitment to yourself. Protect that time. And I bet once you get back into playing guitar regularly, you'll remember why you loved it in the first place. You'll feel more energized, more creative, more like yourself. That 30 minutes twice a week will become one of the highlights of your week. Now, go put it on your calendar and commit to it. You're not going to regret spending time on something you love. You've got this.
I used to love photography. It was my passion. I'd spend hours taking photos and editing them, and I was genuinely excited about it. But somewhere along the way, it stopped being fun and started feeling like an obligation. I'd force myself to go out and take photos because I felt like I should, not because I wanted to. And now I haven't touched my camera in 6 months. I think I burned out on my hobby, and I don't know how to reignite the passion. Is it possible to fall back in love with something that used to bring you joy? Or should I just accept that this hobby is done and move on to something else?
Hobby burnout is real, especially if you turned your hobby into something that felt like work, or if you put too much pressure on yourself to produce a certain level of output. Photography is especially vulnerable to this because of social media. Were you posting your photos online and comparing yourself to others? Were you trying to build a following or get validation through likes? Because that can suck the joy out of something really quickly. When your hobby becomes performative instead of personal, it stops being fun. It becomes another source of stress and comparison. Did that happen with your photography? Or was it something else that drained the enjoyment?
You're totally right. I was posting everything on Instagram, and I got caught up in likes and comments and comparing my work to professional photographers. I started judging my photos harshly and only taking pictures I thought would do well on social media, instead of just shooting things I found interesting. It became about external validation instead of personal enjoyment. No wonder it stopped being fun. I turned my hobby into a performance. So, how do I get back to doing it for myself? How do I strip away the pressure and the comparison and just enjoy taking photos again? Or is it too late? Have I ruined it for myself?
It's not too late, but you need to consciously reset your relationship with photography. Stop posting on social media for a while. Take photos just for yourself with no intention of sharing them. Give yourself permission to take terrible photos. Experiment without judgment. Go back to what originally drew you to photography. Was it capturing beautiful light? Documenting interesting moments? Expressing creativity? Reconnect with that original motivation without the performance aspect. And maybe take a break first. Don't force yourself to pick up the camera right now. Let yourself miss it. Sometimes absence really does make the heart grow fonder. In a few months, you might feel genuinely excited to shoot again instead of obligated. Now, go put it on your calendar and commit to it. You're not going to regret spending time on something you love. You've got this.
Take a break, let myself miss it, then restart without social media or performance pressure. That sounds like exactly what I need. I think I've been forcing it because I feel guilty about the expensive camera equipment sitting unused, but forcing it just makes me resent it more. Maybe I need to give myself permission to not do photography for a while, and if the passion comes back naturally, great. If it doesn't, that's okay too. Maybe my interests have evolved, and that's normal. I don't have to keep doing something just because I used to love it. People change. Hobbies can change too. There's no rule that says once you start a hobby, you have to do it forever, right?
Absolutely right. It's okay to outgrow hobbies, or to take extended breaks, or to move on entirely. Your time and interests are allowed to evolve. Maybe in 6 months, you'll be excited about photography again. Maybe you'll never pick it up again, and you'll find a different creative outlet. Both outcomes are fine. Don't hold on to something out of guilt or sunk cost. The camera will be there if you want to use it. But if you don't, that doesn't mean you failed or wasted money. You enjoyed it for a period of time, and now you're exploring other things. That's a normal, healthy progression. Give yourself grace and freedom. Don't trap yourself in a hobby that no longer serves you.
Freedom to let it go without guilt. Thank you for that permission. I think I needed to hear that it's okay to move on. I've been beating myself up about abandoning photography when really it's just a natural evolution. I got what I needed from it for a period of time, and now I'm ready for something else. Maybe I'll come back to it someday with fresh eyes and renewed passion. Or maybe I won't, and both are okay. The hobby served its purpose. It brought me joy for years. That was enough. I don't need to force it to be forever. Okay, I'm officially giving myself permission to let photography rest. No guilt, no obligation, just freedom to pursue whatever brings me joy in this season of life.
That's beautiful and healthy. You're being so self-aware and compassionate with yourself. That's exactly the right approach. Now go explore what interests you currently without the baggage of the past. You might find something completely different that excites you, or you might rediscover photography later with a healthier mindset. Either way, you're honoring your authentic interests instead of forcing something that doesn't fit anymore. That's growth. I'm proud of you for recognizing that and acting on it. Now go find your next passion.
I want to get into cycling, but I'm overwhelmed by how expensive it is. A decent bike costs thousands of dollars. Then you need all the gear, the helmet, the shoes, the clothes, the accessories. I've been researching, and it seems like I'd need to spend at least $2,000 just to start. I don't have that kind of money lying around.
but I really want to do this. I want the exercise and the outdoor time and the challenge of it. How do you pursue expensive hobbies on a budget? Is it even possible? Or are some hobbies just gate-kept by money, and I should accept that cycling isn't for me right now?
You absolutely do not need to spend $2,000 to start cycling. You can get a perfectly functional used bike for a few $100s. Check Craigslist, Facebook Marketplace, local bike shops that sell used bikes. Cycling has this culture of expensive gear, but that's for serious enthusiasts and competitors. For someone just starting out who wants to ride for fun and fitness, you don't need carbon fiber frames or high-end components. You just need a bike that works. And as for gear, start with the basics. A helmet is essential for safety, so don't skip that. But you don't need special cycling clothes. Regular athletic wear is fine. You don't need clip-in shoes. Regular sneakers work. Start minimal and add gear as you get more serious and can afford it. Start with used bike and basic gear, add fancy stuff later if you get serious. That makes so much more sense than what I was thinking. I was looking at brand new bikes and all the professional gear and thinking that's what I needed to start. But you're right that I can begin much more simply. A few $100s for a used bike and a helmet is way more doable than $2,000. Why was I making this so complicated? I think the cycling community online made it seem like you had to have all this expensive stuff or you weren't a real cyclist. But that's gatekeeping nonsense. I can be a cyclist on a budget bike. The point is riding, not having fancy equipment.
Exactly. The hobby is cycling, not buying expensive bikes. And honestly, starting with a cheaper setup is smart because you don't know if you'll even like it yet. What if you buy a $2,000 bike and then discover you hate cycling? Better to start small, see if you enjoy it, and then upgrade if you stick with it and want better equipment. There's nothing wrong with entry-level gear when you're entering a hobby. And here's a secret. Most hobbies have an expensive version and a budget version. Photography, cooking, gaming, woodworking, whatever. You can almost always find a way to participate affordably if you're creative and willing to start simple. Don't let the enthusiast community make you think you need top-tier equipment to participate. You don't. You just need enough to start.
Every hobby has a budget entry point if you look for it. That's really empowering to know. I think I get intimidated by hobby communities online where everyone has the best gear and they talk about equipment like it matters more than the actual activity. But I can ignore that noise and just focus on participating in a way that works for my budget. Okay, this weekend I'm going to look at used bikes in my area, set a budget of maybe $300 for the bike and $50 for a helmet. That's affordable. That's not going to break my bank. And if I love cycling, I can always upgrade later. But for now, I just need something that works so I can get started. Thank you for talking me down from the expensive gear rabbit hole. I was about to give up on this hobby before I even started because I thought I couldn't afford it.
I'm so glad I could help reframe that for you. And I think you're going to love cycling once you start. It's such a great hobby. Outdoor time, exercise, freedom. Don't let equipment culture rob you of that experience. You're taking exactly the right approach. Start affordable, see if you love it, grow from there. And honestly, there's something satisfying about starting with a basic setup and earning your upgrades over time through participation and commitment. It makes the hobby feel more authentic than just buying your way in with expensive equipment. Now, go find that used bike and get out there and ride. You're going to have so much fun.
I've been making jewelry as a hobby for the past year, and people keep telling me I should sell it. Friends ask if they can buy pieces. Strangers compliment me when I wear my creations. Part of me is tempted to try to monetize it, maybe start an Etsy shop or do craft fairs. But I'm also worried that turning my hobby into a business will ruin what I love about it. Right now, I make things because I enjoy it. If I'm making things to sell, that's different. That's pressure and deadlines and customer demands. Will monetizing my hobby kill my passion for it? Or is it possible to turn a hobby into income without ruining the joy of it?
That's a really valid concern, and it's something a lot of people struggle with. monetizing a hobby fundamentally changes it. When you're creating for customers instead of for yourself, you lose some creative freedom. You're making what sells, not necessarily what you personally want to make. And yes, it introduces pressure and deadlines and all the business aspects that aren't fun. That said, some people successfully monetize hobbies and still enjoy them. It depends on your personality and how you approach it. Can you handle the business side without letting it overshadow the creative joy? Can you set boundaries about what you will and won't do for money? Can you keep some of your creating just for yourself, separate from the business? Those are questions to think about before diving in.
Those are really good questions. I don't know the answers yet. I think I'm attracted to the idea of making money from something I love, but I'm not sure I want the stress of running a business. And you're right that I'd have to make what sells instead of just making what I want. That does sound less fun. What if I did it on a really small scale, like I don't quit my day job or try to make this my primary income? I just sell a few pieces here and there when people ask. That way it stays casual and fun instead of becoming a high-pressure business. Would that be a middle ground that preserves the joy while still allowing some monetization? Or is any amount of selling going to change the nature of the hobby?
Small-scale, casual monetization could work. Like, if a friend wants to commission a piece, you make it and charge them for materials and time. You're not actively trying to build a business. You're just occasionally selling when opportunities naturally arise. That's different from opening an Etsy shop and trying to get customers and dealing with inventory and all that business stuff. Casual selling probably won't kill your passion the way a full business might, but even then, pay attention to how it feels. If you notice you're starting to resent making things, or you're only creating with sales in mind, pull back. You can always stop selling. The hobby is more important than the income if you have a day job that supports you. Don't sacrifice something you love just to make a few extra dollars. Warm, small, and casual. Pay attention to how it feels. Prioritize joy over income. That's solid advice. I think I'll try the casual approach. When people ask if they can buy something, I'll say yes, but I won't actively market or try to build a customer base. I'll just let it happen organically. And if at any point it stops being fun, I'll stop selling and go back to creating purely for myself. The hobby is the priority. Any income is just a nice bonus. And you're absolutely right that I don't need the money badly enough to sacrifice something I love. My day job pays the bills. The jewelry is for my soul. I need to keep it that way. Thank you for helping me think through this clearly. I almost jumped into starting a business without considering the potential downsides.
I'm glad I could help you think it through. A lot of people monetize hobbies impulsively and then regret it when the joy disappears. You're being thoughtful and intentional about it. That's smart. So yes, try the casual selling and see how it feels. And remember, you can always change course. If it starts feeling like work instead of play, you can stop. You're in control. The hobby is yours, and you get to decide how to engage with it. Now go make beautiful jewelry for the love of making it. Everything else is secondary.
I can't decide if I want a solo hobby or a group hobby. I spend so much time alone that part of me craves social connection and thinks I should join a group activity, like a running club or a book club or something where I'd meet people. But the other part of me is introverted and exhausted by social interaction and thinks a solo hobby would be more restorative, like painting or writing or gardening, something I can do by myself without having to talk to anyone. How do you decide between solo and social hobbies? Is it better to push yourself out of your comfort zone with social hobbies or honor your introverted nature with solo activities? I'm genuinely torn.
Why not both? You don't have to choose just one hobby. You could have a solo hobby for when you need alone time and a social hobby for when you need connection. That gives you options depending on your mood and energy level. But if you could only commit to one right now, think about what you're lacking in your life. Do you feel lonely and isolated? Then a social hobby might fill that need. Do you feel overstimulated and drained? Then a solo hobby might be more restorative. What does your life need more of right now? Connection or solitude?
That should guide your choice. What are you experiencing more of, loneliness or burnout?
I think I'm experiencing both at different times. Some weeks I'm desperate for social interaction, and other weeks I can't handle being around people. That's probably why I'm torn. But you're right that I don't have to choose just one. I could do both. Maybe I join a casual running group that meets once a week for social connection, and I also start a journaling practice at home for solo reflection. That way, I have both options available depending on what I need in any given moment. That feels balanced. Why was I thinking I had to pick one or the other? I could have multiple hobbies that serve different needs. That's actually much smarter than limiting myself to one thing.
Exactly. Different hobbies serve different purposes. Some are for socializing, some are for solitude, some are for creativity, some are for physical activity. A well-rounded life includes variety. And as an introvert, having both solo and social hobbies means you can control your social exposure. If you've had a draining week and you need alone time, you focus on your solo hobby. If you're feeling isolated and you need connection, you show up to the running group. You're meeting both needs on your own terms. That's self-awareness and good life design. You're not forcing yourself to be social when you need solitude, but you're also not isolating yourself when you need connection. You're creating flexibility.
Creating flexibility by having options. I love that. I was thinking about hobbies as this rigid choice, when really it's about having a toolkit of activities that meet different needs. Running group for social connection, journaling for solitude and reflection. Both valid, both valuable, both serving important purposes in my life. And I can emphasize one or the other depending on what I need in different seasons. In a lonely season, I lean into the social hobby. In an overwhelmed season, I lean into the solo hobby. That's so much healthier than trying to force one approach all the time. Okay, I'm definitely doing both. I'm going to find a running group to join, and I'm also going to start journaling at home. Best of both worlds. Thank you for helping me see that this wasn't an either-or decision.
You're welcome. And I think you're going to love having both options. You're being so thoughtful about designing a life that works for your actual needs and personality. That's going to serve you well. Now go find that running group and get yourself a nice journal. Your future self will thank you for creating this balanced approach to hobbies. You've got this.
I want to get into drawing, but I'm paralyzed by perfectionism. Every time I sit down to draw, I can't start because I'm afraid it won't be good enough. I compare what's in my head to what I can actually produce, and the gap is so huge that I just give up before I even begin. I know logically that I need to practice to improve, but I can't get past the mental block of creating something imperfect. How do you overcome perfectionism in creative hobbies? How do you allow yourself to be bad at something when everything in you wants it to be good? This is genuinely holding me back from trying things I want to try.
Perfectionism is creativity's biggest enemy. It stops you before you even start. The only way through it is to deliberately create bad work. Make terrible drawings on purpose. Get that fear of imperfection out of the way by diving straight into it. There's actually a great exercise for this. Give yourself a challenge to create something intentionally bad, the worst drawing you can make. Make it ridiculous. Make it messy. Once you've made something truly terrible and the world didn't end, the stakes lower. You realize that bad work isn't actually catastrophic, it's just practice. And all practice, even bad practice, is moving you forward. The more you create, the better you get. But you have to create the bad stuff to get to the good stuff. There's no shortcut.
Create intentionally bad work to lower the stakes. That's actually brilliant. If I'm trying to make something bad, I can't fail. And you're right that it would take the pressure off. I think my perfectionism comes from this idea that everything I create has to be worthy of showing someone or keeping forever. But that's not how learning works. When you're learning a language, you don't expect every sentence you speak to be perfect. You fumble through and make mistakes, and that's how you improve. Creating art should be the same. I need to give myself permission to fumble through and make terrible drawings. That's not failure, that's the process. Why is that so hard to accept, though? Why do I put so much pressure on creative work, but not on other types of learning?
Because creative work feels personal in a way that other learning doesn't. When you make bad art, it feels like a reflection of your worth as a person. But when you make a mistake in Spanish class, it's just a grammar error. It doesn't feel as personal. You have to separate your identity from your output. A bad drawing doesn't mean you're a bad person or that you lack value. It just means you're learning. And actually, bad art is how you find your style eventually. You have to create a lot of bad stuff to figure out what you actually like and what works for you. Professional artists have sketchbooks full of terrible drawings. That's normal. The difference is they didn't let the terrible drawings stop them from continuing. They saw them as necessary steps in the process, not failures to avoid.
Separate identity from output. That's the key, isn't it? I'm treating my drawings like they're a reflection of my worth when really they're just practice. They're experiments. They're learning. And you're right that I need to accumulate bad work to eventually create good work. There's no way around it. I can't expect to be good immediately. That's not how any skill works. So my homework is to draw badly on purpose, make terrible drawings, and celebrate them as part of the learning process. Stop trying to create masterpieces and just create volume. Quantity over quality at this stage. Is that the right approach? Just make a lot of stuff without worrying whether it's good.
Yes, exactly. Volume over quality when you're learning. Your first 100 drawings are gonna be bad. Accept that and make them anyway. By drawing number 100, you'll be so much better than drawing number 1, but you have to make all the bad drawings in between to get there. So set a goal. I'm going to make one drawing a day for 30 days, or 50 drawings in 2 months, whatever timeline works for you. The goal is volume, not quality. Just create and keep creating. And don't judge your early work harshly. It's doing its job, which is helping you learn. Every bad drawing is teaching you something. That's valuable. That's progress. Now go make some terrible art and celebrate the learning process.
Make volume, celebrate the learning process, separate worth from output. I can do this. I'm going to commit to one drawing a day for 30 days. And I'm not going to judge them. I'm just going to make them and learn from them. Some will be terrible, some might be slightly less terrible, but they'll all be progress. And at the end of 30 days, I'll have 30 drawings that didn't exist before. That's an accomplishment regardless of quality. Okay, I'm feeling more excited than paralyzed now. Thank you for reframing perfectionism as the enemy instead of the standard. I needed that perspective shift. I'm going to draw something bad right now just to get started. Here goes nothing.
That's the spirit. Go make something gloriously terrible and have fun doing it. Your perfectionism doesn't own you anymore. You're free to create and learn and enjoy the process. I'm so excited for you. Now go draw.
I have too many hobbies and I can't keep up with all of them. I want to play guitar, I want to read, I want to cook new recipes, I want to learn Spanish, I want to go hiking, I want to do photography. But there's not enough time for all of it, and I end up doing none of them because I'm overwhelmed by trying to do everything. How do you balance multiple interests without spreading yourself too thin? Should I just pick one or two and give up on the rest? That feels sad, but trying to do everything feels impossible. I don't know how to manage this.
You don't have to do all your hobbies every week. You can rotate through them. Maybe this month you focus on guitar and reading. Next month you focus on cooking and Spanish. The month after that, hiking and photography. You're still engaging with all your interests over time, but you're not trying to do everything simultaneously. That reduces overwhelm while keeping variety in your life. Or you could have a rhythm. Weekday evenings are for reading and Spanish because those can be done at home in short bursts. Weekends are for hiking and photography because those require more time and getting outdoors. Guitar is something you do when the mood strikes. You're designing a system that fits all your interests into your life in a sustainable way.
Rotate through hobbies monthly or create a weekly rhythm. Both of those strategies make sense. I think I've been putting pressure on myself to do everything all the time, and that's why it feels impossible. But if I give myself permission to focus on 2 or 3 things at a time and trust that I'll get to the others eventually, that's less overwhelming. I like the rhythm idea too. Weekday hobbies versus weekend hobbies based on what's practical. That creates structure instead of chaos. Why didn't I think of this before?
I was approaching hobbies like I approach my to-do list, trying to check everything off every week. But hobbies aren't obligations. They're supposed to be enjoyable. I don't have to do them all constantly to be a valid person with interests.
Exactly. Hobbies aren't tasks to complete, they're joys to savor. And it's okay to engage with them inconsistently. You don't have to practice guitar every single day to call yourself a guitarist. You can play once a week or once a month and still enjoy it. You don't have to hike every weekend to be a hiker. You can go once a month when the weather is nice. Release the pressure of consistency and perfection. Hobbies are for fun. If they're causing stress because you're trying to do too much, you're defeating the purpose. So yes, create a system that works for you. Rotate, rhythm, whatever, but don't feel guilty about not doing everything all the time. That's unsustainable and joyless. Pick what feels good in any given moment and trust that you'll get to the other stuff when you want to.
Release pressure, focus on joy, create a sustainable system. Okay, I'm going to map out a rhythm that works for me. Weeknights, I can read and do Spanish lessons. Those are easy to fit into an hour or two after work. Saturday mornings, I'll try to hike or do photography when I have more time. Sunday evenings, I'll play guitar and maybe cook a new recipe. That hits all my main interests in a week, but it's not overwhelming because each has its designated time. And if I skip something one week, that's fine. It'll be there next week. I'm not abandoning my hobbies by not doing them all constantly. I'm creating a balanced approach that's actually sustainable long term. This feels so much better than the chaos I've been operating under.
That sounds like a perfect system for you. You've designed something realistic that honors all your interests without overwhelming yourself. And the beauty is you can adjust it as needed. If you go through a phase where you want to focus more on guitar, you can. If hiking season comes and you want to go every weekend, you can shift your rhythm. It's flexible. You're in control. You're designing your leisure time intentionally instead of just reacting to whatever interest is loudest at the moment. That's really mature and thoughtful. Now go enjoy your hobbies guilt-free with your new sustainable system. You've got this.
I've always wanted to learn piano, but I'm 35 years old and I feel like it's too late. Everyone says you have to start music as a child to be any good at it. Your brain is more plastic when you're young, your fingers are more flexible, you learn faster. I'm worried I'm too old to learn a new instrument, and I'll just be wasting time and money on lessons when I'll never actually get good. Is it realistic for an adult to learn an instrument, or should I just accept that some things are for kids and I missed my window?
You are absolutely not too old to learn piano. Yes, children learn some things faster, but adults have advantages too. Better focus, better work ethic, better understanding of music theory because you can grasp abstract concepts. And more importantly, who cares if you'll never be a concert pianist? That's not the goal. The goal is to enjoy playing music, to learn something new, to challenge your brain, to have fun. You don't need to be a professional or even particularly skilled to get value from playing an instrument. If you enjoy the process of learning and playing, that's success. Stop comparing yourself to child prodigies or professional musicians. They're not your competition. You're just a person who wants to learn piano. That's valid at any age.
I don't need to be concert level to enjoy it. That's a good reframe. I think I've been intimidating myself out of trying because I have this image in my head of what good looks like, and I assume I can't achieve that as an adult learner. But you're right that enjoying the process is the actual goal. If I can eventually play some simple songs I like, that's enough. That would make me happy. So how do I start? Do I need to take lessons? Can I teach myself with YouTube? What's the best approach for an adult beginner who's starting from zero? I don't want to develop bad habits, but I also don't want to spend a fortune on lessons if I can learn on my own.
I'd recommend starting with a few lessons, even just monthly lessons, to make sure you're learning proper technique. Bad habits are hard to unlearn later. You don't need weekly lessons necessarily, but having a teacher to guide you initially is valuable. Between lessons, you can practice on your own and supplement with YouTube tutorials and apps. There are lots of resources for adult learners now. And get a keyboard to practice on.
You don't need a full acoustic piano right away. A decent digital keyboard costs a few $100s, and it's good enough to learn on. If you stick with it and want to upgrade later, you can, but start affordable and see if you actually enjoy it before investing heavily. And be patient with yourself. Adults get frustrated more easily than kids because we expect to be good at things quickly, but learning an instrument takes time. Celebrate small progress. Playing your first simple song is huge, even if it's just Twinkle Twinkle Little Star.
Start with some lessons for proper technique, get an affordable keyboard, be patient with progress. That's all actionable. I think I can do this. What about practice? How much do I need to practice to actually improve? I know consistency matters, but I also have limited time. Is practicing for 15 minutes a day enough, or do I need to dedicate like an hour every day? Because an hour feels impossible with my schedule. But I could probably find 15 minutes. Would that be enough to see progress, or would I just be spinning my wheels?
15 minutes a day is absolutely enough, especially when you're starting out. Consistency matters more than duration. 15 minutes every day is better than an hour once a week. Your brain and your muscle memory develop through repetition over time. So yes, even just 15 minutes of focused practice daily will lead to progress, and that's sustainable for your schedule. An hour a day might lead to faster progress, but it's also more likely to lead to burnout or you quitting because it's too much. Start with what's realistic and sustainable. You can always increase practice time later if you want to. The goal is to build the habit and enjoy the process. 15 minutes is perfect for that. Don't let perfectionism make you think you need more. Start small and build from there.
15 minutes a day is enough. That's so relieving. I can commit to that. I was psyching myself out thinking I needed to practice for hours to make it worth doing. But you're right that small, consistent practice is better than sporadic, intensive practice. Okay, I'm doing this. I'm going to sign up for monthly piano lessons, I'm going to buy a keyboard, and I'm going to commit to 15 minutes of practice every day. No excuses, just 15 minutes. That's doable. I'm actually excited about this now instead of intimidated. I'm going to learn piano as an adult, and it's going to be fun and fulfilling even if I'm never concert level. Thank you for helping me see that it's possible and worth doing. I'm doing this.
I'm so excited for you. Learning an instrument is such a rewarding journey, and you're going to love it. Remember, progress isn't linear. Some days will feel discouraging, but if you stick with it, you'll look back in 6 months or a year and be amazed at how far you've come. Now go find a teacher and get yourself a keyboard. Your musical journey is about to begin. You've got this.
I love hiking, but I'm struggling with how weather dependent it is. I live somewhere with harsh winters and rainy springs and oppressively hot summers. There's maybe 3 months of the year when the weather is actually pleasant for outdoor activities. The rest of the time, I'm stuck inside wishing I could be out hiking. It's really affecting my mood and my fitness. How do people with outdoor hobbies deal with bad weather? Do I need to find an indoor alternative, or do I just accept that my hobby is seasonal and find something else to do in the off-season? I don't want to give up hiking, but I also can't just be miserable for 9 months of the year waiting for good weather.
You have a few options. 1, embrace different seasons and find the beauty in hiking year-round with appropriate gear. Winter hiking with snowshoes or spikes can be beautiful. Rainy hiking with good rain gear is actually really peaceful. Hot weather hiking, if you go early morning or evening, with the right equipment and mindset, you can hike in most conditions. It's just different than perfect spring day hiking. 2, find indoor alternatives that give you similar benefits. Rock climbing gyms, treadmill hiking on an incline, stair climbers. They're not the same as being outside, but they keep your fitness up. Or 3, accept that hiking is your warm weather hobby and find a different hobby for cold weather. Maybe winter is when you focus on indoor activities like reading or crafts, and hiking season is spring through fall. All 3 approaches are valid. Which one appeals to you most?
I think a combination of 2 and 3 makes sense. I don't think I want to hike in extreme weather, even with gear. I'm not that hardcore. But I like the idea of having a rock climbing gym membership for winter, so I'm still getting that outdoor adventure adjacent experience and staying fit. And then, spring through fall is hiking season. That way, I'm not completely abandoning the activity I love, I'm just adapting it for different seasons. Does that sound reasonable? Or am I being too wimpy by not hiking in winter? I feel like real outdoor enthusiasts don't let weather stop them, and maybe I should push myself more.
Don't compare yourself to hardcore outdoor enthusiasts. They have different goals and priorities than you. You're hiking for enjoyment and fitness, not to prove you're tough or to summit peaks in extreme conditions. There's nothing wrong with being seasonal with your outdoor activities. Lots of people are. And indoor rock climbing is a great alternative that keeps similar skills and fitness. You're being smart and realistic about your preferences and limitations. That's not wimpy, that's self-aware. You know what you enjoy and what you don't, and you're making choices accordingly. The point of hobbies is to bring joy to your life, not to suffer through conditions you hate just to prove something. So yes, your plan sounds perfect. Hiking in nice weather, climbing indoors in winter. That's balanced and sustainable.
Balanced and sustainable. That's what I want. I was putting pressure on myself to be this all-weather outdoor person, but that's not actually who I am or what I enjoy. I like hiking when the weather is pleasant, and I think I'd enjoy indoor climbing when it's not. That's okay. That's a valid way to engage with outdoor hobbies. I don't have to be extreme about it. What about the mental health aspect, though? I get really down in winter when I'm not outside as much. Even with indoor climbing, I think I'll miss being in nature. Do you have any suggestions for how to deal with that? How to get outdoor time even when the weather isn't great for hiking? Because I think that nature connection is important for my well-being, even if I can't hike.
Take shorter outdoor walks, even in bad weather. You don't have to do a 4-hour hike to benefit from being outside. A 30-minute walk in the cold or rain still gets you in nature and fresh air. Bundle up, put on rain gear, and just walk. It's not the same as a beautiful hike, but it's better than being inside for months. Also consider winter activities that get you outside in different ways. Snowshoeing if you have snow, winter nature photography, bird watching. You can engage with nature even when hiking specifically isn't appealing. The key is lowering your bar for what counts as outdoor time. It doesn't have to be an epic adventure. Just being outside for a little bit regularly helps with winter blues. Even sitting outside with coffee for 15 minutes in the morning is valuable for your mental health.
Lower the bar for what counts as outdoor time. I like that. I've been thinking it has to be a big hiking trip or it doesn't count. But you're right that even small amounts of outdoor time are beneficial. A short walk in the cold, sitting outside with coffee, looking at nature even if I'm not hiking through it. I can do those things even in bad weather. And winter photography could be interesting. I could explore that. Okay, I'm feeling better about this now. I have a plan. Spring through fall, I hike regularly. Winter, I do indoor climbing for fitness, short outdoor walks for nature connection, and maybe explore winter photography. That hits all my needs without forcing myself to do activities I don't enjoy. Thank you for helping me create a year-round approach instead of just being miserable in the off-season.
You've created a great plan that honors your needs and preferences while still keeping you active and connected to nature year-round. That's exactly what you should be doing. Now, go enjoy your outdoor hobbies in all seasons with this new flexible approach. You're going to feel so much better having this structure instead of just wishing for summer all winter. You've got this.
I feel guilty whenever I spend time on hobbies, like I'm wasting time that could be spent on something productive. I'll be playing video games or working on a puzzle, and in the back of my mind, I'm thinking about the laundry I should be doing or the work project I could be advancing. I can't fully enjoy my leisure time because I feel like I always should be doing something useful. How do you let yourself enjoy hobbies without guilt? How do you give yourself permission to do things just for fun with no productive output? I know this is a problem, but I can't seem to shake the feeling that leisure is frivolous.
Leisure is not frivolous. It's essential. You need rest and enjoyment and play in your life. Those things aren't wastes of time. They're what make life worth living. If you're always in productivity mode and never in enjoyment mode, you will burn out. You'll be miserable. So you have to reframe what productive means. Hobbies are productive for your mental health, your creativity, your happiness.
Playing video games gives your brain a rest from work stress. Working on a puzzle is meditative and calming. Those are valuable outputs, even if they're not tangible like a completed chore. Your worth is not determined by how much you accomplish. You're allowed to exist and enjoy things just for the sake of enjoyment. That's not laziness, that's being human.
Reframe productivity to include mental health and enjoyment. That makes sense logically, but emotionally, I still feel guilty. I think I've internalized this idea that I always have to be doing something useful or I'm being lazy. Where does that come from? Why can't I just enjoy things without feeling bad about it? And how do I actually change this mindset? Because knowing intellectually that leisure is important doesn't make the guilt go away. I still feel it every time I sit down to do something fun. How do you actually reprogram your brain to believe that rest and play are valuable?
It probably comes from how you were raised or cultural messages about productivity and worth. But wherever it comes from, you can change it. One strategy is to schedule leisure time, just like you schedule work or chores. If it's on your calendar, it's not frivolous. It's an appointment with yourself that you're keeping. Tuesday night, 7 to 9, is hobby time. That's committed time that's just as important as your work meetings. Another strategy is to notice the benefits. After you play video games, do you feel more relaxed? Is your mood better? Are you less stressed? Start connecting leisure activities to positive outcomes. That helps your brain understand that this time is valuable. And finally, practice self-compassion. When the guilt comes up, acknowledge it, but don't let it control you. I'm feeling guilty about playing games, but I know I need this rest. The guilt is just an old pattern, not truth. Talk back to the guilt instead of accepting it as fact.
Schedule it, notice the benefits, and practice self-compassion when guilt arises. Those are concrete strategies I can implement. I especially like the scheduling idea. If hobby time is on my calendar as a committed appointment, it feels more legitimate somehow. Less like I'm sneaking time away from responsibilities, and more like I'm honoring a commitment to myself. And you're right that even small amounts of time outdoors are beneficial. A short walk in the cold, sitting outside with coffee, looking at nature even if I'm not hiking through it. I can do those things even in bad weather. And winter photography could be interesting. I could explore that. Okay, I'm feeling better about this now. I have a plan. Spring through fall, I hike regularly. Winter, I do indoor climbing for fitness, short outdoor walks for nature connection, and maybe explore winter photography. That hits all my needs without forcing myself to do activities I don't enjoy. Thank you for helping me create a year-round approach instead of just being miserable in the off-season.
You've created a great plan that honors your needs and preferences while still keeping you active and connected to nature year-round. That's exactly what you should be doing. Now, go enjoy your outdoor hobbies in all seasons with this new flexible approach. You're going to feel so much better having this structure instead of just wishing for summer all winter. You've got this.
I feel guilty whenever I spend time on hobbies, like I'm wasting time that could be spent on something productive. I'll be playing video games or working on a puzzle, and in the back of my mind, I'm thinking about the laundry I should be doing or the work project I could be advancing. I can't fully enjoy my leisure time because I feel like I always should be doing something useful. How do you let yourself enjoy hobbies without guilt? How do you give yourself permission to do things just for fun with no productive output? I know this is a problem, but I can't seem to shake the feeling that leisure is frivolous.
Leisure is not frivolous. It's essential. You need rest and enjoyment and play in your life. Those things aren't wastes of time. They're what make life worth living. If you're always in productivity mode and never in enjoyment mode, you will burn out. You'll be miserable. So you have to reframe what productive means. Hobbies are productive for your mental health, your creativity, your happiness. Playing video games gives your brain a rest from work stress. Working on a puzzle is meditative and calming. Those are valuable outputs, even if they're not tangible like a completed chore. Your worth is not determined by how much you accomplish. You're allowed to exist and enjoy things just for the sake of enjoyment.
That's not laziness, that's being human.
Reframe productivity to include mental health and enjoyment. That makes sense logically, but emotionally, I still feel guilty. I think I've internalized this idea that I always have to be doing something useful or I'm being lazy. Where does that come from? Why can't I just enjoy things without feeling bad about it? And how do I actually change this mindset? Because knowing intellectually that leisure is important doesn't make the guilt go away. I still feel it every time I sit down to do something fun. How do you actually reprogram your brain to believe that rest and play are valuable?
It probably comes from how you were raised or cultural messages about productivity and worth. But wherever it comes from, you can change it. One strategy is to schedule leisure time, just like you schedule work or chores. If it's on your calendar, it's not frivolous. It's an appointment with yourself that you're keeping. Tuesday night, 7 to 9, is hobby time. That's committed time that's just as important as your work meetings. Another strategy is to notice the benefits. After you play video games, do you feel more relaxed? Is your mood better? Are you less stressed? Start connecting leisure activities to positive outcomes. That helps your brain understand that this time is valuable. And finally, practice self-compassion. When the guilt comes up, acknowledge it, but don't let it control you. I'm feeling guilty about playing games, but I know I need this rest. The guilt is just an old pattern, not truth. Talk back to the guilt instead of accepting it as fact.
Schedule it, notice the benefits, and practice self-compassion when guilt arises. Those are concrete strategies I can implement. I especially like the scheduling idea. Schedule it, notice the benefits, practice self-compassion when guilt arises. Those are concrete strategies I can implement. I especially like the scheduling idea. If hobby time is on my calendar as a committed appointment, it feels more legitimate somehow, less like I'm sneaking time away from responsibilities and more like I'm honoring a commitment to myself. And you're right that I should pay attention to how much better I feel after engaging in hobbies. Maybe if I consciously notice that connection, my brain will start to understand that this time is valuable investment in my well-being, not wasted time. Okay, I'm going to try this. I'm going to schedule hobby time this week, and when guilt comes up, I'm going to acknowledge it, but choose rest anyway. This is going to take practice, but I think it's important. I can't keep living with constant guilt about enjoying my life. That's no way to live.
You're absolutely right that it's no way to live. You deserve to enjoy your life without guilt. And yes, this will take practice. The guilt won't disappear overnight. But every time you choose to engage in a hobby despite the guilt, you're weakening that pattern. You're teaching your brain a new way of thinking. Eventually, the guilt will diminish. You'll be able to play games or work on puzzles without that nagging voice telling you should be doing something else. You'll just enjoy them. That's the goal. That's what you're working toward. Now, go schedule some guilt-free hobby time and start that journey. You've got this.
I think I've been overcomplicating hobbies. I've been trying to find this perfect, meaningful hobby that will transform my life and make me interesting and give me purpose. But maybe I'm overthinking it. What if hobbies don't have to be profound? What if they're just things you enjoy doing? Like, I really like watching birds at my backyard feeder. I could sit there for an hour just watching different birds come and go. But that doesn't feel like a real hobby. It's too simple. I'm not learning anything or creating anything or achieving anything. I'm just watching birds. Is that enough? Can that count as a hobby? Or do I need something more substantial?
Watching birds absolutely counts as a hobby. In fact, bird watching is a very popular hobby with a whole community around it. But even if it wasn't, it would still be valid. Hobbies don't have to be complicated or impressive. They just have to bring you joy. If sitting and watching birds makes you happy, that's enough. That's valuable. You're finding peace and enjoyment in a simple activity. That's beautiful. Not everything has to be about achievement or self-improvement or becoming interesting to others. Sometimes things can just be for you and your own quiet enjoyment. There's nothing wrong with simple pleasures. In fact, appreciating simple pleasures is a sign of a healthy, balanced person. You're not constantly chasing more and better. You're finding contentment in what's right in front of you. That's actually really profound if you think about it.
Simple pleasures are valid and profound. I like that. I think I've been so focused on optimization and achievement in every area of my life that I forgot how to just enjoy things without purpose. But watching birds does make me happy. It's calming and meditative. I notice details I wouldn't otherwise notice different species, different behaviors, seasonal changes. There's actually a lot to observe if you're paying attention. Maybe I could make it slightly more structured by getting a bird identification book and learning the species, or maybe I should just leave it as it is. Unstructured enjoyment. No goals, no achievement, just watching and appreciating. What do you think? Does adding structure make it more valid, or does that miss the point of simple pleasure?
It's up to you. If learning species would add to your enjoyment, do it. If adding structure would make it feel like work and take away the simple pleasure, don't do it. There's no right answer. The point is your enjoyment, not meeting anyone's definition of what a hobby should be. If what you love is just sitting and watching without any agenda, that's perfect. That's enough. You don't need to justify it or make it more impressive. But if you genuinely enjoy learning more about birds, that's also great. Follow your curiosity and your joy. Don't do things because you think you should. Do things because you want to. That's the whole point of hobbies. They're for you, not for productivity, not for other people's approval, not for achievement. For you and your own enjoyment, however that looks.
Follow my joy, not someone else's definition of what hobbies should be. That's so freeing. I think I will get a bird book because I am curious about the species I'm seeing, but I'm not going to turn it into a project with goals and tracking. I'll learn when I want to learn and just watch when I want to watch. I'm going to let it be organic and pleasurable instead of structured and achievement-oriented. This feels like such a simple revelation, but it's actually really important for me. I've been making everything in my life complicated when sometimes simple is better. Sometimes just enjoying something for its own sake is exactly right. Thank you for validating that. I feel like I have permission now to enjoy things without justification. That's a gift.
I'm so glad you feel that permission. And you're right, it is a gift. Simple joys are often the deepest and most lasting. The ability to find happiness in everyday moments, to appreciate what's in front of you, to be present with something as simple as watching birds. That's not frivolous or unimportant. That's the stuff of a good life. So yes, watch your birds. Learn about them if you want. Enjoy them without pressure or goals, and celebrate the fact that you found something that brings you peace and joy. That's what hobbies are all about. Now go enjoy your simple, beautiful hobby. You've got this.